Welcome to BookyRookie. Discover the classics like never before with BookyRookie. Dive into the world's greatest books through easy-to-understand summaries, top-quality translations, and immersive audio. Stream with BookyRookie, learn, and give back. www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. Love it, have thoughts, or want to read the book? Check us out at www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to Chapter 1, The Period. It was a time of contrasts, filled with the best and worst moments, an era marked by both wisdom and foolishness. It was a period of strong beliefs and widespread doubts, a season of light battling darkness, a spring of hope shadowed by a winter of despair. We stood on the brink of having everything and yet having nothing, seemingly on a path to heaven, but also heading in the opposite direction. The period was so similar to our current times that influential voices demanded it be described in the most extreme terms. On the thrones of England and France sat kings with prominent jaws and queens, one plain and one fair. The powerful in both lands were convinced that the status quo would last indefinitely. The year was 1775, a time when England experienced spiritual awakenings. Mrs. Southcott celebrated her 25th birthday, and a prophetic soldier predicted apocalyptic events for London. Even the Cock Lane ghost, which had communicated just a dozen years earlier, seemed less original than the spirits of the past year. Meanwhile, messages from a Congress of British subjects in America reached the English crown, messages that would prove to be of great significance to humanity. France, not as blessed with spiritual matters, smoothly descended into chaos, creating and spending paper money. The nation also engaged in brutal acts, like punishing a young man horrifically for failing to show respect to a religious procession. Trees in France and Norway, destined to be cut down and crafted into an infamous device, were likely standing when this young man met his cruel fate. Similarly, the carts that would later serve as vehicles of revolution during tumultuous times were already in use on farms near Paris. Yet, the agents of fate worked quietly, unnoticed by those who would consider it treasonous and irreligious to acknowledge their presence. In England, the level of order and safety was minimal, hardly worth boasting about. Each night in the capital, bold burglaries and highway robberies were frequent occurrences. Families were openly advised to store their furniture with upholsterers for safekeeping before leaving town. A highwayman who operated under cover of darkness was, by day, a city tradesman. When recognized and confronted by a fellow tradesman, he would not hesitate to shoot him in the head and escape. On one occasion, the mail was ambushed by 7 robbers. The guard managed to kill 3 before the remaining 4 shot him dead due to his depleted ammunition, and then they robbed the mail without further trouble. Even the esteemed Lord Mayor of London wasn't safe. He was robbed by a single highwayman in view of his entire entourage. In the city jails, prisoners clashed with their jailers, and the authorities had to resort to firing into the fray with loaded blunderbusses. At royal gatherings, thieves boldly snatched diamond jewelry right off the necks of nobles. When musketeers went into street jails to search for illegal goods, they were met with violence from the locals, leading to exchanges of gunfire that no one found particularly unusual. The hangman was kept busy, executing a variety of criminals, from a burglar caught on a Tuesday and hanged by Saturday, to people being branded at Newgate or pamphlets being burned at Westminster Hall's doors. One day he might take the life of a heinous murderer, the next, a petty thief who stole a mere sixpence. All these events unfolded around the year 1775. Amidst the chaos, while the woodman and the farmer worked unnoticed, those with powerful jaws and those with plain and fair faces walked with purpose, asserting their divine rights with confidence. In this way, the year 1775 led them, along with countless others, down the paths set before them. You're about to listen to Chapter 2, The Mail. On a chilly November Friday night, the Dover Road stretched out before the first character of our story. This road was a challenge for him as he trudged up Shooter's Hill beside the heavy, slow-moving Dover mail coach. He and the other passengers were forced to walk, not out of a desire for exercise, but because the horses struggled with the steep incline, the weight of the harness, and the thick mud. They had stopped multiple times, and at one point, the horses even tried to drag the coach back down the hill. But the combined efforts of the coachman, guard, reins, and whip convinced them to continue their uphill battle. The horses, with heads hanging low and tails flicking nervously, pushed through the mud. They stumbled and faltered as if their legs might give out. Each time the driver gave them a break, the lead horse would shake his head vigorously, as if to argue that the hill was simply too much. This startled the passenger, who was already on edge. Mist filled the hollows of the hill, wandering like a lost spirit seeking comfort but finding none. It was a cold, damp mist that moved in waves, obscuring everything except for the immediate road illuminated by the coach lamps. The horses' breath added to the mist, making it seem as if they were the ones creating it. 2 other passengers joined the first in their uphill struggle beside the mail coach. They were so bundled up against the cold that none could see what the others looked like. In those times, travelers were cautious, as any stranger could be a robber or in league with one. The guard of the Dover mail, perched behind the coach, kept himself warm and watched over the weapons, suspecting everyone around him on that fateful night in 1775. The atmosphere was one of mutual suspicion. The guard doubted the passengers doubted each other and the guard, and everyone was wary of outsiders. The coachman was the only one who had no doubts about the horses' inability to handle the journey. The coachman, exasperated, encouraged the horses with a whoa. He was determined to reach the top of the hill despite the trouble it had caused him. The guard greeted back with a shout. Joe, the guard, checked his watch and noted it was 10 by a good margin. The coachman couldn't hide his irritation, realizing they hadn't even reached the top of Shooter's Hill. Urging the horses on, his frustration was evident. The lead horse, sharply reprimanded by the whip, made a sudden effort to move, and the others quickly followed. The Dover mail pushed on, its passengers' heavy boots trudging alongside whenever it halted. The final push brought them to the hill's peak. The horses paused for a much-needed rest, and the guard descended to secure the wheel for the downhill journey and to open the door for the passengers. The coachman, sensing something, called out to Joe. Both men paused to listen, identifying the sound of an approaching horse. The guard quickly took his position, readying his weapon, and urged everyone to heed the king's command. The passenger listed in this account was about to step into the coach, with 2 others right behind him. They all paused, looking to the coachman and guard for guidance, everyone on high alert. The silence that followed the coach's stop was palpable, filled only by the heavy breathing of the horses and the anxious heartbeats of the passengers. The rapid approach of a galloping horse broke the stillness. The guard bellowed a warning, threatening to shoot. The horse's pace slowed, and a man's voice emerged from the mist, inquiring about the Dover mail. The guard, wary of the stranger's intentions, demanded to know his identity. The man persisted, seeking a passenger named Mr. Jarvis Lorry. Upon hearing his name, Mr. Lorry revealed himself. The guard, coachman, and other passengers regarded him with suspicion. The guard warned the stranger to stay put, as any mistake could have dire consequences. Mr. Lorry, with a tremble in his voice, asked who was calling for him, suspecting it might be Jerry. However, the guard wasn't convinced, finding Jerry's voice unusually hoarse. Confirming it was indeed Mr. Lorry, the voice from the mist announced that a dispatch had been sent after him from T and Company. Mr. Lorry, recognizing the messenger, got out of the coach onto the road, with a bit of a push from the other passengers who hurriedly took his place inside, securing themselves by shutting the door and pulling up the window. He reassured the guard that the messenger could approach without concern. The guard, however, expressed his doubts in a gruff manner and called out to the newcomer. Jerry responded with a rough voice, and the guard instructed him to advance at a walking pace, warning him to keep his hands away from any weapons, as he was prone to react hastily and dangerously. As the horse and rider emerged from the swirling mist, they approached the side of the mail coach where Mr. Lorry stood. The rider, covered in mud from head to toe, leaned down to hand Mr. Lorry a small folded paper. The horse, equally mud-splattered and exhausted, panted heavily. Mr. Lorry, with an air of professional calm, informed the guard that there was no need for alarm as he was an employee of Tellson's Bank and on his way to Paris for work. He offered the guard a coin for a drink and asked to read the message. The guard, keeping a watchful eye on the situation, allowed it. Mr. Lorry read the message by the coach lamp's light, which was brief: "Wait at Dover for Mamselle." He then instructed Jerry to relay that his response was recalled to life, a peculiar reply that left Jerry baffled. Mr. Lorry told Jerry to deliver the message, assuring that it would confirm he had received the paper. He then re-entered the coach, unaided by the other passengers who pretended to sleep after hiding their valuables, avoiding any unnecessary action. The coach resumed its journey, enveloped in thicker mist as it began descending. The guard made sure his weapons were secure and checked his other equipment, including tools, torches, and a tinderbox, ensuring he could light a fire safely if needed. Above the coach, two men, Tom and Joe, quietly discussed the strange message, both unable to make any sense of it, while Jerry dismounted to clean the mud from his face and hat. Once the sound of the coach faded, he walked down the hill alone. Upon their rapid journey from Temple Bar, the messenger, with a raspy voice, scrutinized his mare with skepticism. He wouldn't put his faith in her front legs until they reached even ground. He pondered over the peculiar message he'd been given, recalled to life, and thought how odd it would be for Jerry if such a revival became commonplace. It would certainly put Jerry in quite a predicament. You're about to listen to Chapter 3, The Night Shadows. It's quite amazing to think that each person is a deep secret and enigma to everyone else. It's a serious thought when I walk into a big city at night, realizing that every dark house has its own hidden stories. Each room and every heart beating in the countless people there holds secrets unknown to even those closest to them. This mystery carries a hint of the fear we feel toward death. I can no longer read the beloved book I once could, nor can I hope to understand it all. Just like I can no longer see into the deep waters where I occasionally caught sight of sunken treasures, now forever hidden from view. The book snapped shut before I could get past the first page. The water froze over just as I glimpsed its surface treasures, leaving me in the dark on the shore. My friend, my neighbor, my dearest love, all have passed away, sealing their secrets within them, which I will carry with me until the end of my days. In this city's resting places, none are more mysterious than its living citizens, or than I am to them. The messenger on horseback had the same right to his secrets as the king, the chief advisor, or the wealthiest trader in London. So it was with 3 people confined to the tight space of an old, heavy mail coach. They were complete mysteries to each other, as if they were each traveling in their own grand coaches, separated by miles. The messenger rode at a steady pace, often stopping at taverns to drink, but he kept to himself, his hat pulled low over his eyes. His eyes, small and close-set, were a flat black, hinting at some hidden deceit. They looked sinister beneath his old, triangular hat and the large scarf covering his chin and throat, falling almost to his knees. When he drank, he only moved the scarf with his left hand, quickly covering up again once he finished. The messenger kept thinking about one thing as he rode. It wouldn't work for you, Jerry. Not for an honest tradesman like you. Recalled. He must have been drinking, he thought to himself. The message troubled him so much that he had to remove his hat to scratch his head several times. His head was mostly bald except for some stiff, black hair that stuck out at odd angles and sloped down toward his wide, flat nose. It looked more like a spiked fence than hair, making him seem like a risky person to leap over. As he returned with the message for the night watchman at Tellson's Bank near Temple Bar, the night's darkness seemed to transform into visions shaped by the content of the message and the horse's own worries. Shadows on the road made the mare nervous, causing her to start at each one. The mail coach trundled along, its journey slow and bumpy, carrying 3 passengers whose half-asleep minds conjured images in the darkness. Tellson's Bank experienced a flurry of imaginary business inside the coach. The bank passenger, trying to avoid colliding with his neighbor due to the jolts, imagined the coach's small windows and dim lamp as the bank itself, bustling with transactions. The sounds of the harness mimicked the clinking of coins, and in his mind, more financial promises were fulfilled in minutes than the bank usually did in much longer periods. The passenger envisioned entering the bank's secure vaults with a dim candle and large keys, finding everything as safe and intact as before. Despite the persistent presence of the bank and the discomfort of the coach ride, another thought continuously occupied his mind throughout the night. He was on a mission to unearth someone from a grave. The true identity of the buried individual remained a mystery, but the imagined faces were all of a man around 45 years old, marked by various intense emotions and the toll of hardship, all with prematurely white hair. In his reverie, the passenger asked the specter how long he had been buried, and the response was invariably almost 18 years. The specter seemed to have given up hope of being rescued, yet acknowledged the possibility of a return to life. When asked if he wanted to live, the answer was uncertain. The offer to reunite him with a woman elicited mixed reactions, sometimes a plea to wait, fearing the shock would be too much, other times a tearful desire to see her, and sometimes confusion and lack of recognition. Caught up in his dream, the passenger imagined himself digging tirelessly to free the tormented soul, only for it to crumble to dust upon being exposed. Startled back to reality, he would open the coach window to feel the genuine mist and rain against his skin. Even as he became aware of the mist and drizzle, the glow from the street lamps, and the roadside hedge that seemed to jump back with each jolt, the darkness outside the coach merged with the shadows within. The true bank at Temple Bar, the day's actual dealings, the solid vaults, the urgent message sent after him, and its reply, all would still exist. Amidst these thoughts, the ghostly visage would appear, and he would confront it once again. He would ask the spectral face how long it had been buried, receiving the reply of nearly 18 years. He would question its desire to continue living, only to be met with an uncertain response. He would imagine himself digging tirelessly until a restless motion from one of the other passengers would remind him to close the window, secure his arm, and ponder over the sleeping figures until they slipped back into his musings of the bank and the grave. The passenger would repeat the inquiry about the length of burial, and the spirit would confirm it had been nearly 18 years. When asked whether there was any hope left of being rescued, the spirit would admit that hope had been abandoned long ago. These words would remain clear in his ears, as clear as any he had ever heard, until the tired traveler awoke to daylight and realized the night's shadows had dissipated. He would lower the window to gaze upon the morning sun. He would see a plowed field with an idle plow and a tranquil wood with leaves of red and gold still clinging to the trees. Despite the chilly, damp earth, the sky was clear and the sun rose calm and splendid. 18 years, the passenger would think, marveling at the sun, to be buried alive for 18 years. You're about to listen to Chapter 4, The Preparation. As the mail arrived successfully in Dover by mid-morning, the chief drawer at the Royal George Hotel opened the coach door with his usual flair. He did this with a bit of ceremony, as traveling by mail from London during winter was a commendable feat for any brave traveler. By then, only one brave traveler remained to receive congratulations, as the others had already been dropped off at their roadside stops. The inside of the coach, damp and musty with its dirty straw and foul odor, resembled a large dog kennel. Mr. Lorry emerged from it, covered in straw, entangled in his shaggy wrap, his hat flapping, and his legs muddy, much like a big dog emerging from its house. Mr. Lorry inquired about the packet to Calais, set to leave the next day, assuming the weather stayed clear and the wind was favorable. The drawer confirmed it would, with the tide being just right around 2 in the afternoon. Mr. Lorry mentioned he wouldn't sleep until night, but needed a bedroom and a barber. The drawer offered breakfast and directed Mr. Lorry to the Concord room, where his valise and hot water would be sent. They would also remove his boots and a barber would be fetched, all in the comfort of a nice sea-coal fire. The Concord room, reserved for male passengers who were always bundled up, held a peculiar interest for the Royal George staff. Though only one type of man entered, a variety of men left it. As a result, staff members, including another drawer, porters, maids, and the landlady, found themselves coincidentally along the path from the Concord to the coffee room as a 60-year-old gentleman, neatly dressed in a well-maintained but worn brown suit, made his way to breakfast. The gentleman in brown was the only one in the coffee room that morning. He sat at his breakfast table, positioned before the fire, motionless as if posing for a portrait. He looked very organized, hands on his knees, a loud watch ticking away under his waistcoat, contrasting with the lively fire. He was proud of his good leg, shown off by his sleek, close-fitting brown stockings and neat shoes. He wore a peculiar little wig, so finely made it seemed spun from silk or glass. His linen wasn't as fine as his stockings, but was as white as the nearby breaking waves or distant sails glinting in the sunlight. His face, usually subdued, was animated under the wig by bright eyes that must have once taken effort to tame to the reserved look of Tellson's Bank. His cheeks had a healthy color, and despite the lines, his face showed little worry. Perhaps the clerks at Tellson's Bank, being bachelors, mainly dealt with others' concerns, which, like second-hand clothes, might be easier to slip on and off. Mr. Lorry, resembling a subject patiently sitting for a portrait, succumbed to sleep. The arrival of his breakfast woke him, and he instructed the waiter to prepare accommodations for a young lady who might arrive at any time that day. She would either inquire for Mr. Jarvis Lorry or a gentleman from Tellson's Bank. He confirmed the establishment's frequent service to Tellson's Bank's travelers between London and Paris, noting their reputation as both a French and English house. Mr. Lorry mentioned it had been 15 years since his last visit from France, a time before the current staff's tenure. The waiter speculated that Tellson's Bank must have been thriving for well over 100 years, to which Mr. Lorry agreed. As Mr. Lorry ate and drank, the waiter, with a rounded mouth and wide eyes, stepped back, shifted his napkin from one arm to the other, and comfortably observed Mr. Lorry, as waiters have done through the ages. After breakfast, Mr. Lorry strolled on the beach. Dover, a small, twisted town, seemed to hide from the beach, nestling into the chalk cliffs like a sea-bird. The beach itself was a chaotic expanse of sea and stones, with the sea relentlessly assaulting the town and cliffs, causing destruction. The town's air was thick with the scent of fish, suggesting it might be a place for sick fish to seek healing, much like sick people sought the sea. There was modest fishing activity, and at night, people would wander and gaze out to sea, especially during high tide. Oddly enough, some local tradesmen who appeared to do little business would sometimes amass large fortunes, and curiously, no one seemed to tolerate the lamplighter. As the afternoon progressed and the air filled with mist, Mr. Lorry's thoughts grew cloudy. In the evening, seated before the fire, he was lost in thought, metaphorically digging into the glowing coals. A bottle of good claret after dinner usually didn't disrupt a man's thoughts, but as Mr. Lorry savored his last glass, the sound of rattling wheels in the street signaled an arrival. He set his glass down, untouched, sensing that the newcomer must be the young lady he was expecting. Within minutes, the waiter informed that Miss Manette had come from London and was eager to meet the gentleman from Tellson's Bank. She had refreshed herself during her journey and was looking forward to meeting him at once if he was willing. The Tellson's representative had no choice but to finish his drink, adjust his quirky wig, and follow the waiter to where Miss Manette was waiting. He entered a somberly decorated room, its dark furniture giving off a gloomy vibe. The polished surfaces reflected the dim candlelight, creating an atmosphere as if the light was trapped within the dark wood, waiting to be released. Navigating the room's dimness, Mr. Lorry initially thought Miss Manette might be elsewhere. However, past the candles, he saw her, a young lady no older than 17, dressed in a riding cloak, holding her hat by its ribbon. Her appearance struck him with a sudden familiarity, reminding him of a child he once held during a stormy channel crossing. The fleeting resemblance vanished as he gazed at her golden hair, blue eyes, and expressive forehead. He greeted Miss Manette with a polite nod. She responded with a clear and slightly accented voice, inviting him to sit. Mr. Lorry, with old-fashioned courtesy, acknowledged her gesture and took a seat. Miss Manette mentioned a letter from the bank about some information concerning her late father's small estate, prompting her trip to Paris to meet with a bank representative. Mr. Lorry, the man sent from the bank, confirmed his identity. She acknowledged this with a curtsy, showing respect for his age and wisdom, while he responded with another respectful bow. Responding to the bank's suggestion, the young orphan expressed her willingness to travel to France. Without a friend or guardian, she hoped for permission to join a respected gentleman on her journey. Although the gentleman had left London, a messenger was likely sent to request his patience for her arrival. Mr. Lorry felt honored to be given the responsibility of accompanying her and looked forward to fulfilling his duty. He received her gratitude warmly. The bank had informed her that the gentleman would clarify the surprising business details she was to learn. Prepared as best as she could, her eagerness to understand was palpable. Mr. Lorry acknowledged the naturalness of her curiosity. Attempting to start the conversation proved challenging, and instead, he caught her inquisitive gaze. Her youthful expression was not only unique but also quite charming. As if by reflex, she seemed to try to capture a fleeting thought with her hand. She questioned if she was completely unknown to him, to which Mr. Lorry responded with a nonchalant gesture and a smile that suggested otherwise. Her thoughtful demeanor deepened as she finally took a seat, continuing to ponder. Mr. Lorry observed her contemplation, and once she looked up, he addressed her as a young English lady, Miss Manette, which she accepted. Mr. Lorry introduced himself as a man of business with a task to complete. He encouraged her to regard him as nothing more than a speaking device, and with her consent, he began to recount the story of one of the bank's clients. The word story caught her attention, but he quickly clarified that in banking, clients are referred to as customers. He spoke of a French gentleman, a learned doctor, with ties to Beauvais, much like her father, Monsieur Manette. Mr. Lorry had known him in Paris through business dealings that were confidential yet strictly professional. Curious, she inquired about the time frame of these events. Mr. Lorry explained that it was 20 years prior. The gentleman had married an English woman, and Mr. Lorry had been a trustee for their affairs, which were managed by Tellsons, as were those of many French families. He emphasized that his role as a trustee was purely business, devoid of personal attachment, likening himself to a machine as he transitioned from one client to the next, devoid of emotion, ready to continue his account. This tale belongs to my father, sir, and I've come to believe that after my mother passed away 2 years following my father's death, leaving me an orphan, it was you who brought me to England. I'm quite certain of that. Mr. Lorry, with a gentle touch, brought the young lady's hand to his lips in a respectful gesture. He then guided her back to her seat, and while he stood before her, he would occasionally stroke his chin, adjust his wig, or gesture to emphasize his words, all the while gazing down into her upturned face. He admitted to Miss Manette that indeed, he was the one who had brought her to England. He confessed to having no feelings, as all his interactions were strictly professional. He reminded her that since their last meeting, he had been preoccupied with the business of Tellson's Bank, reinforcing his lack of time for personal emotions, comparing his life to the mechanical process of working an immense financial press. After describing his routine in such a peculiar way, Mr. Lorry smoothed his wig, which was already quite flat, and returned to his previous stance. He continued, explaining that her story so far was that of her late father. However, he pointed out a difference, suggesting an alternative scenario where her father might have been taken away under mysterious circumstances, possibly imprisoned without trace or reason. He painted a picture of a world where such injustices were possible, where even the most powerful were hesitant to speak of certain privileges, like condemning someone to oblivion with a stroke of a pen. He compared her father's story to that of the unfortunate doctor of Beauvais, whose wife, despite her bravery, could not find any news of him, even with pleas to the highest authorities, all in vain. The young lady urged him to continue, her desire for knowledge evident. Mr. Lorry reassured her that she could handle the information, despite the uncertainty that seemed to overwhelm her at the moment. He began to speak of the doctor's wife, who endured great suffering before the birth of her child. A daughter, Mr. Lorry noted. A daughter was at the heart of this matter, a business that shouldn't cause distress. If the mother had endured such great suffering before her child's birth that she decided to spare her daughter from the same pain by making her believe her father was dead, that was something to consider seriously. There was no need for kneeling or such displays. The truth was important, and it demanded clarity, not confusion. Mr. Jarvis Lorry needed to remain composed to conduct business properly. He tried to engage in a simple arithmetic conversation to gauge the young woman's state of mind, but she remained silent, her grip steady on his wrist, offering him a sense of reassurance. He encouraged her to have courage and focus on the task ahead. Her mother had taken a path that would allow her to grow up blooming, beautiful, and happy, without the dark cloud of uncertainty about her father's fate, whether he had worn his heart out in prison or languished there over the years. As he pondered over her golden hair, which could have already been tinged with gray had she known the truth, he reminded her that her parents hadn't left behind a significant fortune, but what little there was had been secured for her and her mother. There had been no new discovery of money or any other property, but he paused as he felt her grip tighten. The expression on her forehead deepened into one of pain and horror. He revealed that her father had been found, alive, but likely greatly changed, possibly almost a wreck, though there was hope for the best. Her father had been taken to the house of an old servant in Paris, and they were going there to identify him and to restore him to life, love, duty, rest, and comfort. A shiver ran through her as she whispered that she was going to see his ghost, believing it would not be him but a specter of his former self. Mr. Lorry tried to comfort her, chafing her hands gently, assuring her that the best and worst were known to her now. They were on their way to the poor wronged gentleman, and with a fair sea voyage and land journey, she would soon be at his dear side. She whispered again, reflecting on her freedom and happiness, and how his ghost had never haunted her. Mr. Lorry emphasized the importance of his next words to grab her attention. He revealed that the man they were discussing had been discovered living under a different name, his true identity either long forgotten or intentionally hidden. He explained that it would be pointless and dangerous to delve into whether the man had been overlooked for years or deliberately kept captive. Mr. Lorry stressed the need for secrecy, mentioning that even he, as an Englishman, and his bank, important to French finance, avoided any reference to the matter. He carried no documents that openly referred to it, and his business was entirely confidential, with his mission cryptically summarized by the phrase recalled to life. Meanwhile, the young woman, Miss Minette, sat motionless and unresponsive, her gaze fixed on Mr. Lorry, her expression etched with a profound intensity. Mr. Lorry, concerned about her well-being, called out for help without moving, fearing that any attempt to free his arm from her grasp might cause her harm. At that moment, a striking woman with fiery red hair, dressed in a peculiar, snug fashion and wearing an outlandish bonnet, burst into the room ahead of the inn's staff. She quickly took charge of the situation, her strong hand on Mr. Lorry's chest sending him stumbling backward. Mr. Lorry, taken aback, couldn't help but wonder if this formidable presence might be a man. The red-haired woman scolded the onlooking servants for their inaction, demanding they fetch smelling salts, cold water, and vinegar with urgency. The room cleared out swiftly as the staff scrambled to obey her commands. With a mix of skill and tenderness, she gently cared for Miss Minette, affectionately calling her "my precious" and "my bird," while proudly arranging her golden hair. Turning her attention to Mr. Lorry, she rebuked him for frightening Miss Minette with his news, pointing out the young woman's pallor and cold hands. She questioned if this was how a banker should act. Mr. Lorry, feeling inadequate and sympathetic from a distance, watched as the strong woman helped Miss Minette recover, coaxing her to rest her head on her shoulder. Expressing his hope for Miss Manette's recovery, Mr. Lorry received a sharp retort from the woman, who took no thanks from him. She showered Miss Manette with endearments, while Mr. Lorry, with a renewed sense of feeble sympathy, wondered if the woman would accompany Miss Manette to France. The woman dismissed the idea with a hint of irony, questioning the likelihood of her crossing the sea when her life had always been on an island. Faced with yet another challenging query, Mr. Jarvis Lorry retreated to ponder the matter further. You're about to listen to Chapter 5, The Wine Shop. A big barrel of wine had fallen and smashed on the street. This mishap occurred while unloading it from a cart. The barrel rolled off, the metal bands broke, and it ended up on the cobblestones, broken open like a cracked nut, right by the wine shop door. People nearby put their work or leisure on hold to rush over and drink the spilt wine. The uneven cobblestones, which seemed almost purposefully designed to trip up any creature that walked on them, had trapped the wine in small pools. Crowds of different sizes gathered around each pool. Some folks knelt, cupped their hands, and drank or helped women take a sip before the wine slipped through their fingers. Others, both men and women, scooped up the wine with broken pottery or soaked it up with handkerchiefs to wring into children's mouths. Some built tiny mud barriers to contain the flowing wine, while others, guided by onlookers from above, darted around to catch new trickles of wine. Still, others focused on the soaked pieces of the barrel, eagerly sucking and chewing the wetter bits. With no drainage, all the wine was collected, along with a lot of mud, making the street look as though a street cleaner had been at work, which would have been a surprise to anyone familiar with the area. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the air as this wine frenzy unfolded. The atmosphere was more playful than rough, with a sense of camaraderie. People naturally paired up, leading to light-hearted hugs, toasts, handshakes, and even group dances. Once the wine was gone and the ground showed finger trails where it once pooled, the fun stopped abruptly. The man who had left his saw in the wood he was cutting resumed his work. The woman who had paused to warm her frozen fingers and toes, or her child's, by a pot of hot ashes, went back to it. Men with bare, sinewy arms and hollow cheeks who had come up from cellars returned below, and a somber mood settled back over the place, more fitting than the brief sunshine. The spilled wine was red and had dyed the narrow street in the Saint Antoine suburb of Paris. It left marks on many hands, faces, bare feet, and wooden shoes. The woodcutter's hands left red prints on the logs, and the forehead of the woman tending to her baby was stained by the rag she tied back around her head. Those who had grabbed barrel staves had smudges around their mouths like tigers. One tall man, his head poking out of a ragged nightcap, wrote blood on a wall with his finger dipped in muddy wine sediment. A time would come when wine would spill again on these stones, and the red stain would mark many of those present. As the cloud of despair descended upon Saint Antoine, the gloom was profound. The area was ruled by coldness, filth, sickness, ignorance, and poverty, with the latter holding the most sway. This was a community worn down by harsh times, not at all like the mythical mill that rejuvenated the old. People who looked aged beyond their years were everywhere, their faces marked by hardship and their voices echoing the gravity of their lives. The relentless mill of life had aged them prematurely. The young looked old, their expressions etched with the persistent pangs of hunger. Hunger was a constant companion in Saint Antoine. It protruded from the tall buildings, woven into the tattered clothes drying on lines. It was stuffed into walls with scraps of straw and paper, and it lurked in every piece of firewood being sawn. Hunger gazed from empty chimneys and was stamped into the filthy streets that lacked even scraps of food among the refuse. It was etched into the meager loaves of bread at the baker's and the dubious meats at the sausage shop. Hunger even whispered among the chestnuts roasting in their cylinders and was minced into the meager portions of potatoes fried with a few drops of oil. The spirit of hunger had found its home in the squalid surroundings. The narrow, foul-smelling streets were crowded with people in rags, all bearing a look of despair. Despite their downtrodden state, there was a flicker of defiance in the air. Eyes burned with suppressed anger, and foreheads were creased with thoughts of resistance or retribution. Every trade sign, almost as numerous as the shops themselves, displayed emblems of want. The butcher and pork seller displayed only the scrawniest cuts of meat, and the baker offered only the coarsest loaves. The people depicted at the wine shop sipped their thin drinks with a secretive intensity. The only items that seemed to thrive were tools and weapons, sharp and ready for use. The uneven streets, with their puddles and mud, had no sidewalks and ended abruptly at the doorsteps. The central gutter, which only flowed after heavy rain, would often flood into the houses. At night, the few lamps that hung from ropes swayed feebly overhead, casting a sickly glow as if they were lost at sea. Indeed, the whole area seemed adrift in a storm of hardship. A time would come when the emaciated scarecrows of the land, having watched the lamplighter in their idleness and hunger, would think to use his ropes and pulleys to hoist men into the air, illuminating the darkness of their plight. Yet, that time had not arrived. The winds that swept over France stirred the scarecrows' tattered garments, but the birds, resplendent in song and plumage, remained heedless of any warning. The wine shop at the corner stood out, its appearance superior to many. Its proprietor, clad in a yellow waistcoat and green breeches, observed from outside as a struggle erupted over spilled wine. He dismissed the incident with a nonchalant shrug, attributing the mishap to the market folk and suggesting they replace what was lost. His attention caught by a tall jokester scribbling a joke nearby, the wine shop owner called out to him. The jokester gestured grandly to his writing, a common trait among his kind. Unfortunately, his humor missed its target and fell flat, another typical outcome for his people. Concerned, the shopkeeper approached, questioning the jokester's sanity and scolding him for choosing the public streets as his canvas. In a gesture that might have been accidental, he placed a clean hand on the jokester's chest. The jokester responded with a quick tap of his hand, leaped up, and landed in a whimsical dance pose, holding one of his stained shoes in his hand. "Put your shoe back on and end this nonsense," the wine shop owner advised, deliberately wiping his now dirty hand on the jokester's clothing as if to emphasize that the jokester was the cause of the mess. He then crossed back to his shop. The wine shop owner was a robust, warlike man in his 30s with a fiery nature, evident even on a chilly day as he wore no coat and had his shirt sleeves rolled up, exposing his muscular arms. With crisp, curly dark hair and nothing else covering his head, he seemed amiable yet unyielding, a man of firm determination not easily swayed. Madame Defarge, the wife of the shopkeeper, was positioned behind the counter when her husband entered. She was a robust woman, roughly his age, with observant eyes that rarely seemed to fixate on anything in particular. Her hand was adorned with rings, her features strong, her demeanor composed. There was something about her that suggested she was not one to make errors in her judgments. Wrapped in fur against the chill, she wore a bright shawl around her head, though her large earrings remained visible. Her knitting lay idle as she busied herself with a toothpick. As her husband arrived, she remained silent, offering only a slight cough and a subtle lift of her eyebrows over the toothpick, signaling him to scan the shop for any new patrons. Heeding her silent cue, the wine shop keeper's gaze fell upon an older gentleman and a young lady tucked in a corner. The shop was lively, with customers engaged in card games, dominoes, and conversation by the counter, stretching their modest servings of wine. As he moved behind the counter, he noticed the gentleman's meaningful look toward the lady, which seemed to suggest recognition. The shopkeeper thought to himself about the unfamiliarity of these two, but chose to engage with the regulars at the counter instead. Inquiries about the wine were exchanged among the men, with names used in a familiar manner. Each time, Madame Defarge would punctuate the conversation with a small cough and a slight elevation of her eyebrows. The discussions touched on the hardships of the poor and the bitter taste that seemed ever present in their lives. Agreement was voiced by the shopkeeper each time his name was called. The conversation came to a close as the last of the men spoke, finishing his drink with satisfaction. At that moment, Madame Defarge put away her toothpick, kept her eyebrows raised, and shifted in her seat. The shopkeeper muttered to himself, acknowledging his wife's presence to the men. They paid their respects to Madame Defarge with a nod of their heads. She responded with a quick glance and returned to her knitting, the picture of calmness and focus. Her husband, with a keen gaze fixed on his wife, greeted the men and informed them that the bachelor-styled room they were curious about when he stepped out was on the 5th floor. He explained that the staircase's entrance was just to the left of the courtyard near his shop's window. However, he recalled that one of the men had already visited the place and could lead the way. With a farewell, he ended the conversation. The men settled their bill for the wine and departed. Monsieur Defarge watched his wife as she knitted until an older gentleman approached, requesting a private word. Agreeing, Monsieur Defarge walked with the man to the door for a brief but significant exchange. Almost immediately, Monsieur Defarge's attention sharpened, and after a short moment, he nodded and left. The gentleman signaled the young lady, and they both exited. Madame Defarge continued her knitting, her focus undisturbed by the events unfolding around her. Mr. Jarvis Lorry and Miss Manette came out of the wine shop and joined Monsieur Defarge at the doorway he had directed others to moments earlier. The entrance led from a foul-smelling courtyard to a large building filled with many residents. In the shadowy hallway, Monsieur Defarge kneeled to the child of his former master, pressing her hand to his lips in a gesture that was rough despite its tenderness. His demeanor had shifted. He no longer appeared open or good-humored, but seemed secretive, upset, and threatening. As they began to climb the stairs, Monsieur Defarge advised Mr. Lorry to take it slow due to the considerable height and difficulty. In a hushed tone, Mr. Lorry inquired if the man they were visiting was alone. Monsieur Defarge confirmed, saying he was alone by necessity, just as he had been when they first found Monsieur Defarge, and demanded his discretion. Mr. Lorry asked if the man had changed, to which Monsieur Defarge, with a curse and a strike against the wall, confirmed without a direct answer. Mr. Lorry felt a growing heaviness as they ascended further. Navigating the stairwell in the dense, older districts of Paris was a challenge, especially back then. The stairs were in a deplorable state, a shock to those not used to such filth. Each residence in the towering building added to the squalor, leaving piles of waste on their landings and tossing more out of their windows. The resulting decay was overwhelming, the air thick with the stench of poverty and neglect. The combination was nearly unbearable. Mr. Jarvis Lorry and his young companion struggled upward through the oppressive air in a dark, dirty shaft. Lorry, unsettled and sensing his companion's growing distress, paused twice to rest near grates that seemed to release the last of the clean air and draw in the foulness. From these grates, they caught glimpses of the chaotic neighborhood, where only the distant peaks of Notre Dame's towers held any promise of vitality. Finally reaching the top of the staircase, they paused for a third time before confronting an even steeper and narrower climb to the attic. The wine shop keeper, who had been leading the way with a sense of avoidance, stopped to retrieve a key from his coat. The door to their destination was locked, which surprised Mr. Lorry. The keeper, Monsieur Defarge, confirmed it was necessary, suggesting the man inside would be terrified and possibly harm himself if the door were left unsecured. This revelation startled Mr. Lorry, but Defarge grimly noted that such things were not only possible in their world, but happened daily. Despite the heavy conversation, the young lady with them remained unaware, caught up in her own emotions. Seeing her distress, Lorry tried to comfort her, assuring her that the worst would soon pass and her presence would bring much-needed relief and joy to the man they were about to visit. With Defarge's help, they prepared to face the final ascent, focusing on the task at hand. Ascending the staircase with gentle caution, they soon reached the summit, despite its brevity. At the staircase's sharp twist, they abruptly encountered three men huddled by a door, peering intently into the adjacent room through small openings in the wall. The sound of approaching steps caused the trio to stand and reveal themselves as the same individuals who had been enjoying a drink in the wine shop below. Monsieur Defarge quickly explained that he had overlooked their presence due to the unexpected visit and instructed the men to depart as they had matters to attend to. The three complied, slipping away in silence. With no other doors on that level, and the wine shop keeper heading straight for the one before them once they were alone, Mr. Lorry, somewhat irritated, quietly questioned him about whether he was displaying Monsieur Manette as an exhibition. Defarge responded that he only revealed him to a select few, which he deemed appropriate. When questioned about the criteria for selection, Defarge mentioned that he chose genuine men sharing his name, Jacques, who would likely benefit from the sight. He then asked Mr. Lorry, noting his English origin, to wait a moment. Defarge gestured for them to stay back, peered through the crevice, and then knocked on the door several times, making a deliberate noise. He also scraped the key against the door multiple times before finally inserting it into the lock and turning it with substantial effort. As the door creaked open, Defarge spoke into the room, receiving a barely audible response. He then signaled for them to enter. Mr. Lorry, supporting the daughter who seemed on the brink of collapse, reassured her with the promise of attending to business. Despite her fear of confronting her father, they were compelled to enter by their guide's urgent gestures. Mr. Lorry, with the daughter in his protective embrace, quickly ushered her into the room, settling her just inside the door. Methodically, Defarge locked the door from the inside, making as much noise as possible while doing so. He then held the key in his hand and walked with deliberate steps toward the window, pausing to face the room. The attic, intended as a storage space for firewood and similar items, was poorly lit and shadowy. The reason for this was that the so-called window, a dormer-style opening, was actually a door in the roof. It even had a small crane above it to lift goods from the street below. This unglazed portal was split down the middle, opening like any typical French door. To keep out the chill, one side remained firmly shut, while the other was barely ajar. This setup allowed only a sliver of light to seep in, making it nearly impossible for newcomers to discern anything within. Only those accustomed to the gloom could manage tasks that demanded precision. Despite the darkness, someone was at work in the attic. With his back to the door and facing the window, a man with white hair sat hunched over on a low bench. He was deeply engrossed in crafting shoes, oblivious to the wine shop keeper who observed him from the window. You're about to listen to Chapter 6, The Shoemaker. Monsieur Defarge greeted the day with a nod towards the bent figure absorbed in shoemaking. The shoemaker briefly raised his head, greeting the day in return, his voice so faint it seemed to come from afar. Defarge observed the man's continuous labor and, after a silence, received a weary confirmation from the shoemaker, who met his gaze with tired eyes before returning to his work. The weakness in the man's voice was heart-wrenching. It wasn't just a sign of physical frailty, which might have been caused by his imprisonment and poor diet, but rather it spoke of the isolation and lack of use his voice had endured. It echoed like a distant memory of sound, losing the vibrancy of life, becoming a faded color, a mere whisper from beneath the ground, conveying the despair of a being beyond hope. Minutes passed in silent toil. The shoemaker's eyes lifted again, recognizing without interest that his visitor remained present. Defarge expressed a desire to let in more light, asking if the shoemaker could tolerate it. The shoemaker paused, seeming to listen, then agreed to the light as if he had little choice in the matter. With the door opened wider, light spilled into the room, revealing the shoemaker surrounded by his simple tools and scraps of leather, working on an unfinished shoe. His rugged white beard, hollow cheeks, and bright eyes were striking against his weathered appearance. His large eyes stood out beneath bushy eyebrows and disheveled white hair. His open shirt revealed a withered body, and his tattered clothes had faded to a uniform yellow, blending with his skin. Shielding his eyes from the light, the transparency of his hand was apparent. He sat there, gaze empty, work paused. He seemed to have forgotten the connection between sound and its source, often looking around before speaking. Defarge, signaling to Mr. Lorry to approach, inquired if the shoemaker planned to finish the shoes that day. The shoemaker, after a moment of confusion, answered uncertainly, suggesting he might, though he wasn't sure. The question stirred memories of his work, and he leaned back into it. Mr. Lorry moved quietly closer, leaving the daughter by the entrance. Standing briefly beside Defarge, the shoemaker finally glanced up. Another presence didn't startle him, but his hand, with fingers unsteady, brushed his lips, matching the pale lead hue of his nails, before returning to his task. This fleeting moment of recognition was over in an instant. Monsieur Defarge noted the shoemaker's visitor. The shoemaker looked up again, his hands never leaving his work. Defarge suggested he show Mr. Lorry the shoe he was crafting. Mr. Lorry examined the shoe in hand. Defarge prompted the shoemaker to describe the shoe and name its creator. After a notable delay, the shoemaker responded, having forgotten the question. When prompted again, he described it as a young lady's walking shoe, current in style, though he'd never seen the style himself, only a pattern. There was a hint of pride as he looked at the shoe. When asked for the maker's name, the shoemaker's hands began their habitual dance, one hand cradling the other, then sweeping across his beard, repeating the motions continuously. Bringing him back from his reverie was like rousing someone faint from slumber or trying to catch the last words of a dying man. He was asked for his name. 105, North Tower, he replied, with no other details. He resumed his work with a tired sound, not quite a sigh or a groan. Mr. Lorry questioned if shoemaking was his trade. The shoemaker's gaze shifted to Defarge, then back to the ground, before he confirmed that it wasn't his original profession. He had learned it there, taught himself, after seeking permission with great difficulty. His attention wandered, his hands maintaining their rhythm. Eventually, his eyes refocused, and he spoke as if waking from a dream, recalling his permission to learn and how he had been making shoes ever since. As he reached for the shoe that Mr. Lorry had taken, Mr. Lorry asked if he remembered him. The shoe fell, and the shoemaker stared at Mr. Lorry intently. Mr. Lorry turned to Defarge, pressing if the shoemaker remembered anything of him, an old banker, an old business, a past servant, or times gone by. The shoemaker remained fixed on Mr. Lorry, lost in thought. The long-held prisoner, with a gaze that alternated between Mr. Lorry and Defarge, showed fleeting glimpses of sharp intelligence across his brow. These traces fought through the dense fog that had settled over his mind. They flickered, dimmed, and disappeared, but their presence had been real. The young woman, who had stealthily moved to a spot to see him, mirrored his expression on her own youthful features. Her hands, initially raised in a mix of fear and compassion, now reached out to him, shaking with the desire to press his ghostly face to her warm chest, to revive it with love and hope. His attention waned, his eyes aimlessly scanning the ground as he returned to the familiar motions of his old habits. With a heavy sigh, he picked up the shoe and continued his labor. Defarge quietly inquired if Mr. Lorry recognized the man. Mr. Lorry acknowledged a brief moment of recognition, insisting they move back and keep quiet. The woman had moved close to the bench where he worked, unaware of her proximity. She stood beside him like a phantom while he focused on his task. When he needed to switch tools, he reached for his shoemaker's knife, which was on the opposite side from where she stood. As he bent down, he caught sight of her dress. His eyes lifted to her face, and though the two onlookers tensed, she signaled them to stay put. She wasn't afraid of him using the knife against her. He looked at her, his face filled with terror. Slowly, his lips began to shape words, though no sound came out. In between his labored breaths, he managed to ask what was happening. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she blew a kiss to him and then held her hands to her chest as if cradling his head there. She wasn't the jailer's daughter, she admitted with a sigh. When he asked who she was, she didn't trust her voice and sat next to him. He flinched, but she touched his arm, sending a shiver through him. He placed the knife down gently, unable to look away from her. Her golden curls had been hastily pushed aside, spilling over her neck. He reached out tentatively and touched her hair, losing himself in the moment before another sigh brought him back to his work. Letting go of his arm, she gently placed her hand on his shoulder. He glanced at it several times as if to confirm its presence before setting aside his work. Then he reached up to his neck and removed a tarnished string from which hung a piece of cloth. Unfolding it on his knee, he revealed a few strands of long golden hair that he had once wound around his finger. He held the hair up to the light, examining it closely, and his expression grew intense. It was as if he recognized it. That same intensity was mirrored in her expression. He turned her towards the light for a better look. She had rested her head on his shoulder that fateful night, afraid of his departure, though he had no such fears. When they took him to the North Tower, they found the golden strands on his sleeve. He had asked to keep them, believing they could offer spiritual escape, even if physical freedom was impossible. He recalled his own words clearly. It took him several attempts to form the words silently before he could speak them out loud. When he did, they came out slowly but without confusion. He questioned if it was her, the change in his tone causing the onlookers to startle. Yet she remained calm, asking the gentlemen to keep their distance and remain quiet. He suddenly cried out, asking whose voice he had heard. His grip loosened, and he clutched his white hair in a fit of madness. The frenzy passed, and he returned to his shoemaking, refolding the precious packet and placing it near his heart. Despite his confusion, he couldn't stop looking at her, shaking his head in disbelief. No, it couldn't be her. She was too young, too vibrant. The prisoner he remembered had different hands, a different face, a voice he had never heard. She belonged to a time long before his imprisonment, a time lost to the North Tower. He asked for her name, his tone now soft and gentle. Sensing his change, she knelt before him, placing her hands on his chest, pleading for his touch and blessing, yearning for a kiss, expressing her deep affection. Their heads came together, her vibrant hair bringing warmth and light to his pale, cold head, as if the very light of freedom was shining upon him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, comforting him as if he were a child resting on her chest. Her voice, possibly reminiscent of a melody once dear to him, prompted him to mourn the memory. The sensation of her hair in his hands might bring back the tender recollections of a loved one from his youth, urging him to grieve for what was lost. She hinted at a future home where she would remain devoted to him, evoking images of a past home now empty, causing his heart to ache for what had been. Embraced by her, he collapsed into her arms, his face buried in her embrace. The depth of their pain was so profound that onlookers couldn't bear to watch without feeling moved. Eventually, the room settled into silence, and the aftermath of their emotional tempest gave way to a peaceful stillness. When it was time to lift them up, he was found lying on the floor, exhausted, while she had made a pillow of her arm for his head, shielding him from the light with her hair. She suggested to Mr. Lorry, who was tending to them, that arrangements be made for their immediate departure from Paris, ensuring her father could be transported directly from their current location. Mr. Lorry questioned if her father was well enough for travel, to which she insisted it was preferable to staying in the city that caused him so much distress. Defarge, overhearing the conversation, offered to arrange for a carriage and horses, recognizing the urgency of leaving France. Mr. Lorry agreed to the plan, acknowledging the necessity of swift action. She then asked Mr. Lorry to leave them alone, assuring him that her father would remain calm during his absence. She promised to care for him until Mr. Lorry's return, at which point they would proceed with their departure. Mr. Lorry and Defarge were reluctant to leave one another, preferring to stay together. However, with the need to attend to the carriage, horses, and travel papers, and time running out as evening approached, they split the tasks that needed to be done and hurried off to complete them. As night fell, the daughter made a pillow of the hard ground next to her father and kept watch over him. The darkness grew thicker until a sliver of light peeked through cracks in the wall. Ready for their journey, Mr. Lorry and Monsieur Defarge had packed cloaks, food, wine, and hot coffee. Monsieur Defarge set the food and a lamp on the shoemaker's bench, which, along with a simple bed, was the only furniture in the attic. They woke the prisoner, helped him to stand, and prepared him for the trip. The mysteries within his mind were unreadable in his bewildered expression. It was unclear if he understood his situation, remembered their words, or even knew he was free. His confusion was so profound that they decided not to press him further. His new habit of clutching his head was alarming, but the sound of his daughter's voice seemed to bring him some comfort, as he always turned to it. Eating and drinking what was given to him, he donned the cloak and wrappings with a passive obedience. He took his daughter's hand, holding it tightly as she linked her arm with his. They began their descent, with Monsieur Defarge leading the way with the lamp and Mr. Lorry following behind. Not far down the staircase, he stopped, looking around as if searching for something familiar. "Do you remember this place, my father? Do you recall coming up here?" the daughter asked. But before she could ask again, he responded as though she had, saying he didn't remember. It had been too long. They realized he had no memory of being brought from his prison to this house. He muttered, 105 North Tower, looking around for the fortress walls that once surrounded him. In the courtyard, he seemed to expect a drawbridge. When he saw the carriage in the street instead, he let go of his daughter's hand in his confusion. There was no one around the door, no faces at the windows, and the street was empty. An eerie silence hung over the place. The only person in sight was Madame Defarge, leaning against the doorpost, knitting without looking up. The captive had just stepped into a carriage, his daughter right behind him, when Mr. Lorry found himself halted on the step. He was asked, in a pitiful tone, for the shoemaking tools and the pair of shoes still in progress. Without hesitation, Madame Defarge informed her husband that she would retrieve them, and with her knitting in hand, she disappeared into the shadows beyond the lamplight, crossing the courtyard. She returned swiftly, delivering the items into the carriage, and then stood by the doorpost, continuing her knitting, apparently blind to her surroundings. Defarge climbed to the coachman's seat and signaled to depart for the barrier. The postilion's whip snapped sharply, and they set off, rattling beneath the weakly swaying street lamps. They passed under the lamps that swung more brightly in the livelier streets and dimmed in the less fortunate ones. They went by shops ablaze with light, bustling crowds, cafes glowing with warmth, and the inviting entrances of theaters, finally reaching one of the city's gates. There, soldiers carrying lanterns manned the guardhouse. They demanded the travelers' papers. Defarge dismounted and, with a serious demeanor, took an officer aside to show the documents belonging to the white-haired man inside the coach. The papers had been entrusted to him. His voice trailed off as a flutter of activity stirred among the lanterns. One of the lanterns was passed into the carriage, and the eyes that belonged to the arm holding it gave the white-haired man a look that was out of the ordinary. The officers signaled they could proceed, and Defarge bid farewell. And so, they left, moving beneath a succession of ever more faintly swinging lamps until they were under the vast expanse of stars. In the presence of that eternal canopy of stars, some of which were so distant that scholars question whether their light has even reached Earth, the night's shadows spread wide and dark. Throughout the restless hours until dawn, whispers returned to Mr. Jarvis Lorry. Sitting across from the man who had been unearthed, he pondered over the lost and possibly recoverable faculties. The age-old question echoed in his mind, "I hope you care to be recalled to life?" And the response, just as timeless, lingered, "I can't say." Thus concluded the first book. The second book began, titled The Golden Thread. You're about to listen to Chapter 7, 5 years later. Tellson's Bank, near Temple Bar, was decidedly out of date, even back in 1780. It was tiny, dim, and unattractive. The space was cramped. The owners took a strange pride in these flaws. They believed the bank's respectability was tied to its faults. They argued that modernizing would strip the bank of its dignity. This wasn't just an idea. They used it to criticize more modern businesses. They claimed Tellson's needed no improvements, unlike their competitors. The partners would rather disown their children than rebuild the bank. This stubbornness mirrored the country's attitude towards reforming outdated laws and customs, which were considered more honorable simply because they were old. Entering Tellson's was like stepping into the peak of inconvenience. After struggling with a stubborn door, you'd stumble down 2 steps into a depressing little space. There, ancient clerks scrutinized your check by the dimmest light, behind windows caked with mud from Fleet Street, secured with iron bars and overshadowed by Temple Bar. If you had to see the house, you'd wait in a gloomy back room, reflecting on life's mistakes until the partners appeared, hands in pockets, barely visible in the dim light. Money was stored in musty old drawers that sent dust flying. Banknotes smelled like they were decaying. Silverware tarnished quickly, stored near sewers. Legal documents were kept in makeshift vaults that used to be kitchens, their parchment drying out. Personal papers were stored upstairs in a large room that never saw a meal, where even in 1780, letters from loved ones were just freed from the risk of being seen through the windows by the severed heads displayed on Temple Bar, a sight as gruesome as anything from the darkest parts of Africa. At that period, the act of execution was a common solution among various professions, and Tellson's Bank was no exception. They believed that death was a natural and legislative fix for all problems. As a result, forgers, counterfeiters, thieves, and even a man who stole a horse from Tellson's doorstep were all sentenced to death. This practice of capital punishment was not effective in deterring crime. In fact, it seemed to have the opposite effect. However, it did resolve each case by removing the individual from this world, leaving no further issues to address. Tellson's, like other prominent businesses of its time, had taken so many lives that if the executed had been displayed at Temple Bar, they would have blocked out the scant light entering the building's ground floor. Inside Tellson's, elderly men conducted business with a serious demeanor, confined within various small spaces. When a young man joined their ranks, he was hidden away until he aged and acquired the distinct Tellson's character, complete with a moldy appearance. Only then could he be seen, engrossed in large ledgers, contributing to the weight of the establishment with his attire. Outside the bank, but never inside unless summoned, was a man of odd jobs who acted as the living signpost for Tellson's. Always present during working hours unless on an errand, he was replaced by his son, a strikingly similar-looking 12-year-old, when away. Tellson's, in its dignified manner, accepted the presence of the odd-job man, a role that had always been filled by someone and had now fallen to a man named Cruncher. Jerry Cruncher, as he was known, had been given this nickname during a proxy renunciation of evil deeds in his youth at a local church. Jerry Cruncher lived in Hanging Sword Alley in Whitefriars. It was a windy March morning, around 7:30, in the year 1780. Cruncher amusingly referred to the year as Anna Dominoes, mistakenly associating it with the naming of a popular game by a lady. His lodgings were modest and not in the most pleasant of areas, consisting of just a couple of rooms and a small closet, yet they were kept tidy. Despite the early hour and the blustery weather, his room was already clean, with breakfast set out on a freshly laid white cloth amidst the simple furniture. Cruncher himself was covered by a colorful patchwork quilt, sleeping soundly until he began to toss and turn. Eventually, he woke up, his spiky hair threatening to rip through the bed sheets, and he let out a cry of frustration, though not in words, but as a sentiment of exasperation at being disturbed again. A woman with an air of neatness and hard work hurriedly got up from her kneeling position in a corner. Her actions were quick and shaky, making it clear she was the one being talked about. Mr. Cruncher, who was searching for a boot under his bed, noticed her. It was his second time calling out that morning, and he even threw a boot in her direction as a sort of third call, though it missed its target. The boot was covered in mud, highlighting an odd fact about Mr. Cruncher's home life. He often came back from his job at the bank with clean boots, but would wake up to find them caked with mud. Mr. Cruncher, frustrated at missing his aim with the boot, questioned the woman, his wife, about her actions. She calmly replied that she was praying. He scoffed at the idea, accusing her of praying against his well-being. She insisted she was praying for him, not against. Despite her assurances, Mr. Cruncher expressed his discontent, claiming that her prayers were an affront to his success and that they were a bad influence on their son, Jerry. He sarcastically noted how pious and obedient she was, suggesting her prayers were aimed at taking away their child's sustenance. Their son, Jerry, who was only in his shirt, was not pleased with the idea of his mother praying away his meals. Mr. Cruncher then questioned the value of his wife's prayers, to which she responded that they were heartfelt and thus priceless. Mr. Cruncher dismissed their worth, adamant that he wouldn't tolerate being prayed against. He argued that her prayers should be in support of their family, not against it. He blamed her for the bad luck he had been experiencing, suggesting that her actions were undermining his efforts to earn money. Mr. Cruncher, who had been getting dressed all this while, was feeling out of sorts and tired, yet he found his pockets were no heavier for it. He suspected his wife's prayers from dawn to dusk were to blame for his financial misfortune. He instructed young Jerry to watch his mother and alert him to any further praying. He made it clear to his wife that he wouldn't stand for her actions any longer, as they were causing him nothing but trouble. Mr. Cruncher was in a foul mood, his irritation sparking off him like shards from a spinning grindstone. With biting sarcasm, he mocked the religious devotion of his wife, suggesting she wouldn't dare oppose the interests of her husband and child. He busied himself with cleaning his boots and preparing for the day's work. His son, sporting a head of softer spikes and eyes that mirrored the closeness of his father's, kept a vigilant watch over his mother. The boy frequently interrupted her peace by bursting out with alarming cries, only to retreat with a mischievous smile. At breakfast, Mr. Cruncher's temper hadn't cooled. He took particular offense to his wife saying grace, questioning her actions with a hint of suspicion. His wife's simple explanation that she had asked for a blessing did little to soothe him. He grumbled about not wanting his food or home to be blessed away, telling her to keep quiet. Looking worse for wear, as if he had spent the night at a joyless gathering, Mr. Cruncher grudgingly consumed his breakfast, his demeanor resembling that of a caged animal. By 9 o'clock, he managed to compose himself, putting on a more presentable and professional front as he set off to work. His work was hardly what one might call a trade, despite his own description of himself as an honest tradesman. His equipment was meager, a wooden stool fashioned from a broken chair, carried to the bank by his son every morning. There, a bit of straw gathered from the street provided some protection against the damp and cold for the day's labors. Known as well as any landmark in Fleet Street, Mr. Cruncher took his place, with his son by his side, ready to begin their day. Father and son, strikingly similar in appearance, watched the morning bustle in silence, their heads close together like a pair of watchful monkeys. The young Jerry, with eyes as alert as his father's, seemed to be keeping as close an eye on him as on everything else around. When Tellson's bank needed a porter, the call came through. Young Jerry, thrilled at the prospect of an early job for his father, took his place on the stool and began to ponder. He mused over the perpetual rust on his father's fingers, wondering where it all came from since it certainly wasn't from their home. You're about to listen to Chapter 8, A Sight. An experienced clerk questioned Jerry, a messenger, about his familiarity with the Old Bailey courthouse. Jerry admitted he knew it well, albeit reluctantly. The clerk then asked if Jerry knew Mr. Lorry, to which Jerry responded that he knew Mr. Lorry far better than he wished to know the Old Bailey, hinting at his discomfort with the place. The clerk instructed Jerry to find the witness's entrance and show a note to the doorkeeper, which would allow him entry to the court. Jerry wondered if he should stay in the court, and the clerk confirmed, explaining that he should signal Mr. Lorry to let him know where he was. The purpose was for Jerry to be on hand as a messenger when Mr. Lorry needed him. As the clerk prepared the note, Jerry mused about the day's trials, guessing they might involve forgeries. The clerk corrected him, stating it was treason, a crime punishable by quartering, which Jerry found barbaric. The clerk defended the law, advising Jerry to take care of his health and not to worry about the law's harshness. Jerry blamed the dampness of his job for affecting his chest and voice, implying it was a tough way to make a living. The clerk acknowledged that everyone has different means of earning their keep, some damp and some dry, and handed Jerry the letter. Jerry silently criticized the clerk's thin appearance, informed his son of where he was headed, and set off on his task. Back in those days, Tyburn was the notorious spot for hangings, so the street outside Newgate Prison had yet to gain the infamous reputation it later acquired. However, the prison itself was a cesspool of corruption and vice, a breeding ground for diseases that would often accompany the prisoners into the courtroom. Sometimes, these illnesses would even leap from the dock and strike down the Lord Chief Justice himself. It was not unheard of for a judge, while sentencing a prisoner, to unwittingly seal his own fate, succumbing to illness before the condemned. The Old Bailey had its own grim fame, resembling a departure lounge for the afterlife, where pale convicts were routinely carted off through the streets, embarking on a final, violent journey to the next world. The indifference of the public was a testament to the power of habit and the importance of establishing good practices from the start. The Old Bailey was also known for its pillory and whipping post, antiquated forms of punishment that were as unpredictable as they were brutal. It was a place where the blood money business thrived, leading to some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. Navigating through the foul throng with ease, a messenger sought out a particular door and delivered his letter through a small opening. Spectators would pay to witness the trials at the Old Bailey, much like they would for a show at Bedlam, though the former was far pricier. Security was tight at all entrances, except for the ones through which the accused entered, which were ironically left wide open. After a wait and some reluctance, the door cracked open just enough for Jerry Cruncher to squeeze his way into the courtroom. He quietly inquired about the day's proceedings and learned that nothing had started yet, but a treason case was expected. The conversation revealed the gruesome details of the punishment that awaited the accused if found guilty, a fate seemingly assured in the minds of those present. Jerry's focus shifted as he noticed the doorkeeper approach Mr. Lorry with the note he had delivered. Mr. Lorry, seated among the bewigged gentlemen, acknowledged Jerry with a nod. Jerry couldn't help but wonder about the role of a certain man, whose gaze seemed fixed on the courtroom ceiling, in the case at hand. Despite his curiosity, he was left without an answer. Jerry wondered aloud about his involvement in the matter, but even he couldn't pinpoint his role. The judge's arrival brought a wave of activity, quieting the conversation as everyone settled into their places. The courtroom's focus shifted to the dock. The guards stepped away, and the accused was brought forth to face the crowd. Every eye, save for one gentleman's who was fixed on the ceiling, was glued to the young man. A collective breath, heavy with anticipation, seemed to push towards him. Onlookers stretched over barriers and stood on tiptoes, all vying for a clearer view. Jerry, with the scent of alcohol on his breath from an earlier indulgence, was among them, trying to catch every detail of the prisoner. The man at the center of this attention was in his mid-20s, with a sun-kissed face and keen eyes, exuding the air of a well-bred gentleman. His attire was modest, and his long, dark hair was neatly tied back. Despite the gravity of his situation, his complexion betrayed his inner turmoil, paler than his natural tan. He greeted the judge with a bow and remained composed. The intense scrutiny he faced was not the kind to make one proud of humanity. The harsher the potential punishment, the more engrossed the crowd seemed. It was the prospect of witnessing his physical form being destroyed that held their gaze. The crowd's fascination had a dark undercurrent, regardless of the excuses they made for their interest. In those times, the streets outside Newgate had not yet become as notorious as they would, but the prison itself was rife with corruption. Diseases ran rampant within its walls, sometimes even claiming the lives of judges. The Old Bailey was infamous, a gateway to the afterlife for many, where convicts were paraded to their doom. It was a place accustomed to the business of blood money and brutal, unpredictable punishments. Jerry navigated the crowded space and slipped into the courtroom after delivering a message. He learned of the day's agenda, a treason trial, with a grim outcome likely for the accused. His attention was briefly caught by Mr. Lorry receiving the note he'd delivered, as well as by the man staring at the ceiling, whose purpose there remained a mystery. Quiet descended upon the courtroom as Charles Darnay stood accused. The day before, he had declared his innocence against charges of high treason, accused of aiding the French King Louis against the English crown through various secretive means. Jerry, whose hair seemed to spike with each legal term he heard, watched with great satisfaction, piecing together that Darnay was on trial, the jury was being selected, and the Attorney General was preparing his case. Darnay, under the heavy mental weight of the crowd's silent verdict of guilt, remained composed. He watched the proceedings with sober interest, his hands resting lightly on the wooden slab before him, not even disturbing the strewn herbs. The courtroom, laden with herbs and doused in vinegar, tried to ward off the stench and disease of the prison. Above Darnay, a mirror was positioned to cast light upon him, reflecting the many unfortunate souls who had stood there before him. If the mirror could have shown its past reflections, it would have been as haunting as the sea giving up its dead. Darnay, noticing a bar of light on his face, glanced up and pushed the herbs aside with a flush of emotion. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the left side of the courtroom. There, at eye level, sat a young woman barely over 20 and her father, a man with strikingly white hair and an intense, contemplative face. His expression aged him, but when he spoke to his daughter, he appeared much younger and handsome. Jerry, curious about his own role in these proceedings, watched as the courtroom prepared for the trial. Guards moved away from the dock, and all eyes, save for one man's fixated on the ceiling, were on the young man in the center. The crowd leaned in, eager for a glimpse, with Jerry, still smelling faintly of alcohol, among them. The accused, a well-mannered young man in his mid-20s, faced the judge with a bow, his pale complexion betraying his calm demeanor. The crowd's morbid fascination was palpable, their interest piqued by the severity of the potential punishment. It was a grim reminder of humanity's darker side. The Old Bailey, not yet as infamous as it would become, was already a place of corruption and disease, where the fate of many was sealed. Jerry, after delivering a message, squeezed into the courtroom and overheard the day's agenda, a treason trial with a likely grim outcome for the accused. His attention was momentarily caught by Mr. Lorry, who received the note, and the man staring at the ceiling, whose purpose remained unknown. Her daughter's hand rested through his arm as she sat beside him, the other hand pressing down on it. She had moved closer to him, her fear of the unfolding scene and her sympathy for the accused drawing her in. Her forehead was marked by a terror and compassion that seemed to blind her to everything but the accused danger. This display of emotion was so vivid and natural that even those indifferent to his plight felt moved by her presence, prompting murmurs in the crowd about their identities. Jerry, the messenger, had been observing the court in his unique way, so absorbed that he found himself absent-mindedly nibbling at the rust on his fingers. Craning his neck, he was eager to learn more about them. The question rippled through the crowd, reaching the nearest court official, who took his time before the answer made its way back through the onlookers to Jerry. They were witnesses, he learned, and not in favor of the accused. The judge, having briefly let his gaze wander, snapped back to attention. He reclined in his seat, fixing a steady gaze on the man whose fate he held in his hands, as the Attorney General stood, ready to weave the hangman's noose, sharpen the executioner's axe, and hammer the nails into the scaffold. You're about to listen to Chapter 9, A Disappointment. The Attorney General had the duty to tell the jury that the young man standing trial was deeply involved in serious treason, which could cost him his life. He explained that the accused had been secretly traveling between France and England for a long time, involved in activities he couldn't explain honestly. The Attorney General believed that if treacherous actions could succeed, the true nature of the accused actions might have stayed hidden. Luckily, a fearless and honorable person discovered the accused plans and reported them to the authorities. The jury would hear from this patriotic individual whose actions were nothing short of heroic. Once a friend of the accused, this person chose to expose the traitor for the good of the country. The Attorney General suggested that if Britain honored its heroes with statues like the ancient Greeks and Romans, this person would certainly deserve one. He jokingly noted that the jury was probably not familiar with poetic passages about virtue, particularly patriotism, which he claimed was contagious. The Attorney General expected that the accused servant, inspired by the witness, had searched and secured incriminating papers from his master. He praised the servant, claiming to value him more than his own family, and urged the jury to do the same. The evidence from these two witnesses, along with the documents they found, would prove the accused had been providing enemy forces with sensitive information about British military strength. The Attorney General argued that even though the lists weren't in the accused handwriting, it didn't matter. It actually made the case stronger against him. The evidence would show the accused involvement in these dangerous missions dating back 5 years, close to the time of the first battle between British troops and the Americans. He pressed the jury, confident in their loyalty and sense of duty, to find the accused guilty and deal with him accordingly. He stressed that the jury and their families would never sleep peacefully again unless the accused was punished. In a dramatic conclusion, he demanded the accused conviction, invoking every solemn promise he could muster and declaring the accused as good as gone. As the Attorney General concluded his address, a low murmur spread through the courtroom, reminiscent of a swarm of eager blue flies circling the accused, foreshadowing his grim fate. Once the commotion subsided, the unassailable patriot, John Barsad, took the stand, his testimony mirroring the Attorney General's portrayal to a fault, perhaps with too keen an accuracy. After unburdening his chest of its weighty testimony, Barsad would have discreetly left if not for the bespectacled gentleman poring over documents near Mr. Lorry, who insisted on posing a few inquiries, while another gentleman opposite kept his gaze fixed on the courtroom ceiling. Barsad denied ever being a spy and claimed to live off his own means. When pressed about the location and nature of his assets, he became evasive, stating it was his own affair, though he admitted to inheriting them from a distant relative. He vehemently denied ever being imprisoned, except for a few instances in a debtor's prison. He professed to be a gentleman by profession, and when questioned about his conduct, he admitted to borrowing money from the accused but never repaying it. Despite being pressed, he maintained that his relationship with the accused was not superficial and that he had no ulterior motives, swearing his patriotism was his sole driving force. Roger Cly, another witness, delivered his testimony with gusto. He had been employed by the accused 4 years prior on a Calais-bound packet without any charitable intentions. Cly soon grew suspicious of his employer and kept a watchful eye on him, noticing lists similar to those presented in court tucked away in the accused clothing repeatedly. Cly admitted to having taken these lists from the accused desk, but he denied placing them there himself. He had observed the accused sharing these lists with Frenchmen in Calais and Boulogne. Cly defended his reputation against accusations of theft, clarifying a past incident involving a mustard pot that turned out to be plated, not silver. He acknowledged knowing the previous witness for 7 to 8 years, dismissing it as a mere coincidence, just like his own patriotic motives, which he claimed were pure. He asserted his loyalty to Britain, hoping many shared his sentiments. Once again, the blue flies were abuzz, signaling the Attorney General's summoning of Mr. Jarvis Lorry. The inquiry began with the confirmation that Mr. Lorry was indeed a clerk at Tellson's Bank. It was a particular Friday night in November, in the year 1775, that had Mr. Lorry traveling between London and Dover via the mail coach for business reasons. That night, the coach carried 2 other passengers besides himself. At some point during the dark hours, both passengers stepped off the coach. When asked if the prisoner in the courtroom was one of those 2, Mr. Lorry could not affirm with certainty, for the darkness of the night and their cloaked figures made it impossible to distinguish their faces. Upon closer scrutiny of the prisoner, considering his size and build, Mr. Lorry admitted there was nothing to suggest he couldn't have been one of the travelers. However, he declined to testify with certainty that the prisoner was indeed among them. Mr. Lorry recalled both fellow passengers being as apprehensive of highwaymen as he was, a trait not shared by the prisoner's demeanor. Mr. Lorry acknowledged having seen individuals feign timidity before, and, upon further questioning, he remembered encountering the prisoner a few days later. The meeting took place in Calais, where the prisoner boarded the same packet ship for the return journey to England, joining Mr. Lorry in the early hours after midnight. He was the sole passenger to embark at such a late hour. Traveling with the gentleman and lady who were present in the courtroom, Mr. Lorry had little interaction with the prisoner due to the stormy weather and his own discomfort throughout the long and rough passage. Attention then shifted to Miss Manette, a young lady whose presence commanded the room. She stood up, her father by her side, holding her hand. The sight of her youthful beauty and evident compassion posed a greater challenge to the accused than the collective gaze of the spectators. The accused seemed to struggle with composure, fidgeting with imaginary flower beds on the table in front of him, his breath unsteady, betraying his inner turmoil. Miss Manette confirmed she had seen the prisoner before, during this same voyage Mr. Lorry spoke of. When pressed for details of any conversation with the prisoner, she began to recount the events faintly, only to be interrupted by the judge, who insisted on precise language. As the prisoner boarded the ship, he saw my father, who was standing by me, looking very tired and weak. My father's health was so poor that I dared not move him from the fresh air. I had prepared a bed for him on deck near the cabin steps. I sat beside him on the deck to care for him. That night, it was just the four of us, with no other passengers. The prisoner kindly asked if he could show me a better way to protect my father from the wind. I didn't know how to shield him properly because I didn't understand the wind's direction outside the harbor. The prisoner helped me with it. He showed a lot of gentleness and concern for my father's condition, and I believe he genuinely felt it. This is how we started talking. I was asked if the prisoner had come on board alone. I said no, he was with two French gentlemen. They talked together until it was time for the gentlemen to leave in their boat. There were some papers they looked at, but I don't know what they were. They might have been like the list shown to me, but I can't be sure. They whispered near me, standing at the top of the cabin steps to get light from a lamp, but I couldn't hear them or see the papers clearly. The prisoner shared his confidence with me, which came from my helpless situation. He was as kind, good, and helpful to my father as he was open with me. I burst into tears, hoping I wouldn't harm him today by giving this testimony. The room was filled with the sound of buzzing blue flies. I was reminded that if the prisoner didn't understand my reluctance to testify, he was the only one. I was urged to continue. The prisoner told me he was on a delicate and difficult business trip that could cause trouble for people. That's why he was using a fake name. He said he had been to France recently and might have to travel between France and England often for some time. I was asked to be specific about whether he mentioned America. He tried to explain a quarrel that had arisen and thought it was wrong and foolish on England's part. He joked that George Washington might become almost as famous as George III, but he said it in a harmless, light-hearted way to pass the time. When a key actor in a scene that grips everyone's attention shows a strong emotion on their face, the audience, almost without realizing it, starts to mimic the expression. During her testimony, her forehead creased with worry and focus, and she kept an eye on the reactions of both the defense and prosecution lawyers whenever there was a break for the judge to jot down her words. This same look of concern was mirrored on the faces of nearly everyone in the courtroom, as if their foreheads were reflecting the witness's anxiety. When the judge looked up from his notes, his gaze was sharp with disapproval over a shocking statement made about George Washington. The Attorney General, following protocol and as a precaution, indicated that it was time to call the young woman's father, Dr. Manette, to the stand. Dr. Manette was asked to look at the prisoner and say if he had seen him before. He confirmed that he had, once, when the man visited his lodgings in London around 3.5 years ago. However, he couldn't confirm seeing the man on the packet ship nor recall any conversation with his daughter. When pressed for a reason for his inability to remember, he quietly admitted there was one. He then revealed the heart-wrenching fact that he had been imprisoned for a long time without trial or accusation in his home country. Released recently, his memory of the time was lost, except for shoemaking during his captivity, until he found himself in London with his daughter. His memory had returned thanks to a merciful God, but he couldn't recall how she had become familiar to him. After this, the Attorney General took his seat, and the father and daughter did the same. An unusual event unfolded in the case. To prove that the prisoner had secretly traveled in the Dover Mail on a Friday night in November 5 years prior, a witness was called to place him at an inn's coffee room in a garrison and dockyard town at the exact time needed. The prisoner's lawyer cross-examined the witness, but the only thing confirmed was that the witness had never seen the prisoner on any other occasion. Then, a lawyer who had been staring at the ceiling scribbled something on a piece of paper, crumpled it, and tossed it to the cross-examining counsel. When the counsel read the note, he scrutinized the prisoner intently. The witness was sure he had seen the prisoner, and when asked if he could have mistaken him for someone else, he was confident he could not. The counsel then asked the witness to compare the prisoner with the gentleman who had thrown the paper, questioning their resemblance. Despite my colleague's unkempt and disheveled, perhaps even dissolute appearance, his resemblance to another was striking enough to astonish not only the witness, but everyone in the room once they were compared. When the judge reluctantly agreed to have my colleague remove his wig, the similarity became even more pronounced. The judge humorously asked if we were about to charge my colleague with treason, but the defense attorney assured him that was not the case. Instead, he challenged the witness to consider if he might have been less certain in his accusations had he seen this compelling demonstration of similarity earlier. This effectively shattered the witness's credibility and rendered his testimony useless. Mr. Cruncher had been so engrossed in the proceedings that he seemed to have nibbled away the rust from his fingers. Now, he watched as the defense attorney dressed the jury in the prisoner's narrative as if it were a well-tailored outfit. He painted a picture of Barsad as a paid spy and traitor, a man of vile character, likening him to the infamous Judas. He described Cly as Barsad's willing accomplice. He argued that the prisoner, of French descent, was unfairly targeted due to private family matters in France, which he could not disclose to protect his loved ones. The defense attorney suggested that the distressing testimony from a young lady was inconsequential, merely reflecting innocent social interactions, except for an outlandish remark about George Washington, which was dismissed as a joke. He criticized the government's attempt to exploit public fear for popularity and dismissed the Attorney General's argument as baseless and reliant on notoriously unreliable evidence. However, the judge intervened, sternly prohibiting any further mention of such allusions. The defense attorney then presented a few witnesses before the Attorney General turned the narrative inside out, portraying Barsad and Cly as even more trustworthy and the prisoner as far more villainous. Finally, the judge himself seemed to reshape the narrative, leaving the prisoner's fate hanging in the balance. With the arguments concluded, the jury began their deliberations, and the courtroom buzzed with anticipation. Mr. Carton, who had been fixedly gazing at the ceiling of the courtroom for quite some time, didn't budge or change his posture, not even when the energy in the room surged. As his colleague, Mr. Stryver, busily shuffled his papers and whispered to those seated close by, occasionally casting worried glances at the jury, everyone else seemed to stir. The crowd shifted, forming new clusters, and even the judge stood up from his seat, pacing his platform with a restlessness that made the audience suspect he felt feverish. Amidst this, Mr. Carton remained reclined, his robe hanging in tatters, his wig askew as though it had been simply dropped onto his head, hands in his pockets, eyes still on the ceiling. His particularly carefree attitude not only made him look disreputable, but also lessened the strong resemblance he had to the accused, a similarity that had been more pronounced when they were directly compared. Observers began to remark that they wouldn't have guessed the two were so alike. Mr. Cruncher noted to his neighbor that Mr. Carton seemed unlikely to receive legal work, judging by his appearance. Despite his seemingly indifferent gaze, Mr. Carton was quite observant. He was the first to notice when Miss Manette's head drooped onto her father's chest, and he quickly alerted an officer to assist her before she fainted. The crowd expressed pity for her as she was helped out, and they showed empathy for her father, whose past imprisonment was a heavy burden. He had been visibly shaken during questioning, and since then, a pensive, aging look had clouded his face. As the father and daughter left, the jury, after a brief pause, communicated through their spokesperson that they hadn't reached a consensus and needed to withdraw to deliberate. The judge, somewhat surprised by their indecision, allowed them to retire to consider their verdict. The trial had stretched throughout the day, and now, as evening fell, the lamps were lit. Whispers began to circulate that the jury might take a long time to decide. The audience started to leave for refreshments, and the accused sat quietly at the back of the dock. Mr. Lorry, who had stepped out earlier, returned and signaled to Jerry. With the courtroom's attention waning, Jerry could easily approach him. Mr. Lorry instructed Jerry to grab a bite if he wished, but to stay alert for the jury's return. He stressed the importance of Jerry being ready to rush the verdict back to the bank, praising his speed as a messenger. Jerry acknowledged the instructions and the coin he received with a nod. At that moment, Mr. Carton approached Mr. Lorry. Inquiring about the young lady's condition, Mr. Carton learned she was distressed, but being comforted by her father, and that being outside the courtroom had eased her. Mr. Carton mentioned he would pass the update to the prisoner, noting that it wouldn't be proper for a respectable bank gentleman like Mr. Lorry to be seen talking to the accused in public. Mr. Lorry's cheeks turned a warm shade of red, showing signs that he had internally debated something, while Mr. Carton casually made his way to the front of the bar. The exit from the courtroom was in that direction, and Jerry was close behind him, keenly observing everything with a sharp gaze. Mr. Darnay, the prisoner, stepped forward promptly when called. He expressed his regret for causing any distress to Miss Manette, the witness, and wished to convey his heartfelt thanks to her through Mr. Lorry. Mr. Carton, with an almost disrespectful ease, agreed to deliver the message. Mr. Carton leaned against the bar, his body language relaxed to the point of appearing indifferent. He was only partially facing Mr. Darnay, who accepted his help with sincere gratitude. Mr. Carton, still in his casual stance, questioned what Mr. Darnay anticipated. When Mr. Darnay replied with expecting the worst, Mr. Carton suggested that the recent withdrawal could actually work in his favor. Jerry couldn't linger and overhear more as loitering wasn't permitted. He left the two men, who shared similar features but had such contrasting demeanors, as they stood together, their reflections mirrored above them. An hour and a half dragged by slowly in the crowded lower corridors of the courthouse, somewhat alleviated by mutton pies and ale. The horse messenger, Jerry, found himself dozing off on a bench after his meal. He was suddenly swept up by a wave of people and a loud buzz as they rushed up the stairs to the courtroom. Jerry was already being summoned by Mr. Lorry when he arrived at the door. "Here, sir." "It's a struggle to get back," Jerry responded as he reached Mr. Lorry, who quickly handed him a piece of paper. It had just one word written on it: acquitted. Jerry thought to himself that if the message had been recalled to life, again, he would have understood its meaning right away. But there was no time for further thoughts or words as he was carried along by the exiting crowd, which nearly knocked him off his feet, and the loud buzz of conversation spilled into the street. You're about to listen to Chapter 10, Congratulatory. As the court's dim corridors emptied their final trickle of humanity from the day's chaos, Dr. Manette, his daughter Lucy, Mr. Lorry, the defense's solicitor, and Mr. Stryver, the counsel, surrounded a newly freed Charles Darnay, offering their heartfelt congratulations on his narrow escape from death. Even in better light, recognizing the intellectual Dr. Manette, poised and dignified, as the same man who had toiled as a shoemaker in a Paris attic, would have been a challenge. His presence demanded a second look, not just for his somber voice and occasional distant gaze, but for the air of sorrow that sometimes enveloped him without warning. This shadow could suddenly appear, as it did during the trial, a manifestation of past suffering that was as baffling to the uninformed as the shadow of the Bastille cast from afar. Lucy, his daughter, was the only one who could dispel his dark moods. She connected him to a happier past and a present free from pain. Her voice, her smile, and her touch almost always worked wonders on him. There were rare moments when her magic touch didn't work, but she believed those to be behind them. Darnay had shown his gratitude to her with a passionate kiss on her hand before turning to Mr. Stryver, expressing his thanks. Mr. Stryver, a man who appeared much older than his 30-something years, with a robust and boisterous demeanor, had a knack for making his presence felt, both in conversation and in life. Still in his professional attire, Mr. Stryver proudly boasted to Darnay about securing his honor in the face of a scandalous prosecution. In response, Darnay acknowledged the debt he owed to Stryver for his life and freedom. Mr. Lorry, feeling the need to interject praise, suggested Stryver's efforts surpassed those of an average man. Stryver, pleased with the affirmation from someone who had witnessed the entire proceeding, acknowledged Lorry's business acumen. However, as the conversation continued, Mr. Lorry, nudged back into the group by the assertive lawyer, suggested that it was time to end their gathering. He noted Lucy's pallor, Darnay's exhausting day, and their collective fatigue. Stryver, unfazed, pointed out that Laurie should speak only for himself as he had work to attend to that night. Laurie clarified he was indeed speaking on behalf of himself, Darnay, and Lucy, and he sought Lucy's agreement with a meaningful look toward her and her father. His face seemed to be locked in place, showcasing a mix of curiosity, dislike, and mistrust as he gazed at Darnay. There was even a hint of fear in his deepening frown. While wearing this odd expression, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Lucy gently placed her hand on her father's, calling him softly. He seemed to emerge from a shadowy state, turning his attention to her. They decided it was time to head home, and he agreed with a deep breath. The crowd that had gathered for the acquitted prisoner had left, under the false impression he wouldn't be set free that night. The building's lights dimmed, the iron gates clanged shut, and the place emptied, awaiting tomorrow's grim activities. Lucy, her father, and Mr. Darnay walked out into the fresh air and found a coach to take the father and daughter away. Mr. Stryver made his way back to the robing room, while someone who had kept to the shadows followed the group out silently, watching until the coach disappeared. This person, Mr. Carton, who had gone unnoticed throughout the day, approached Mr. Laurie and Mr. Darnay on the pavement. Mr. Laurie, a man of business, was reminded by Mr. Carton of the inner conflict between kindness and professional appearance. Mr. Laurie, slightly offended, stressed the importance of prioritizing the business. Mr. Carton acknowledged this with a nonchalant attitude, which only served to frustrate Mr. Laurie further. Mr. Laurie emphasized the value of business, and after wishing Mr. Darnay well, he left in a huff. Carton, who seemed to have enjoyed a bit too much wine, shared a laugh with Darnay about the odd turn of events that had brought them together. Darnay felt disconnected from the world, still reeling from his recent brush with death, and admitted to feeling weak. "Why haven't you eaten?" he asked, noting that he had already dined while the fools were deciding Darnay's fate. He then guided Darnay through the streets to a tavern. Once there, they settled into a small room where Darnay began to regain his strength with a hearty meal and fine wine. Across from him, Carton drank his port with a bold air. Carton inquired if Darnay felt part of the world again, to which Darnay confessed his confusion about time and place, but acknowledged he was feeling better. Carton responded with sarcasm, refilling his large glass, expressing his wish to forget his own part in the world, which held no joy for him except for wine. He mused they were quite different from each other. Darnay, overwhelmed by the day's emotions and finding Carton's coarse behavior dreamlike, didn't reply. Carton then suggested Darnay should make a toast. Darnay was puzzled about which toast to make, but Carton insisted it was obvious. "Miss Manette, then," he declared, and after drinking to the toast, Carton smashed his glass against the wall and ordered another. Carton remarked on the young lady's fairness and how she was worthy of pity and tears, questioning if it was worth risking one's life for such attention. Darnay remained silent. Carton mentioned that Miss Manette had been pleased to receive Darnay's message, although she didn't show it. Darnay, reminded of Carton's help that day, thanked him. Carton dismissed the gratitude, claiming it was nothing and questioning why he even bothered. He then asked Darnay if he thought Carton liked him. Darnay, taken aback, hadn't considered it. Carton agreed that he didn't think he liked Darnay either, which he claimed gave him a good opinion of Darnay's understanding. As they prepared to part, Darnay rose to settle the bill, hoping there would be no hard feelings. Carton agreed, and after Darnay confirmed he would pay the full amount, Carton ordered another pint of wine and instructed the server to wake him at 10. After settling his bill, Charles Darnay stood up to leave, bidding his companion good night. Carton got up too, his posture hinting at a challenge, and questioned Darnay about his assumptions regarding Carton's sobriety. Darnay admitted he believed Carton had been drinking, to which Carton pointedly confirmed, expressing his frustration with life and his sense of isolation. Darnay expressed his regret, suggesting Carton could have made better use of his talents. Carton's response was noncommittal, warning Darnay not to feel too self-assured. With a final good night, he left Darnay to contemplate the exchange. Once alone, Carton examined his reflection closely in a mirror, questioning his likeness to Darnay and why he should feel any affinity for someone who resembled him. He acknowledged his self-loathing and the drastic changes in himself. He mused over the idea that Darnay mirrored what he could have become and whether he would have received the same compassionate gaze from a certain pair of blue eyes. Turning to his wine for solace, he quickly drained his glass and succumbed to sleep, his head resting on his arms, his hair a disheveled mess over the table, while the candle beside him dripped wax like a shroud. You're about to listen to Chapter 11, The Jackal. In days gone by, men would often drink heavily. Over time, people have greatly changed their drinking habits. Back then, a man could consume vast amounts of wine and punch in one evening and still be seen as a perfect gentleman. This would seem unbelievable today. Lawyers, known for their love of drink, were no exception. Mr. Stryver, a lawyer quickly gaining a reputation and a profitable career, was just as fond of drinking as his colleagues. Mr. Stryver was well-liked in legal circles, particularly at the Old Bailey and the Sessions. He was climbing the career ladder, removing any obstacles in his path. The courts would specifically request his presence. His rosy face stood out among the sea of wigs in the courtroom, striving to catch the eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Although Mr. Stryver wasn't initially skilled at distilling the core of complex cases, he improved remarkably with time. The more work he took on, the better he became at grasping the essentials. No matter how late he stayed up drinking with Sidney Carton, he was always prepared in the morning. Sidney Carton, though seemingly lazy and unpromising, was Mr. Stryver's right-hand man. The amount they drank together could have set sail to a royal vessel. Carton was always present in court, hands in pockets, gazing at the ceiling whenever Stryver had a case. They traveled the same legal circuit, indulging in nightly revelries. Carton was often seen sneaking back to his place in the early morning, looking worse for wear. People began to realize that while Carton would never be a leading figure, he was an excellent support to Stryver. One night, the tavern keeper woke Mr. Carton at 10 o'clock as requested. Confused at first, Carton remembered why he had asked to be woken. Unable to fall back asleep, he got up, put on his hat, and left. He walked through the temple, pacing to regain his composure, and then entered Mr. Stryver's office. The clerk was gone, and Mr. Stryver, dressed casually for the night, greeted him. He looked like many who lived freely, with a certain look around the eyes that was common among those who indulged in drink. Mr. Stryver noted Carton's tardiness, to which Carton replied it was only a quarter of an hour later than usual. They entered a shabby room, a haven for bookshelves and a chaos of papers, warmed by a crackling fire. A kettle hissed on the stove, surrounded by a mess of documents on the table, which also hosted an array of wine, brandy, rum, sugar, and lemons. Sidney had been indulging in drinks, not just one but likely two that night, after a dinner with, or rather for the day's client. He boasted a clever tactic he'd used in court, a stroke of genius that had come to him because he saw a bit of himself in the handsome defendant. If only fortune had favored him, he mused, he could have been just like that man. Mr. Stryver couldn't help but laugh heartily, his ample midsection quivering. He teased Sidney about his luck, or lack thereof, and urged him to focus on work. Sidney, not particularly thrilled, adjusted his attire, retreated to the next room, and returned with a jug of cold water, a basin, and a couple of towels. He soaked the towels, wrung them out, and arranged them on his head in a comical fashion. Then, declaring himself ready, he sat at the paper-laden table. Mr. Stryver, in high spirits, sifted through his papers, noting that there wasn't much work for the night. Only 2 sets of documents needed attention. Sidney asked for the more challenging ones first, and so the work began. The 2 men, referred to as the Lion and the Jackal, settled into their respective roles. The Lion lounged on a sofa, hands resting on his waistband, occasionally glancing at the fire or toying with lighter papers. The Jackal, on the other hand, was deeply engrossed in his work, so much so that he hardly noticed when reaching for his glass, his hand wandering aimlessly before finding it. The complexity of the task at hand sometimes forced the Jackal to re-wet his towels. These trips to the jug and basin resulted in an array of absurd headgear, made all the more amusing by his serious demeanor. Eventually, the jackal managed to prepare a concise summary for the lion, who examined and commented on it with great care, the jackal aiding him throughout. Once they had thoroughly discussed the material, the lion stretched out once more to reflect, while the jackal refreshed himself with a hearty drink and prepared for another round of work. They didn't finish until the clock signaled 3 in the morning. Finally, Mr. Stryver suggested a celebratory drink. The jackal, his headgear once again damp from steam, complied with a tired gesture. Mr. Stryver praised Sidney's performance in court, especially with the Crown witnesses. Sidney, ever confident, affirmed his consistent reliability. Mr. Stryver didn't argue, but hinted that Sidney's mood could use some softening, perhaps with a bit more punch. With a resigned grunt, Sidney agreed. Stryver referred to his companion as the old Sidney Carton from Shrewsbury School, contemplating him in both the past and present. He described Sidney as unpredictable, his mood swinging like a seesaw, one moment elated and the next sunk into gloom. The man sighed, acknowledging he was indeed the same Sidney, always doing tasks for others and neglecting his own. When asked why, he simply shrugged, admitting it was just his way. Sitting with hands in pockets and legs stretched before the fire, Carton appeared lost in thought. Stryver, adopting a confrontational stance, criticized Carton's lackadaisical approach to life, challenging him to be more like himself. Sidney, not in the mood for a lecture, dismissed Stryver's moralizing with a light-hearted laugh. Stryver, undeterred, questioned how he managed his own successes. Carton wryly noted that it was partly by paying him for help, pointing out that Stryver always led while he lagged behind. Stryver insisted that he had to work his way to the front, not being born into it. Carton, with a chuckle, suggested otherwise, saying that even during their student days in Paris, Stryver was always ahead, while he was always trailing. When Stryver inquired whose fault that was, Carton half-jokingly blamed Stryver's aggressive ambition for his own lack of opportunity. He found it depressing to dwell on the past, especially with dawn approaching, and asked to change the subject. Stryver obliged by toasting to a beautiful witness, but Carton, turning sour again, dismissed the idea. Stryver mentioned Miss Manette, the doctor's daughter, as the pretty witness. Carton disagreed about her beauty, despite Stryver's insistence that she was the court's darling. To Carton, she was nothing more than a golden-haired doll. Stryver hinted that Carton might have felt some sympathy for her during the trial, but Carton dismissed the notion, stating that anyone would notice a swooning girl without needing a telescope. He then refused any more drink and decided it was time for bed. As his host illuminated his descent with a candle on the stairway, the day peered in, its chill gaze filtered through soiled panes. Exiting the residence, he was greeted by a bleak atmosphere, the sky a blanket of gray, the river a lifeless ribbon, the cityscape a barren wasteland. Dust devils danced in the brisk morning air, as if the desert sands had traveled from afar, sending their vanguard to besiege the metropolis. Amidst his inner void and the desolate expanse, he halted on a quiet terrace. For a fleeting instant, he envisioned a mirage of noble aspirations, of self-sacrifice and determination. In this ephemeral city, he glimpsed balconies brimming with love and beauty, gardens ripe with life's fruits, and shimmering streams of hope. But the vision vanished swiftly. Ascending to a lofty room within a dense cluster of buildings, he collapsed onto an unkempt bed, fully clothed, his pillow dampened by tears of futility. The sun rose in melancholy, casting light on no more pitiful a scene than this man. Blessed with talent and warmth, yet unable to harness them, he was acutely aware of his affliction and succumbed to its consumption. You're about to listen to Chapter 12, Hundreds of People. Dr. Manette's peaceful home was tucked away near Soho Square on a serene street corner. It was a fine Sunday afternoon, 4 months after a treason trial had faded from public concern, when Mr. Jarvis Lorry strolled through the sunlit streets from where he lived in Clerkenwell. He was on his way to have dinner with the doctor. Mr. Lorry, who often got caught up in work, had grown close to the doctor, finding solace in the calm street corner. Mr. Lorry set out early that afternoon for Soho for 3 habitual reasons. First, he enjoyed walking with the doctor and Lucy on pleasant Sundays before their meal. Second, even on less inviting Sundays, he spent time with them as a family friend, engaging in conversation, reading, and enjoying the view outside. Third, he had his own clever doubts to clear up, and he knew this was the right time to do so at the doctor's home. The corner where Dr. Manette lived was charmingly unique in London. It was a dead end, and the front of the doctor's lodging offered a delightful little view, suggesting a sense of seclusion. Back then, there weren't many buildings north of Oxford Road. Trees, wildflowers, and hawthorn thrived in fields that no longer exist. Country breezes blew through Soho freely, unlike the stifled air that seemed to wander aimlessly into the district. Nearby, peaches ripened on warm southern walls when their season came. The corner was bathed in bright sunlight during the morning, but became a shaded retreat as the streets heated up. It remained bright enough to see the glare of the sun beyond its cool confines. This spot was quiet yet inviting, an echo-filled haven away from the bustling streets. In this tranquil spot stood a large, imposing house where Dr. Manette lived on 2 floors. Various professions were supposedly practiced there during the day, but there was hardly any sign of them. At night, the place was deserted. In a rear building, accessed by a courtyard with a rustling plane tree, church organs and precious metals were claimed to be crafted. A golden arm protruded from the front hall wall, hinting at the mysterious work done inside. Yet, the presence of these trades was barely noticeable. Only occasionally would a workman or a curious visitor appear, or a faint sound echo from the courtyard or the golden arm. Dr. Manette saw patients here, drawn by his reputation and the whispers of his past. His expertise and careful work with experiments also brought him a modest clientele, earning him enough for his needs. Mr. Jarvis Lorry knew all this as he pressed the doorbell of the peaceful house on that sunny Sunday afternoon. Dr. Manette was anticipated to be at home, as was Miss Lucy. However, Miss Pross's presence was uncertain, as her handmaid couldn't predict whether she would admit or deny visitors. Mr. Lorry, being at home himself, decided to go upstairs. Lucy, unfamiliar with her birth country, seemed to have an innate knack for making the most out of little, a trait often found delightful and useful. The simple furnishings of the room were enhanced by numerous small decorations. Their tasteful arrangement and the harmony of colors reflected the careful touch and good taste of their arranger. Mr. Lorry, observing the room, felt as if the furniture itself was seeking his approval. The rooms, 3 on a floor, had their doors open to let the air circulate. Mr. Lorry walked through them, noting the fanciful resemblances around him. The first room, adorned with Lucy's personal items, was the most pleasant. The second served as the doctor's consulting and dining area. The third, dappled with shadows from the plane tree outside, was the doctor's bedroom, where a shoemaker's bench and tools stood as a stark reminder of past hardships. Mr. Lorry wondered why the doctor kept such a painful memento. Miss Pross, with her fiery red hair and strong presence, challenged his curiosity. Their acquaintance had grown since their first meeting at the Royal George Hotel in Dover. Miss Pross was visibly upset about the unworthy visitors seeking out Lucy. When Mr. Lorry inquired, she exaggerated the number of visitors to hundreds, a trait not uncommon to her. Mr. Lorry, trying to navigate the conversation, remarked on how hard it must be for her. Miss Pross had been with Lucy since she was 10, and though she felt she shouldn't have been paid for her companionship, she would have if she could have afforded it. She expressed her frustration, feeling it was unfair, given their long history together. Struggling to see clearly what was so difficult, Mr. Lorry was in doubt, expressing his uncertainty by a shake of his head as if it were a magical shawl that could fit any situation. Miss Pross had her own concerns about the unworthy visitors who seemed to always appear, despite not deserving the attention of her beloved ladybird. She held a certain resentment for the crowds that came after Dr. Manette, feeling that their affections were being stolen from her. Mr. Lorry, well acquainted with Miss Pross's possessive nature, also recognized her as one of those rare, selfless beings. She was the kind who would devote herself out of pure love and admiration, acting as a willing support to those with the youth and beauty she never had. Mr. Lorry valued such genuine service of the heart, free from any selfish motives, so much so that he regarded Miss Pross with great respect, more so than many who were more outwardly polished but less sincere. Miss Pross held the belief that only her brother Solomon could have been worthy of Ladybird, if not for his grave error in life. Mr. Lorry had learned enough about her past to know that Solomon had been nothing but a scoundrel, leaving Miss Pross with nothing. Yet her unwavering faith in him, despite his betrayal, impressed Mr. Lorry and contributed to his high opinion of her. Alone together and both being practical people, Mr. Lorry wanted to know if Dr. Manette ever mentioned his time as a shoemaker to Lucy. Miss Pross confirmed he did not, yet he kept his bench and tools close by. She suspected he might think about that period internally. Mr. Lorry wondered if Dr. Manette held onto any theories about his past oppression, possibly even the identity of his oppressor. Miss Pross simply replied that she believed whatever Lucy thought on the matter. Mr. Lorry, a man who prided himself on his practical business acumen, implored Miss Pross not to take offense at his barrage of questions. He explained that his inquiry stemmed from a place of concern rather than curiosity. He marveled at the fact that Dr. Manette, a man they knew to be innocent, never broached the topic of his unjust past, not with Mr. Lorry, despite their long history and close relationship, nor with his beloved daughter Lucy, who was equally devoted to him. Miss Pross, showing a touch of gentleness after hearing Mr. Lorry's earnest apology, suggested that Dr. Manette was likely terrified of revisiting such a horrifying chapter of his life. The trauma of losing and then rediscovering himself was a maze with no clear exit, and the fear of getting lost again was ever present. Such a topic was far from pleasant, she reasoned. Mr. Lorry acknowledged her insight, admitting it was deeper than he had expected. He confessed his own apprehensions about whether it was healthy for Dr. Manette to keep those memories locked away. He feared the internal suppression could be harmful, and it was this concern that had prompted him to seek Miss Pross's perspective. Miss Pross, however, was firm in her stance. She believed that any mention of his past would only worsen Dr. Manette's state of mind. It was better to avoid the subject altogether. She revealed that sometimes, in the dead of night, Dr. Manette would pace his room, a sign that his thoughts were trapped in the memory of his old prison. Lucy would then join him, and they would pace together until he found peace. But he never spoke of the true cause of his restlessness, and Lucy found it best not to mention it either. Their silent companionship was enough to calm his troubled mind. Despite Miss Pross's claim that she lacked imagination, her repeated phrase, "walking up and down," betrayed her empathy for Dr. Manette's persistent struggle with a painful memory. The corner where they stood was known for its echo, which seemed to amplify the sound of footsteps approaching. As they waited, the echo of their conversation about Dr. Manette's pacing seemed to fill the space. Suddenly, Miss Pross announced the arrival of more people, anticipating a crowd to soon follow. Mr. Lorry stood by the open window, listening for the footsteps of Dr. Manette and Lucy. The corner's echoes played tricks on him, making it seem as though they would never arrive. Yet, despite the deceptive acoustics, father and daughter eventually appeared, and Miss Pross was ready to greet them at the door. Miss Pross, with her wild, red, and stern appearance, was a delightful sight. She removed her darling's bonnet upon reaching upstairs, tidying it with her handkerchief, blowing away the dust, and neatly preparing her mantle for storage. She took pride in combing the luxurious hair as if it were her own, and she could have been the vainest and most beautiful woman. Her darling, too, was a joy to behold, wrapping her in an embrace, showering her with thanks, and playfully chiding her for the fuss, lest Miss Pross be wounded and retreat to weep in solitude. The doctor, observing the scene, commented on how Miss Pross spoiled Lucy, his tone and gaze as indulgent as hers, if not more so. Mr. Lorry was also a heartwarming sight, his little wig gleaming as he appreciated the domestic warmth, grateful for the home he found in his later years. Yet, The anticipated crowds to witness these scenes did not materialize, and Miss Pross's prediction remained unfulfilled. When dinner time came, the crowds were still absent. Miss Pross managed the household's lower levels exceptionally well. The modest yet perfectly cooked and presented meals, a blend of English and French styles, could not be improved upon. Miss Pross, ever practical in her friendships, had scoured the neighborhood for French individuals fallen on hard times, willing to trade their culinary secrets for small sums. Thanks to these downtrodden men and women, Miss Pross learned such remarkable skills that the domestic staff saw her as a magical figure, capable of transforming the simplest ingredients into marvelous dishes. On Sundays, Miss Pross would dine with the doctor, but on other days, she ate alone at irregular times, either below or in her private blue room, which only her ladybird could enter. On this particular day, influenced by Ladybird's sweet face and efforts to please, Miss Pross allowed herself to relax, making the meal especially enjoyable. It was a stifling day, and after their meal, Lucy suggested they take the wine and sit beneath the plane tree to enjoy the cooler air. As the group revolved around her, they settled under the tree's shade, and Lucy, having become Mr. Lorry's personal server, made sure his glass stayed full. As they conversed, the backs of houses peeked at them, and the plane tree rustled its secrets to them from above. Still, the expected throngs did not appear. Mr. Darnay did arrive, but he was just one person, not the hundreds anticipated. Dr. Manette and Lucy welcomed him warmly. However, Miss Pross was suddenly stricken with spasms and retreated indoors, a condition she referred to in casual conversation as a fit of the jerks. The doctor was in peak form, looking remarkably youthful. The similarity between him and Lucy was striking, especially when they sat close, her head resting on his shoulder and his arm draped over the back of her chair. Observing their likeness was quite a pleasant activity. He had been lively all day, discussing a variety of topics. While sitting beneath the plane tree, the conversation naturally turned to London's historic architecture. Dr. Manette mentioned that he and Lucy had only briefly visited the Tower of London, noting its rich history but admitting they hadn't explored it extensively. Mr. Darnay, recalling his own experience at the Tower, albeit under less favorable circumstances, shared an intriguing discovery. Workers there had uncovered a long-forgotten dungeon with walls filled with carvings from prisoners, names, dates, grievances, and pleas. In a corner, one inmate, seemingly facing execution, had hastily etched 3 letters into the stone. Initially misread as D-I-C, a closer inspection revealed the last letter to be a G. Speculation arose about what these letters stood for, with no conclusive answers. Eventually, it was proposed that the letters spelled out the word dig. A thorough search under that spot unearthed ashes of paper and a small leather pouch, hinting at a secret message the prisoner had concealed from the jailer. Suddenly, Lucy noticed her father's distress as he clutched his head and stood abruptly, alarming everyone. He quickly dismissed their concerns, attributing his reaction to the large raindrops beginning to fall and suggesting they move indoors. As they entered the house, Mr. Lorry thought he saw a peculiar expression on the doctor's face directed at Mr. Darnay, reminiscent of the look he had seen in the courtroom. But the doctor composed himself so swiftly that Mr. Lorry doubted his own perception. He likened his steadiness to that of a golden statue in the hall, noting that he was still susceptible to being caught off guard by minor surprises, like the sudden rain. Later, as Miss Pross prepared tea amidst her involuntary twitches, the expected crowd was notably absent. Mr. Carton had casually dropped by, yet he and Miss Pross were the only 2 present. The evening was unbearably warm, and despite the open doors and windows, the heat was overwhelming. After finishing with the tea table, they all shifted to a window, gazing out at the dense twilight. Lucy was next to her father, Darnay close by her side, while Carton rested against a window. Long white curtains fluttered in the gusty wind, twirling up to the ceiling like ghostly wings. Dr. Manette observed the large, sparse raindrops still descending. Carton agreed, noting their inevitable approach. They whispered, as those in anticipation often do, resembling those in darkened rooms awaiting lightning's flash. Outside, there was a flurry of activity as people rushed to find shelter from the impending storm. The area, known for its echoes, was filled with the sound of footsteps hurrying in every direction, yet not a single person was in sight. Darnay remarked on the paradox of a crowd that felt like solitude. Lucy, feeling the weight of the night, shared that sometimes her imagination would turn the echoes into the footsteps of future people entering their lives. Carton chimed in moodily, accepting the idea of an approaching multitude. As the footsteps outside quickened, the echoes grew louder, some seeming near, some far, some ceasing, and some persisting, yet all were invisible. Carton declared he'd accept these steps into his life without question or condition, imagining the crowd he foresaw in a flash of lightning. And with a thunderclap, he sensed their fast, fierce arrival. A torrential downpour began, muffling any voice in its roar. A memorable thunderstorm ensued, with relentless crashes, flashes, and rain until the moon's rise at midnight. When St. Paul's great bell tolled one in the now clear air, Mr. Lorry, accompanied by lantern-bearing Jerry in high boots, began his journey back to Clerkenwell. They traversed the isolated stretches of road, Jerry's presence a precaution against footpads, though their travel was usually earlier in the night. Mr. Lorry commented on the night's ability to stir the dead, as he and Jerry ventured through the tempestuous darkness. Jerry had never experienced the darkness of night himself and didn't anticipate he ever would, as he saw no reason for it. Mr. Carton received good-night wishes from the businessman and Mr. Darnay as well, with a pondering thought if they would ever share such a night again. It was possible that they might once more witness the vast throng of people, its hustle and bustle sweeping over them as well. You're about to listen to Chapter 13, Monseigneur in Town. A high-ranking noble, Monseigneur, hosted his bi-weekly gathering at his luxurious Parisian residence. Secluded in his most private chamber, a place revered by his admirers, he prepared to enjoy his morning chocolate. It was a spectacle, as Monseigneur required the assistance of 4 men, lavishly adorned, to deliver the beverage to his lips. Each servant played a role. One carried the pot, another frothed the chocolate, a third offered a napkin, and the fourth, adorned with 2 gold watches, poured the drink. Without this entourage, Monseigneur's prestige would suffer. 3 servers would be a disgrace. Monseigneur frequented elegant suppers, often in the company of performers from the comedy and the grand opera. These entertainments swayed him more than the pressing matters of France. He held the view that everything should proceed without his interference, except when it served his interests. Monseigneur believed the world existed for his enjoyment, echoing the sentiment, "The earth and its fullness are mine." However, Monseigneur's lifestyle led to financial difficulties, prompting an alliance with a wealthy tax collector. Public finances were beyond his grasp, thus outsourcing was necessary. His personal wealth was dwindling after years of opulence, so he married his sister to a rich tax collector, who now mingled with the guests, respected by all except those of Monseigneur's noble lineage. The farmer general was a man of opulence. His stables housed 30 horses, and his halls were filled with 24 male servants. His wife was attended by 6 maids. Despite his pretense of merely pillaging and scavenging where possible, the farmer general was a prominent figure among those present at Monseigneur's hotel that day. The rooms, though visually stunning and decorated with the era's finest artistry, were not a wise investment. When compared to the destitute figures in rags, these luxurious chambers would have been quite uncomfortable had they been anyone's concern at Monseigneur's residence. Officers without knowledge of their trades, corrupt clergymen, and civil servants ignorant of their duties, all unsuitable for their roles, lied about their qualifications. Yet, they were all connected to Monseigneur and landed jobs that offered profits. There were also plenty of people with no ties to Monseigneur or the state, yet equally detached from reality, wandering without purpose. Doctors profited from treating non-existent illnesses, flattering their wealthy patients at Monseigneur's gatherings. Inventors offered solutions for minor state issues, yet none addressed the root of any problem. Philosophers and chemists discussed lofty ideas without substance at this grand assembly. Distinguished gentlemen, known for their apathy towards genuine human concerns, were utterly depleted at Monseigneur's hotel. The spies among the guests, who made up a significant portion of the attendees, would struggle to find a single wife among the elite who embraced motherhood in her demeanor. Motherhood was out of vogue, with peasant women and grandmothers caring for children, while the high society shunned such responsibilities. The illusion of an alternate reality marred every soul in the service of Monseigneur. In the furthest chamber, a handful of unique individuals harbored a faint suspicion for a few years that the state of affairs was somewhat askew. To remedy this, 3 of them joined a bizarre group known as the Convulsionists. They were contemplating whether to erupt into a frenzy right there, hoping to guide Monseigneur's future actions. Meanwhile, another trio had thrown themselves into a different cult, babbling about a center of truth. They believed humanity had strayed from the center, though not from the outer bounds, and advocated for a return to the center through fasting and conversing with spirits. In this group, much communication with the ethereal took place, but it never seemed to make a difference. Yet, everyone at Monseigneur's grand abode was impeccably attired. Had the Day of Judgment been confirmed as a formal event, each person there would have been dressed to perfection. The elaborate hairdos, the flawless complexions maintained by artifice, the ornate swords, and the fragrant honor were all designed to endure indefinitely. The refined gentlemen adorned themselves with small, chiming ornaments, and the combined sounds of their movement, along with the swish of silk and rustle of fine fabrics, seemed to push away the hunger of Saint Antoine. Fashion served as the magic spell that kept everything in order. It was as if everyone was costumed for an endless masquerade. From the palace of the Tuileries to the lowest ranks, the masquerade reached even the executioner, who was adorned in frills, powder, a gold-laced coat, and white silk stockings to perform his grim duties. In such attire, the executioner oversaw the gallows and the wheel, making it hard for anyone to doubt the durability of a system that had such a well-dressed figure at its end. After Monseigneur had his chocolate and relieved his servants of their loads, he opened the doors of his most sacred space and stepped out. What followed was a display of extreme deference, with everyone bending over backward to show their submission. Monseigneur, with a word here and a smile there, made his way to the outer edges of his domain. He turned back, retreated to his private quarters, and was seen no more, leaving behind a trail of obsequious admirers. As the performance concluded, the atmosphere shifted from a gentle flutter to a more intense commotion. The delicate sound of bells echoed as people made their way downstairs, leaving only one man behind. He moved slowly among the mirrors, snuff-box in hand, hat tucked under his arm, making his way to the exit. He paused briefly at the last door, directing a curse towards the sanctuary, and with a dismissive gesture, cleared the snuff from his fingers as if ridding himself of unwanted dust. He then continued his descent with quiet resolve. This solitary figure was a man in his 60s, with an air of elegance and a demeanor that commanded respect. His face, pale and mask-like, bore a set, unchanging expression. The only hint of life in his otherwise static features was a slight pinching at the top of each nostril, which occasionally shifted in color and seemed to pulse faintly. These subtle movements lent a sinister aspect to his countenance, a suggestion of deceit and malice. Upon closer inspection, one could trace this impression to the straight, thin lines of his mouth and eye sockets. Despite these nuances, his was still a face of distinction and allure. The man departed from the building, entered his carriage in the courtyard, and was driven away. He had kept to himself during the gathering, receiving less warmth than might be expected from the host. It seemed to please him to watch the commoners scatter before his carriage, narrowly avoiding being trampled. His coachman drove with a ferocity as if charging into battle, a recklessness that was mirrored by his master's indifference. In those days, the perilous tradition of aggressive driving often left the lower classes injured in the streets, a complaint occasionally heard even in that indifferent era. Yet, such concerns were fleeting and the downtrodden were left to fend for themselves. The carriage tore through the streets with a disregard for safety, causing women to shriek and men to scramble, saving themselves and their children from its path. Then, an abrupt jolt near a fountain corner caused an outcry, the horses reared, and the carriage came to a halt. If not for this disturbance, the carriage would likely have continued on, as was the custom. But the valet quickly dismounted and people rushed to control the horses. The master inquired about the commotion with a calm demeanor. A man in a nightcap had retrieved something from beneath the horse's hooves and was now mourning over it by the fountain. A ragged individual explained to the master that it was a child that had been struck, prompting a query about the wailing. The man confirmed the unfortunate event with a submissive apology. In a grand residence where illusion reigned, some harbored suspicions of the skewed reality. A few sought answers in fringe groups, hoping to influence future actions or uncover a lost center of truth. Despite the eccentricities and spiritual endeavors, the grandeur of attire and fashion persisted, a testament to the masquerade of society. Monseigneur's departure from his inner sanctum was met with extreme deference, leaving a wake of fawning admirers as he retreated to his private quarters. The fountain stood a bit apart in a space that opened up to a square of about 10 or 12 yards. As the tall man leapt up from the ground and charged towards the carriage, Monsieur the Marquis briefly touched his sword, ready for anything. In a burst of desperation, the man cried out, his arms flung high above his head, his eyes locked on Monsieur the Marquis, exclaiming the death of someone. The crowd gathered around, their eyes filled with watchfulness and anticipation, but no anger or threat was evident. They were silent after their initial outcry, and this silence persisted. The man's voice was meek, showing extreme submission. Monsieur the Marquis surveyed the crowd with disdain, as if they were nothing more than rats emerging from their holes. He then produced his purse, remarking on how baffling it was that these people couldn't take care of themselves or their children, always getting in the way. He questioned the potential harm done to his horses and tossed a gold coin to the valet, instructing him to give it to the man. Every head in the crowd leaned forward to watch the coin as it dropped. The tall man cried out once more, the same chilling word, dead. Another man arrived swiftly, parting the crowd. The grief-stricken father collapsed onto his shoulder, weeping, pointing towards the fountain where some women were tending to a still form. They, too, were quiet. The newcomer assured the father, calling him Gaspard, that he knew everything. He tried to comfort him by saying it was better for the child to pass away quickly than to live in suffering. Monsieur the Marquis, intrigued, asked the newcomer's name and profession. The man, named Defarge, revealed he was a wine seller. Monsieur the Marquis tossed another gold coin to Defarge, telling him to spend it as he wished, then inquired about his horses. Without giving the crowd another glance, he settled back into his seat. The carriage began to move away, and Monsieur the Marquis seemed unperturbed, like a gentleman who had accidentally broken something replaceable and paid for it without a second thought. Suddenly, his composure was broken by a coin thrown into his carriage. He ordered the driver to halt the horses and demanded to know who had thrown the coin. He looked towards where Defarge had been standing, but now there was only a stout woman knitting in that spot, and the bereaved father was face down on the ground. The Marquis, unflustered and smooth, declared that he would not hesitate to run over any of them, wishing he could wipe them off the earth. He warned that if he knew who had thrown the coin and if they were close enough, they would be crushed beneath his wheels. Their oppression was so deep, and their history with such a man's power was so long and harsh, that they didn't dare to make a sound or gesture, not even a glance. Among the men, there was silence. Yet, the woman who was knitting raised her head with determination and met the Marquis's gaze. He ignored her, his eyes full of scorn sweeping over her and the rest, as he reclined and signaled to move on. His carriage rolled away, followed by a parade of others. Important figures from the minister to the comedians of the Grand Opera rushed past in a dazzling stream. The onlookers, like rats from their nests, watched for hours. Soldiers and police wove through the crowd, creating a barrier that the watchers hid behind, stealing glances. The father had long since left with his belongings, while the women who had cared for those belongings by the fountain now sat, lost in the flow of water and the procession. The one woman, still knitting, continued her task with unyielding focus. Life in the city flowed on, some to death as was its rule, and as evening turned to night, the rats retreated, the grand celebration continued with a feast, and the world moved forward without pause. You're about to listen to Chapter 14, Monseigneur in the Country. A picturesque scene unfolded with golden corn shimmering yet sparse. Where bountiful crops should have grown, only meager rye, peas, and beans emerged, alongside the roughest of wheat substitutes. Both the land and its tenders shared a reluctant vitality, a collective inclination to succumb and fade away. The nobleman, Monsieur the Marquis, journeyed in his carriage, heavier than necessary, drawn by 4 horses and steered by 2 postilions, as they struggled up a steep incline. A hint of color graced his cheeks, not a mark of embarrassment, but the result of the setting sun's kiss. Reaching the hill's crest, the carriage was bathed in a stunning crimson by the sunset. Monsieur the Marquis noted the redness on his hands, aware it would soon vanish. And true to his prediction, as the carriage began its descent and the drag was applied, stirring up dust and a burnt scent, the red light quickly faded with the dipping sun, leaving no trace once the drag was released. Below, a rugged terrain stretched out with a small village nestled at the hill's base. Beyond it lay a sweeping landscape, a church spire, a windmill, a hunting forest, and a crag topped with a fortress-turned prison. As night approached, the Marquis gazed upon these darkening silhouettes, feeling ever closer to home. The village presented a single modest street, home to a humble brewery, tannery, tavern, and stable for changing horses, as well as a simple fountain, all the makings of a typical Pur settlement. Its inhabitants were all impoverished, spending their evenings preparing meager meals of onions and other scant produce, while others cleaned edible plants at the fountain. The omnipresent taxes, state, church, lordly, local, and general, demanded payment everywhere, leaving one to marvel at the village's continued existence. Children and dogs were scarce. The adults faced a stark choice: eke out a meager existence in the village or face imprisonment and death atop the crag. Ahead of his arrival, a courier and the cracking whips of his postilions heralded the Marquis' approach, as if escorted by mythic furies. He pulled up at the posting house by the fountain, catching the villagers' attention as they paused to observe him. Unwittingly, he witnessed the embodiment of their hardship, a visage that would fuel foreign misconceptions for decades. Surveying the downtrodden villagers, the Marquis saw echoes of the deference once shown to court nobles, but here it was born of suffering, not flattery. Amidst them, a grizzled road worker caught his eye. The Marquis signaled to the courier, instructing him to bring the road worker over. The man was ushered in, respectfully holding his hat, while his companions gathered around with curiosity, similar to a crowd around a Parisian water feature. On the road earlier, the nobleman had passed him. The man acknowledged this, mentioning the honor of such an encounter, both ascending and at the hill's summit. Asked what had captivated his gaze so intently, he admitted to observing a man. Bending slightly, he used his worn blue cap to point beneath the carriage, prompting his peers to peer underneath as well. The nobleman inquired about the identity of the man and why he would look there. The man excused himself, explaining that the individual was attached to the carriage's drag chain. Upon the nobleman's demand for the man's identity, the one questioned pleaded ignorance, claiming he had never seen the man before and that he wasn't local. He described the man as having been hanging by the chain, to the nobleman's astonishment. Demonstrating the man's position, he leaned away from the carriage, his head drooped and face upturned, then straightened himself, fumbled with his cap, and bowed respectfully. When the nobleman asked for a description, the man compared the stranger to a ghost, covered in dust and pale, towering like an apparition. This revelation stirred the small crowd, with all eyes turning to the nobleman, perhaps wondering if he had any ghosts of his own. The nobleman, unfazed by such rabble, commended the man for not alarming him about a thief near his carriage. He instructed Gabelle, the postmaster and tax officer, to dismiss the man. Gabelle, who had been assisting with the inquiry, followed the order. The nobleman then directed him to detain the stranger if he attempted to stay in the village that night and ensure his intentions were honest. Gabelle expressed his eagerness to obey. Questions arose about whether the man had fled when the carriage stopped. The stranger had indeed taken a headlong dive down the hillside, as one might leap into a river. The nobleman instructed Gabelle to handle the situation and proceed. The few who were inspecting the chain narrowly avoided injury when the carriage wheels abruptly turned. They had little to lose, and their luck spared them from worse harm. The carriage's initial burst of speed as it left the village was tempered by the hill's steepness. As it climbed slowly through the fragrant summer night, the postilions quietly repaired their whips, the valet accompanied the horses, and the courier's trot faded into the distance. On the hill's sharpest incline, a modest graveyard held a cross and a newly added, sizable wooden figure of Christ. The sculpture, while crudely carved by an untrained local artist, bore a striking resemblance to a living person, perhaps the artist himself, given its starkly lean form. A woman knelt before this poignant symbol of escalating and unrelenting hardship. As a carriage approached, she quickly stood and approached the vehicle. The impatient nobleman within the carriage peered out, confronted by the woman's plea. She begged for his attention, speaking of her husband, the forester, who had paid life's ultimate price. Now he rested beneath a humble mound of grass, indistinguishable from so many others. The woman's request was simple, a small marker for her husband's grave so his resting place wouldn't vanish into obscurity. Her fear was palpable. Without this, she too would one day be lost under a similar anonymous mound. She appeared aged by sorrow, yet her years were few. Her hands moved with fervent desperation, at times clasping tightly, at others gently touching the carriage as if seeking compassion from its inanimate form. The nobleman's response was dismissive. He questioned whether he could possibly feed all those in need. The woman's plea intensified. She sought not food, but a mere token of remembrance for the deceased. The nobleman's carriage, however, soon resumed its journey, leaving the woman behind. As it sped towards his grand residence, the fragrances of the summer evening filled the air, touching everyone equally, whether they were the weary souls by the fountain or the nobleman himself. Upon arrival at his chateau, the nobleman inquired about a guest from England, only to learn he had not yet arrived. You're about to listen to Chapter 15, The Gorgon's Head. The chateau of the Marquis stood as a dense block of architecture with a vast stone courtyard at its forefront, flanked by dual stone staircases that converged on a stone terrace outside the main entrance. The place was a fortress of stone, adorned with hefty stone balustrades, urns, floral carvings, and the stern faces of men and lion heads scattered in every direction. It was as if the gaze of the Gorgon had petrified it upon its completion 2 centuries prior. The Marquis, illuminated by a torchbearer, ascended the wide, shallow steps from his carriage, disturbing the night's stillness enough to provoke a loud complaint from an owl perched in the stable's roof, hidden among the trees. The quiet was so profound that the torches seemed to burn in a sealed stateroom rather than the open night air. Apart from the owl's protest, the only other sound was a fountain's water spilling into its stone basin on a night so dark it seemed to hold its breath for hours, sighing deeply before becoming still once more. The echo of the great door closing marked the Marquis's entry. He passed through a hall decorated with old hunting weapons, a grim reminder of the pain inflicted on peasants by the Marquis's wrath. He bypassed the large, darkened rooms, secured for the night, and followed his torchbearer up the stairs to a corridor door, which led to his private suite comprising 3 rooms, his bedroom and 2 others. These high-ceilinged, uncarpeted rooms were furnished with the opulence befitting a marquis's status, complete with large fireplaces for winter and furnished in the style of Louis XIV, with various historical artifacts. In the tower's round room, a supper table for 2 was set. With the window open and the wooden blinds shut, The night appeared as mere slivers of darkness between the solid stone-colored lines. The Marquis noted the preparations for his nephew, who was expected but had not yet arrived. Deciding that his nephew was unlikely to come that night, but instructing to leave the table set, he readied himself for supper in 15 minutes. Seated alone at his lavish meal, the Marquis had just begun when he paused, his wine glass in hand, caught by something at the window. He inquired about the sight beyond the blinds. Upon opening them, the servant saw nothing but the trees and darkness and awaited further orders. The Marquis, unfazed, told him to close the blinds again. Resuming his supper, the Marquis was interrupted once more by the sound of approaching wheels. The noise grew louder as it neared the chateau's front. "Inquire who has arrived." The nephew of Monseigneur had been trailing a few leagues behind him earlier that afternoon. Closing the gap quickly, he hadn't managed to catch up with Monseigneur on the road. At the posting houses, he learned Monseigneur was ahead. Monseigneur had a message for him, supper was ready, and his presence at the meal was requested. Shortly after, he arrived. In England, people knew him as Charles Darnay. Monseigneur welcomed him with courtly manners, but without a handshake. They exchanged a few words about their travels from Paris and London. The nephew had been on a direct route. The Marquis smiled, hinting at the time it took for the journey, but the nephew insisted it was direct. Business had delayed the nephew, he admitted, but the uncle didn't press further. Alone after the servant left, the nephew locked eyes with the uncle, whose face resembled a fine mask. He opened up about his return, driven by a sacred mission that could have led him to peril or even death. The uncle downplayed the danger, but the nephew sensed indifference to his potential demise. The nephew suggested the uncle might have wanted to cast him in a suspicious light. The uncle denied it with a pleasant demeanor. Yet the nephew knew the uncle would stop him by any means and had no qualms about it. The uncle reminded him that he had warned him long ago. Thanking the uncle for the reminder, the nephew noted the cold reception at court might have saved him from imprisonment. The uncle, sipping his coffee, asked for clarification. The nephew believed that if the uncle hadn't been in disgrace, a letter de cachet would have doomed him to a fortress. The uncle calmly acknowledged it could be true, for the family's honor. The nephew observed that, fortunately, the court's cold reception had spared him, to which the uncle asked for an explanation. The nephew speculated that without the uncle's disgrace, he might have been imprisoned indefinitely by a letter de cachet. The uncle admitted it was a possibility and excused himself for the inconvenience he might have caused. The uncle, with a show of courteous refinement, expressed his doubts about his friend's happiness. He suggested that solitude might offer a better chance for reflection, potentially altering his friend's fate more favorably than his friend could on his own. However, he deemed further discussion pointless, acknowledging his disadvantaged position. The uncle lamented the difficulty of obtaining certain small instruments of correction, which once were easily acquired to maintain family power and honor. He noted with a touch of melancholy that such items now required connections and persistence to secure, as they were in high demand, but rarely granted. He observed that France had changed for the worse, recalling a time when their ancestors held the power of life and death over commoners. He recounted grim tales of executions and punishments that had taken place within the walls of their home. The uncle bemoaned the loss of privileges and the rise of new philosophies that challenged their traditional authority, which could now potentially lead to significant inconvenience. Taking a dainty pinch of snuff, the uncle shook his head, embodying a picture of elegant despair, yet still considering himself a beacon of hope for the nation's renewal. The nephew, on the other hand, believed their family name was the most despised in France, a sentiment the uncle received as a backhanded compliment, seeing it as a reluctant tribute to their high status. The nephew saw only fear and subjugation in the faces of the locals, which the uncle interpreted as recognition of their family's sustained grandeur. As the nephew brooded, the uncle's gaze sharpened with a mix of keen interest and disdain, belying his feigned indifference. He preached that repression was the only enduring philosophy, convinced that fear would keep the masses in line as long as they were under his roof. But the uncle was unaware of the impending doom that would change everything, including the very roof he took pride in. The uncle then offered to uphold the family's honor and peace, suggesting they end their discussion as the nephew might be weary. The nephew, however, felt compelled to admit their wrongdoings and the consequences they were facing. The uncle, with a sly smile, subtly questioned whether they both shared the guilt, but the nephew was resolute in their collective responsibility. Our family, a lineage we both cherish for different reasons, has a history steeped in dishonor. Throughout my father's era, and even now, we've wronged countless individuals for our fleeting joys. It's impossible to ignore the deeds of my father's twin, who was his partner in inheritance and successor. But death has severed their bond, leaving me entangled in a dreadful legacy. I'm bound to uphold the system, yet I am without any real power to change it. I'm haunted by my mother's dying wish for mercy and justice, a quest that seems futile as I search for support and strength to no avail. My uncle, standing by the fireplace, assures me I'll never find what I'm seeking from him. Every line on his face is drawn tight with a cunning cruelty as he looks at me, snuff-box in hand. He seems to pierce me with his finger as if it were a rapier, declaring his intent to die upholding the very system I despise. After taking a pinch of snuff, he advises me to accept my fate, though he believes I'm beyond saving. I acknowledge that both this property and France are beyond my grasp. I give them up. Not that I claim ownership yet, but even if they were to become mine tomorrow or in 20 years, I would forsake them. The estate is nothing but a wasteland of despair. The uncle, surveying the opulent room, hears my description of the land as a crumbling edifice of waste and suffering. If it ever falls into my hands, I plan to entrust it to those better suited to alleviate the burdens that crush its people. But for me, there's a blight on this land and its soil. Curious, my uncle inquires about my plans under my new philosophy. I resolve to do what many of my countrymen might soon face, to work. In England, perhaps, where my family's honor remains untarnished, as I carry our name nowhere else. The ringing of a bell illuminates the adjacent bedroom, and my uncle turns his attention there, listening for the fading footsteps of his valet. The Marquis noted his nephew's prosperity in England with a hint of irony, his face calm and smile gentle. He suggested that the nephew's success might be due to his own influence and called England a sanctuary, a notion the English proudly claim. The nephew knew of a fellow countryman, a doctor with a daughter, who had also found refuge there. The uncle, with a secretive smile and a mysterious air, acknowledged the doctor and his daughter, implying a new philosophy beginning with them. He observed his nephew's fatigue and wished him a good night. His face, however, was unreadable, like stone, betraying nothing, while his nephew sought answers in vain. The Marquis, left alone, mused to himself about burning his nephew in his bed, a dark thought he kept to himself as he summoned his valet. Once alone again, he paced his lavish bedroom like a refined predator, reflecting on the day's events, the sunset, the mill, the village, and the image of a man crying dead by a fountain. Declaring himself cooled and ready for bed, he surrounded himself with thin curtains and extinguished all but one light. As he settled in, the night exhaled a long sigh. For hours, the stone faces outside, the horses, the dogs, and the owl all existed in their own worlds, oblivious to the Marquis's thoughts and the silence of the night. For 3 long hours, the stony faces on the chateau, those of lions and humans alike, gazed out into the night without seeing. A deep darkness settled over the landscape, adding its silence to the quieting dust on the roads. The graveyard had become so overgrown that its small patches of grass were indistinguishable from one another, and the crucifix was barely visible. In the village, both the collectors of taxes and those who paid them slept deeply, possibly dreaming of feasts, as hungry people often do, or of comfort and freedom, like overworked slaves or oxen under the yoke. The villagers rested well, nourished and liberated in their slumber. The village fountain flowed quietly, unseen and unheard, just like the one at the chateau, both disappearing like the fleeting minutes from time's spring through the dark hours. Then, as light began to emerge, the waters of both fountains started to appear ghostly, and the eyes of the stone faces at the chateau seemed to open. As dawn approached, The sun's rays kissed the treetops and spread warmth over the hillside. The water in the chateau's fountain looked like it turned to blood, and the stone faces seemed to blush in the light. Birds sang boldly and loudly, with one particularly spirited bird perching on the windowsill of the Marquis's bedroom, singing with all its might. This seemed to astonish the nearby stone face, which looked on in awe with its mouth agape. With the sun fully risen, life stirred in the village. Windows opened, doors unlocked, and people stepped out into the fresh, yet chilly air. The day's hard work began for the villagers, some heading to the fountain, others to the fields. Men and women labored with digging and tending to the meager livestock, leading thin cows to graze by the roadside. At the church and the cross, a few knelt in prayer, while a cow searched for breakfast among the weeds. The chateau woke up later, in a manner befitting its status, but it woke up with certainty. First, the hunting weapons shone with their old red hue, then sparkled in the morning light. Soon after, doors and windows flung open, horses turned towards the daylight streaming into the stables, leaves shimmered at the barred windows, and dogs strained against their chains, eager to be free. These were all normal signs of life and the return of morning. But the ringing of the chateau's great bell, the flurry of activity on the stairs and terrace, the sound of boots, the saddling of horses, and the rapid riding off were not. What carried this sense of urgency to the old road mender at work on the hilltop? Perhaps the birds, scattering seeds, had dropped a hint. Regardless, the road mender raced down the hill in a cloud of dust, not stopping until he reached the village fountain. Every soul in the village gathered around the fountain, their gloom evident in hushed tones and downcast eyes. Their faces showed nothing more than a stark fascination mixed with shock. The cows, hastily corralled and tied to whatever was available, either gazed blankly or reclined, chewing on the unfulfilling grass they had nibbled during their cut-short stroll. Across the narrow street, a mix of individuals from the chateau, the posting house, and the tax collectors, all variously armed, stood without clear purpose, their presence charged with an unspoken tension. In their midst, the road mender, surrounded by 50 of his peers, struck his chest with his blue cap in a display of emotion. The scene was abuzz with questions as Monsieur Gabelle was swiftly lifted onto a horse, behind a servant, and whisked away at a breakneck pace, reminiscent of the German ballad of Leonora, despite the horse's heavy burden. This commotion suggested an eerie addition at the chateau, another stone face, one too many. As if the Gorgon herself had revisited the building in the night, she had bestowed the missing stone face, one that had been awaited for roughly 200 years. It rested on the pillow of Monsieur the Marquis, resembling a finely crafted mask, caught off guard, angered, and then turned to stone. A knife was plunged deep into the heart of the stone figure, with a frill of paper wrapped around its handle, bearing the scribbled message: "Speed him to his grave." This, from Jacques. You're about to listen to Chapter 16, Two Promises. 12 months had passed, and Mr. Charles Darnay had settled in England as a respected French language and literature instructor. In modern times, he would be a professor, but back then, he was a tutor. He taught young men who had the time and interest to learn a widely spoken language, enriching their knowledge and imagination. He not only knew French well, but also translated it into clear English. Such skilled tutors were rare. Kings-to-be and princes of the past were not teachers yet, and no fallen noble had left Tellson's Bank to take up humble trades. Darnay, with his engaging teaching and elegant translations, quickly gained recognition. He was also deeply familiar with his homeland's affairs, which were becoming increasingly important. With dedication and hard work, he thrived. In London, Darnay had realistic expectations. He anticipated hard work, embraced it, and succeeded through it. That was the secret to his success. Part of his time was spent at Cambridge, where he unofficially taught European languages to students, unlike the traditional Greek and Latin. The rest of his time he spent in London. For as long as men have lived, they've followed the path of love, just like Charles Darnay did. He fell for Lucy Manette amidst danger. Her voice was the sweetest sound he'd ever heard, her face the most tender in his darkest moments. Yet, he hadn't declared his love to her. The year-old assassination at a distant chateau remained unspoken between them. He had his reasons for his silence. Returning to London from college, he sought Dr. Manette in Soho to share his feelings, knowing Lucy was out. He found the doctor energetic, his strength and resolve restored. The doctor, now vigorous, occasionally showed a hint of his past abruptness, but was mostly steady and cheerful. Charles Darnay entered to find the doctor reading. At Darnay's arrival, the doctor put down his book and welcomed him with an outstretched hand. Charles Darnay arrived with anticipation, having been awaited eagerly for the past several days. Both Mr. Stryver and Sidney Carton had expressed their certainty of his overdue return just the day before. Darnay acknowledged their concern with a mix of warmth for the doctor and a touch of coolness towards the others. Dr. Manette quickly assured him that Miss Manette was doing well, though she was momentarily out attending to household errands and would return shortly. Seizing the opportunity of her absence, Darnay expressed his wish to converse with the doctor alone. A tense silence filled the room. Dr. Manette, sensing the weight of the conversation to come, invited Darnay to bring his chair closer, despite the difficulty that seemed to accompany the upcoming discussion. Darnay began to speak of his profound connection with the family, hinting at a sensitive subject. Dr. Manette, however, interrupted him with a gesture, asking if Lucy was the matter at hand. Darnay confirmed, emphasizing his deep respect and love for her. The doctor, visibly uncomfortable with the conversation, believed in Darnay's sincerity but struggled with the topic. Darnay questioned whether to continue, met with another pause before being urged to proceed. He confessed his earnest and selfless love for Lucy, comparing it to a love the doctor himself had once known. Dr. Manette, visibly moved and avoiding eye contact, begged Darnay not to draw parallels with his own past experiences. After a moment of silence, the doctor apologized and acknowledged Darnay's love for Lucy without reservation. He thanked Darnay for his self-denial, attributing it to his consideration for her father, and offered his hand in gratitude, though his gaze remained averted. Darnay approached Dr. Manette with a deep respect, aware of the unique and heartfelt bond that existed between the doctor and his daughter, Miss Manette. Observing them day by day, Darnay had noticed an affection so profound and so fitting for their shared experiences that it was rare, akin to the love between a father and child. He understood the mix of a daughter's affection and duty, now grown into a woman, that held the pure love and trust of a child for her father. Darnay was certain that Miss Manette's devotion to her father was as steadfast and passionate as the trust and attachment from her earliest days when she had been without a parent. He believed that, even if Dr. Manette had returned from another life, he couldn't be held in higher regard by her. The love she had for him was a tapestry of her life, from infant to woman, and in that love, she also embraced the memory of her mother. Dr. Manette listened silently, his face downturned and his breathing slightly quicker, though he managed to keep his composure. Darnay continued, expressing his deep understanding of the sacred aura that surrounded the doctor and his daughter. He had restrained himself, knowing that to introduce his own love into their story would be to tarnish it. Yet, he couldn't deny his love for her, a love he declared with the heavens as his witness. Dr. Manette, with a heavy heart, acknowledged Darnay's words, having sensed this truth before. But Darnay, hearing a note of sadness in the doctor's voice, quickly reassured him. He promised that, even if he were fortunate enough to marry Miss Manette, he would never allow anything to come between her and her father. He knew such a thought was not only hopeless but base. He would never tarnish the honor of Dr. Manette's hand, which he now held, with such a possibility. Darnay vowed to share in Dr. Manette's fortunes, life, and home, pledging to be faithful to the end. He didn't wish to take away Lucy's place by the doctor's side, but rather to support and strengthen their bond. As Darnay's touch lingered on the doctor's hand, Dr. Manette responded with a brief touch, though not coldly. He placed his hands on the arms of his chair and looked up for the first time, his face showing a struggle with an underlying sense of dark doubt and dread. Charles Darnay expressed his gratitude to Dr. Manette with deep sincerity, thanking him wholeheartedly and promising to share almost everything in his heart. He admitted he had no indication that Lucy reciprocated his feelings and clarified that his confession wasn't intended to seek immediate confirmation of her feelings with the doctor's knowledge. Darnay conveyed that he wasn't looking for guidance from Dr. Manette, but he was open to advice if the doctor felt it appropriate to offer it. He was seeking a promise, one that hinged on the understanding that without Dr. Manette's approval, he had no hope. Darnay acknowledged that even if Lucy cherished him, her love for her father would always come first, and he wouldn't dream of asking the doctor to speak on his behalf, not even to save his own life. Dr. Manette mused on the complexities of love, noting how it could be as mysterious in closeness as in distance. He admitted that Lucy's heart was a mystery to him and couldn't guess at her feelings. When Darnay hinted at the possibility of Lucy having other suitors, Dr. Manette mentioned Mr. Carton and Mr. Stryver as occasional visitors, though he doubted either was a serious contender. Darnay requested that if Lucy ever confided in her father about her feelings for him, Dr. Manette would remember their conversation and not oppose him. He stressed that he sought nothing more than to maintain and strengthen the bond between Dr. Manette and Lucy. Dr. Manette gave his word without conditions, believing in Darnay's honest intentions. He promised that if Lucy ever told him that Darnay was essential to her happiness, he would not stand in their way. He affirmed that any doubts or reasons against the man Lucy truly loved would be dismissed for her sake, emphasizing that she meant more to him than anything else. With that, the conversation faded, leaving a profound silence between them, and Darnay felt the warmth of their handshake dissipate as Dr. Manette slowly let go. Dr. Manette, with a light in his eyes, recalled a moment when he had shared something with Charles Darnay. He struggled to remember until the thought of a particular condition brought relief. He then explained that his trust in Darnay should be met with equal openness. He confided that his current name was a slight alteration of his mother's and not his true one. He expressed a desire to reveal his real identity and the reason for his presence in England. The doctor from Beauvais, however, firmly interrupted him. He insisted on maintaining the secrecy, not wanting to know just yet. He covered his ears and then Darnay's mouth, signaling for silence. The doctor made a request that if Darnay's courtship of Lucy was successful and she returned his love, he would only share his secrets on the morning of their wedding. Darnay agreed without hesitation. They shook hands, and the doctor suggested it was best for Darnay to leave before Lucy returned. He wished Darnay God's blessings as they parted. The night was darkening when Darnay departed, and it grew even darker by the time Lucy arrived home. She was surprised to find her father's reading chair empty and called out for him. Receiving no reply, she heard a faint hammering from his bedroom. Tiptoeing through the rooms, she peeked into his bedroom but quickly retreated, chilled to the bone and wondering what to do next. Her hesitation was brief. She returned to tap on his door and softly called out to him. The hammering stopped at the sound of her voice, and soon after, he emerged. They spent a long time walking and talking together. Later that night, Lucy crept from her bed to watch her father sleep. He was deep in slumber, surrounded by his shoemaking tools and unfinished work, everything as it always was. You're about to listen to Chapter 17, A Companion Picture. Mr. Stryver, a man of considerable presence, addressed his assistant Sidney that night, or perhaps it was already morning, commanding him to prepare another bowl of punch. He had something important to discuss with Sidney. Over the past several nights, Sidney had been tirelessly sorting through a mountain of Mr. Stryver's paperwork. As the long vacation approached, he had finally managed to clear the backlog, leaving nothing until the foggy days of November would roll in, bringing new work with them. Despite his relentless work, Sidney's spirits remained unchanged, neither uplifted nor dampened by his efforts. It had required an unusual amount of cold compresses to keep him going through the night, not to mention the generous amount of wine he'd consumed before that. Now, looking quite worse for wear, he removed his makeshift turban and tossed it into the basin where it had been soaking on and off for the last 6 hours. Mr. Stryver, comfortably sprawled on the sofa with his hands resting on his ample waist, inquired if the new batch of punch was ready. Sidney confirmed it was. Mr. Stryver then prepared to share some unexpected news, hinting that it might challenge Sydney's opinion of his shrewdness. He declared his intention to marry, and not for financial gain either. Sydney, preoccupied with the punch, expressed little interest in engaging in guesswork about the bride-to-be, especially at such an early hour, suggesting that if Mr. Stryver desired him to guess, he should at least invite him to dinner. Resigning to the fact that Sydney was not going to play along with the guessing game, Mr. Stryver sat up and bluntly told him that he found Sydney quite dense and difficult to communicate with. Sydney, still focused on the punch, sarcastically complimented Mr. Stryver on his sensitive and poetic nature. Mr. Stryver, not one to shy away from self-praise, boasted of his tenderness, a quality he claimed to possess more than Sydney. Sydney simply encouraged him to continue. However, Mr. Stryver decided to confront Sydney about his behavior at Dr. Manette's house. He criticized Sydney for his dismal demeanor, which he found embarrassing. Sydney retorted that feeling shame could be beneficial for a lawyer, implying that Mr. Stryver should be grateful for any emotion that might reflect a conscience. Unwilling to let Sydney deflect the criticism, Mr. Stryver accused him of being a particularly unpleasant companion in social settings. Sydney responded to this accusation with laughter and a hearty swig of the punch. Mr. Stryver, puffing himself up, questioned why he, a man of independent means, would bother trying to be pleasant. Sydney, with a muttered comment, suggested he had yet to witness Mr. Stryver making such an effort. Sydney Carton did things because they were politically correct or out of principle, and despite this, he found himself progressing in life. Carton's friend, Carton, didn't seem to be moving forward with his plans for marriage, and Carton wished he would stick to that topic. Carton, with a hint of disdain, questioned if his friend would ever realize that he couldn't be reformed. His friend replied sharply, telling Carton that he had no right to be so stubborn. Carton, a man who felt he had no particular purpose, inquired about the identity of the lady in question. Mr. Stryver, with exaggerated warmth, cautioned Sydney to remain calm when he revealed the name, as he knew Sydney didn't entirely mean his harsh words. He reminded Sydney of a time when he had dismissively referred to the young lady as a golden-haired doll in these very chambers. Sydney, taking a moment to enjoy his punch and observe his self-satisfied friend, listened as Stryver revealed that the lady was none other than Miss Manette. Had Sydney been a more sensitive or delicate man, Stryver might have taken offense at the way Sydney had described her. But knowing Sydney lacked that sensitivity, Stryver was as unaffected by Sydney's words as he would be by the opinion of someone who had no appreciation for art or music. Sydney continued to drink his punch quickly, not missing a beat as Stryver explained his intentions. Stryver didn't care about wealth. He found Miss Manette charming and had decided to please himself by marrying her. He believed he was a good match for her, being well-off, successful, and distinguished. He asked Sydney if he was surprised, to which Sydney, still focused on his punch, nonchalantly replied there was no reason to be. Stryver was taken aback by Sydney's easy acceptance and lack of greed on his behalf. He reminded Sydney that he, Stryver, was a man of strong will. He was ready for a change from his current lifestyle and felt that having a home to go to when he wished was a pleasant prospect. He believed Miss Manette would be a credit to him in any situation. With his mind made up, Stryver turned the conversation to Sydney's own prospects, pointing out that Sydney was in a dire state. He lived recklessly, didn't value money, and was on the path to becoming sick and poor. Stryver suggested that Sydney should seriously consider securing a nurse for his future. As Stryver spoke with an air of condescending success, he seemed to grow in stature and offensiveness, doubling in both size and irritation. Stryver advised Sydney to confront the reality of his situation, just as he had done in his own unique way. He suggested Sydney should consider marriage as a means of ensuring someone would be there to care for him, regardless of his lack of enjoyment or understanding of women's company. Stryver recommended finding a respectable woman with some property, perhaps someone involved in renting out lodgings, and marry her as a safeguard against difficult times. He emphasized that this approach was suitable for Sydney and urged him to give it some thought. Sydney, in response, agreed to ponder the advice. You're about to listen to Chapter 18, The Fellow of Delicacy. Mr. Stryver had decided to generously offer his hand in marriage to the doctor's daughter. Before he went away for the summer break, he planned to share this happy news with her. He thought it over and decided it was best to handle the formalities first. Then they could casually decide if the wedding should be a bit before the Michaelmas term or during the short break after Christmas and before Hilary. He was confident about his decision, seeing a clear path to a successful outcome. He believed that if he presented his case based on solid, practical reasons, which he thought were the only ones that mattered, it would be undeniable. In his mind, he was the plaintiff, and his case was so strong that the counsel for the defense had no choice but to give up, and the jury agreed without hesitation. Mr. Stryver, acting as the chief judge in his own case, was convinced that it couldn't be clearer. So, he started his vacation by planning to propose to Miss Manette at Vauxhall Gardens, or, if that failed, at Ranelagh. If both plans somehow fell through, he'd have to go to Soho and tell her of his intentions there. On his way to Soho, Mr. Stryver made his presence known, pushing through the crowds from the Temple to St. Dunstan's. Anyone watching him force his way through would notice his confidence and strength. Passing by Tellson's Bank, where he had an account and knew Mr. Lorry as the Manette's close friend, Mr. Stryver decided to drop in. He entered the bank, making his way to the back office where Mr. Lorry worked among large ledgers and iron-barred windows. Upon seeing Mr. Stryver, Mr. Lorry greeted him with the recommended politeness and shook his hand in the way Tellson's clerks did when the bank's reputation was part of the greeting. Mr. Lorry asked if he could be of service. Mr. Stryver declined any business help, stating he was there for a private conversation. Mr. Lorry listened, though his attention was partly on the distant bank. Leaning on the desk, which suddenly seemed too small for him, Mr. Stryver shared his intention to propose to Miss Manette. Mr. Lorry expressed concern, stroking his chin and eyeing his guest with suspicion. Stryver, taken aback, echoed the sentiment, questioning Mr. Lorry's intentions. Mr. Lorry assured him his intentions were friendly and full of praise, suggesting Stryver's actions were commendable. Yet, he hesitated and seemed to reluctantly suggest that perhaps Stryver was a bit too self-assured. Stryver, with a forceful gesture and a deep breath, demanded clarity from Mr. Lorry, who then adjusted his wig and nibbled on his pen's feather, a sign of contemplation. Stryver, growing impatient, asked if he was not a suitable candidate, to which Mr. Lorry quickly affirmed that indeed he was. When Stryver inquired about his prosperity and progress, Mr. Lorry couldn't deny these attributes either. Frustrated, Stryver pressed for a clear explanation, but Mr. Lorry diverted the topic, inquiring about Stryver's immediate plans. Upon learning that Stryver intended to visit someone, Mr. Lorry advised against it, suggesting that without a reasonable expectation of success, such an endeavor wouldn't be wise. Stryver, flabbergasted, demanded a reason for Mr. Lorry's discouragement. Mr. Lorry explained that in matters of the heart, particularly with the young lady in question, success required more than just business acumen. It needed genuine causes and reasons that would resonate with her. He emphasized the importance of the young lady's perspective above all. Stryver, his ego bruised, suggested that Mr. Lorry considered the young lady foolish, which Mr. Lorry vehemently denied. He made it clear that he would not tolerate any disrespect towards her and would defend her honor against anyone who dared to speak ill of her. The tension escalated as both men struggled to maintain composure. Mr. Lorry firmly reiterated his stance, stressing that there should be no confusion about his meaning. Mr. Stryver occupied himself by chewing on the end of a ruler, and then, in an attempt to break the silence, he began tapping a rhythm on his teeth with it, which likely caused him discomfort. He expressed his bewilderment to Mr. Lorry, questioning the advice given to him about not presenting himself in Soho, emphasizing his own significance as Stryver of the King's Bench Bar. Mr. Lorry, with a swift change in his demeanor, clarified that as a man of business, he had no comments on the matter, but as someone who held Miss Manette and her father in high regard, he felt compelled to speak. He reminded Stryver that he didn't seek this confidence, it was thrust upon him. Stryver, with a nonchalant whistle, admitted to understanding only his own common sense, and suggested that perhaps Mr. Lorry had a different perspective, one he found quite novel. Mr. Lorry, with a hint of agitation, insisted on defining his own views and warned that he wouldn't allow anyone to do it for him, not even at Tellson's. After a brief apology from Stryver, Mr. Lorry suggested that it might be difficult for everyone involved if Stryver were to find himself mistaken in his assumptions, and offered to reassess his advice with fresh observations. Stryver, after considering how long he would be required to stay in town, agreed to Mr. Lorry's proposal, expecting him to visit later that evening. With that, Stryver exited the bank with such force that it left the two elderly clerks struggling to remain upright as they bowed to the empty air, a ritual they seemed to perform endlessly. The barrister, sharp as he was, understood that the banker's opinion must be based on solid conviction. Although unprepared for the reality he had to accept, Stryver managed to digest it. He resolved to turn the situation to his advantage, mentally accusing everyone else of being in the wrong as he left the temple. Mr. Stryver took some comfort in employing the cunning strategies of an experienced Old Bailey lawyer. He was determined not to be shown as wrong by the young lady, asserting that he would be the one to admit any mistakes on his own behalf. That night, even as late as 10 o'clock, when Mr. Lorry arrived, Mr. Stryver seemed to be surrounded by a mess of books and papers, appearing to be deeply engrossed in work and showing no sign of the morning's events on his mind. His surprise was evident when he noticed Mr. Lorry, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. After Mr. Lorry spent a futile half-hour trying to steer the conversation back to their earlier topic, he mentioned his visit to Soho. Mr. Stryver, seemingly aloof, finally recalled the subject. Mr. Lorry was confident in their previous discussion, reasserting his advice. Mr. Stryver expressed his regret for both Mr. Lorry's and the father's sake, acknowledging the sensitivity of the matter for the family and suggesting they drop the subject. Mr. Lorry's confusion was met with Mr. Stryver's dismissive assurance that the matter wasn't important. Mr. Stryver believed that no harm had been done, as he had neither proposed to the young lady nor was he sure he would have. He explained that young women often make such mistakes and learn from them in obscurity. From a selfish perspective, he was relieved the matter was dropped, as it would not have been beneficial for him. He thanked Mr. Lorry for his advice, admitting that Mr. Lorry knew the young lady better, and that his own intentions might never have been suitable. Taken aback, Mr. Lorry found himself ushered out by Mr. Stryver, who was exuding a generous and forgiving attitude. Mr. Stryver thanked him again for the advice and bid him good night. Mr. Lorry found himself outside, lost in thought, while Mr. Stryver lay back on his sofa, looking up at the ceiling. You're about to listen to Chapter 19, The Fellow of No Delicacy. Sidney Carton never really stood out in Dr. Manette's home. Despite visiting often for a year, he remained a gloomy presence. He spoke well when he chose to, but mostly seemed indifferent to everything, trapped in a deep, dark apathy. Yet, the streets around the house held some meaning for him. He roamed them restlessly at night, uncheered by wine, and at dawn, his figure lingered as the city's beauty emerged with the sunrise, perhaps reminding him of better things he had forgotten or could not reach. His bed at the Temple Court saw less of him, and when he tried to rest, he quickly left to wander the nearby streets. One August day, with Mr. Stryver having abandoned his marriage plans and the city air filled with the scent of flowers, Sidney found purpose in his steps. He headed straight to the doctor's door. Lucy was working alone when he arrived. She felt uneasy around him and greeted him with slight nervousness. As they exchanged a few words, she noticed something different in his expression. Concerned, she sensed he was unwell. Sidney admitted that his unhealthy lifestyle was to blame. Lucy wondered why he didn't choose a better life. Sidney felt it was a disgrace, but believed it was too late for change. He expected to only get worse. As he spoke, he hid his face in his hand, the table shaking with the weight of the moment. Lucy, seeing him vulnerable for the first time, felt deeply moved. Sidney could sense her distress even without looking. He asked for her forgiveness, overwhelmed by what he wanted to express. Lucy assured him that she would listen if it brought him any comfort. Sydney, touched by her kindness, asked her not to fear his words. He felt as though he had died young, having not lived life to its fullest. Lucy disagreed, believing that he still had the potential to be much better. Sydney, despite knowing better, promised never to forget her words. Her complexion was devoid of color, her body shook with an unsteady tremor. He approached her, burdened by a deep-seated despair, which rendered their encounter unlike any other they might have had. He confessed, if she could have loved the man before her, thrown away, wasted, steeped in drink, a pitiful result of his own misdeeds, she would have found herself in a world of sorrow, despite any happiness. He knew she held no affection for him, and he didn't seek it, feeling a sense of gratitude that it was impossible. She, in her modesty, tearfully questioned if there was nothing she could do to alter his path, to repay the trust he placed in her. She was aware that he wouldn't confide in anyone else, and she wondered if she could use his confession to his benefit. He simply shook his head, denying any possibility of help. He wanted her to understand she was the last vision that graced his troubled soul. Even in his fallen state, the sight of her and her father, the warmth of their home, had awakened dormant feelings he thought had long perished. Her presence had stirred a remorse he believed was gone, and whispers of ambition he assumed were silent forever. Yet it was all a dream that ended in emptiness, leaving him unchanged. But the inspiration came from her. She implored him to reconsider, to try once more, but he maintained his unworthiness, acknowledging his desire for her to know the extent of her influence on him. He likened himself to a pile of ashes ignited into flame by her presence, a flame that did nothing but burn aimlessly. She expressed regret for possibly making him more unhappy since their acquaintance, but he assured her she wasn't the cause of any decline in his character. She persisted, asking if there was truly no way for her to use her influence positively on his behalf. He admitted the greatest good she could do was already happening. He would carry the memory of opening his heart to her through the remainder of his misguided life, holding onto the fact that there was still something in him worthy of her pity. She begged him to believe that he was capable of better things, a plea she made with all her heart. Charles Darnay begged Lucy Manette to stop believing in him, confessing he knew himself better now and didn't want to cause her distress. As he neared the end of his confession, he hoped she would remember this moment as the time he entrusted his deepest secrets to her pure heart, a trust that would be hers alone. Lucy, after a moment of deep emotion, assured him that the secret would remain with her. He thanked her and blessed her, then, with a final gesture of respect, kissed her hand and walked towards the door. He promised her that he would never bring up this conversation again, not even with a single word. He vowed that in his dying hour, he would cherish the memory of this confession to her and that his flaws and sorrows would be safe in her compassionate heart. He wished for her happiness and lightness of heart, despite how different he was now from his true self and how much of his potential he continued to waste each day. Lucy couldn't help but weep for him as he turned to leave, showing a side of himself she had never seen before. He tried to comfort her, saying he wasn't worthy of her tears, and soon he would return to his unworthy ways, diminishing his value even more. But he assured her that, internally, he would always be the man he was in this moment with her. He begged her to believe in his sincerity, despite what his external actions might show. He made a final plea to her, asking her to remember him fondly at times when she was at peace, especially when she would be surrounded by new, loving relationships that would bind her even more strongly to her cherished home. He spoke of a future where she would see her father's happiness reflected in her own child's face, and when that time came, he wanted her to remember there was someone who would give anything to keep her and her loved ones safe. With a heartfelt farewell and one last blessing, he left Lucy, carrying with him the weight of what could have been. You're about to listen to Chapter 20, The Honest Tradesman. Perched on his stool in Fleet Street, Jeremiah Cruncher and his scruffy young companion were spectators to the daily parade of countless moving figures. Anyone seated in Fleet Street during the day would be overwhelmed by two grand processions, one flowing westward with the sun and the other eastward away from it, both heading towards the distant plains where the sun sets. Straw in mouth, Mr. Cruncher observed the human rivers, much like an ancient, pagan villager who had watched a stream for centuries. However, Jerry had no thoughts of these streams ever drying up. Part of his earnings came from guiding apprehensive, often stout, middle-aged women across the waters from Tellson's bank to the other side. Though these encounters were brief, Mr. Cruncher always showed a keen interest in the ladies, wishing to toast to their health, a sentiment that often led to gifts that bolstered his finances. Once, poets would sit in public, pondering life's mysteries for all to see. Mr. Cruncher, not a poet, did his best to muse as little as possible, instead keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. During a quieter time, with sparse crowds and hardly any late women about, Mr. Cruncher grew suspicious of his wife's actions, suspecting her of causing some trouble. Then, an unusual throng moving down Fleet Street caught his attention. A funeral procession was making its way, met with public disdain and loud disruptions. Mr. Cruncher informed his son of the burial, to which the boy reacted with a mysterious cheer. This cheer did not sit well with the elder Cruncher, who seized the moment to reprimand his son with a tap on the ear. "Why are you cheering? What message are you trying to send to your father, you little scamp?" Mr. Cruncher rebuked, feeling overwhelmed by his son's antics. "Enough of your cheers. Don't let me hear more, or you'll feel my hand again. Understand?" The boy protested his innocence, claiming no harm was meant. "Enough of that," Mr. Cruncher ordered. "Climb atop that seat and watch the crowd." As his son complied, the crowd neared, surrounding a drab hearse and equally drab mourning coach. Inside the coach was a lone mourner, dressed in the somber attire deemed necessary for the occasion. The mourner seemed displeased, while the growing mob around the coach mocked and jeered, shouting insults and calling out "spies," among other unrepeatable taunts. Mr. Cruncher always found funerals intriguing, his senses sharpening with excitement whenever one passed by Tellson's. So, naturally, a funeral with such a peculiar following stirred his curiosity greatly. He inquired about the commotion from a passerby, who could only echo the crowd's cries of "spies." The man's response did not provide clarity, but the cry of "spies" resonated through the air. He questioned another individual about the identity of the person in question, but despite not knowing the answer, the man shouted with fervor, accusing unseen spies with great intensity. Eventually, someone with more knowledge bumped into him, revealing that the procession was for Roger Cly's funeral. Inquiring if Cly had been a spy, Mr. Cruncher learned from the knowledgeable stranger that indeed, Cly had been a spy at the Old Bailey, a fact that sparked recognition in Jerry. He remembered Cly from a trial he had attended, and upon confirming Cly's death, the man emphatically stated that Cly was as dead as could be and deserved no less, inciting the crowd to call for the extraction of spies from their midst. This suggestion quickly gained popularity among the crowd, who had no better ideas. They chanted to pull out the spies, swarming the funeral vehicles to a halt. The lone mourner in the coach managed to escape the mob by shedding his mourning garments and fleeing up a side street. The crowd, finding amusement in the chaos, tore the mourner's discarded items apart and scattered them. Shopkeepers closed their shops in haste, fearing the unruly mob that would stop at nothing. The crowd was on the verge of removing the coffin from the hearse when someone proposed a celebratory escort to its final resting place. This idea was met with cheers, and the coach and hearse were quickly filled with people, including Jerry Cruncher, who hid in the back of the coach to avoid being seen by his employer. The undertakers protested the changes to the funeral proceedings, but the crowd, hinting at the persuasive power of a cold river dip, quickly silenced them. The procession, now led by a chimney sweep driving the hearse and a pieman driving the coach, set off with new additions, including a bear leader and his mangy bear, adding a grim spectacle to the scene. With beer, smoking, singing, and mockery, the disorderly procession made its way to St. Pancras Church, shutting down shops in its wake. Upon arrival, the mob insisted on entering the burial ground and completed the interment of Roger Cly in a manner that left them highly satisfied. Having dealt with the deceased, the crowd found itself in need of new diversions. A clever individual, possibly the same one from before, sparked the idea of accusing random passers-by of being spies from the Old Bailey. This led to a wild chase against many who had never even been to the Old Bailey, resulting in their rough treatment. The situation escalated quickly from window breaking to looting public houses. After hours of chaos, including the destruction of summer houses and the uprooting of area railings to arm the aggressive among them, a whisper spread that the guards were on their way. This rumor caused the crowd to disperse, and whether the guards actually arrived remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Mr. Cruncher stayed back in the churchyard, finding solace there and engaging in conversation with the undertakers. He enjoyed a pipe from a nearby pub, contemplating the scene before him. He reminded himself of the day he saw Cly, noting the man's youth and stature. After finishing his pipe and pondering a while longer, he prepared to return to his post at Tellson's before it closed for the day. On the way back, he decided to visit his doctor, a renowned surgeon, though his motives were unclear. His son, young Jerry, took over his duties while he was away, reporting no work during his absence. As the bank closed and the clerks left, the usual security measures were put in place, and Mr. Cruncher and his son headed home for tea. At home, Mr. Cruncher warned his wife that if things went poorly that night, he'd blame her prayers against him and treat her accordingly. Mrs. Cruncher, disheartened, denied doing anything, but Mr. Cruncher insisted she not even think of such things, equating her thoughts to actions against him. They sat down for tea, and he reiterated his point, not really meaning anything by it but expressing a general dissatisfaction. During tea, Mr. Cruncher nonchalantly mentioned he was going out. His wife inquired if she could accompany him, but he dismissed the idea, claiming he was going fishing, a statement met with skepticism by his son due to the neglected state of his fishing gear. Mr. Cruncher brushed off his son's questions, hinting that the success of his fishing trip would affect the next day's meals and that he wouldn't leave until they were all asleep. Throughout the evening, he kept a close eye on Mrs. Cruncher. He made sure she was always in conversation to prevent her from having any thoughts that might work against him. He even got his son involved in this effort. Mr. Cruncher made life difficult for her, always bringing up any issue he could find to complain about, rather than leaving her alone with her thoughts. His distrust in her was so strong, it was as if he was paying tribute to the power of honest prayer, even though he didn't believe in it. It was like someone who didn't believe in ghosts being scared by a ghost story. Mr. Cruncher made it clear that there would be no games the next day. He emphasized that if he, as an honest tradesman, managed to bring home meat, it should be eaten, not ignored for bread. The same went for beer over water. He compared himself to Rome, suggesting that not following the local customs would have unpleasant consequences. He then complained about Mrs. Cruncher's behavior, accusing her of being unfeeling and neglectful, especially towards their son, who was very thin. He pointed out that a mother should make sure her child is well fed. Young Jerry was hurt by these words and urged his mother to take better care of him. His father's words weighed heavily on the evening until it was time for bed. Mrs. Cruncher and young Jerry were sent to bed by Mr. Cruncher, who stayed up late into the night. After everyone else was asleep, Mr. Cruncher prepared for his night's work. He took a key, opened a locked cupboard, and gathered a sack, a crowbar, a rope and chain, and other tools. He then left the house, making sure to defy Mrs. Cruncher one last time before extinguishing the light. Young Jerry, who had pretended to sleep, soon followed his father into the night. He was not worried about getting back in, as the door was always left open. He was driven by the desire to learn more about his father's mysterious job. He followed his father closely, blending into the shadows of the buildings. Before long, Mr. Cruncher was joined by another man, and they continued northward. They left the city behind, and another silent companion joined them on the lonely road. If young Jerry had been superstitious, he might have thought this new addition had magically appeared out of thin air. The group of three, along with young Jerry, continued their journey until they halted beneath an overhanging bank by the roadside. Atop this bank, a low brick wall topped with iron bars stood guard. In the shadows cast by the bank and wall, the trio veered off the road into a hidden alley, bordered by the wall which now towered 8 or 10 feet high. Young Jerry, hunkered in a nook, glanced up the alley to see his father deftly climbing over an iron gate, silhouetted against the dim moonlight. One by one, the others followed, landing softly inside the gate where they paused, perhaps listening. Then, they proceeded on all fours. Now it was young Jerry's turn. He held his breath as he neared the gate and crouched to peer through. The 3 men were moving stealthily among the tall grass, surrounded by gravestones that seemed to watch like silent, pale specters, while the church tower loomed like a colossal ghost. They didn't go far before standing up straight and starting their peculiar fishing expedition. They began with a spade. Soon, Jerry's father seemed to be fiddling with a tool resembling a large corkscrew. No matter the tool, they toiled vigorously until the church clock's ominous chime sent young Jerry fleeing, his hair standing on end like his father's. Yet, the boy's curiosity halted his escape and drew him back. Peering through the gate once more, he saw them still at work, now seemingly hooked on something. A grating noise rose from below as they labored under a strain. Gradually, they unearthed a weighty object. Jerry knew what it was, but the sight and his father's actions to open it sent him sprinting away, not stopping for over a mile. He wouldn't have stopped if not for the need to catch his breath. It felt like a ghostly chase, with the vision of the coffin he had glimpsed seemingly in pursuit. He imagined it hopping along on its end, ever close to catching up and even taking his arm. This terrifying vision pursued him through the darkness, lurking in doorways and lying in wait to trip him. It was relentless, following him home, up the stairs with a thud on each step, and finally, crashing down on him as he fell into a troubled sleep. Roused from his uneasy sleep, young Jerry, huddled in his closet, sensed the dawn's arrival by detecting his father's presence in the living area. His father seemed agitated, which young Jerry deduced from the way he was treating Mrs. Cruncher, pressing her ears and bumping her head against the bed's headboard. Mr. Cruncher had warned he would do what he did, and he kept his word. Mrs. Cruncher's pleas were met with a stern reminder from her husband about the business's profits and the consequences of her opposition. Jerry believed a good wife shouldn't meddle with her husband's work, especially when it came to the crucial aspect of business. Mrs. Cruncher, tearful, insisted she tried to be a good wife, but Jerry was unyielding, criticizing her for not understanding her duties and questioning her religious claims. The argument simmered down, and Mr. Cruncher, displeased, took off his muddy boots and stretched out on the floor. His son, after a cautious glance at his father, also lay back down and slipped back into sleep. Breakfast was a meager affair with no fish and little else. Mr. Cruncher's mood was sour, and he kept a metal pot lid close, ready to throw it at his wife should she dare to say grace. After getting ready for the day, he and his son set out for what seemed like a normal day's work. Walking down the bustling Fleet Street, young Jerry, with a stool under his arm, was a stark contrast to the boy who had run home in fear the night before. With the new day, his worries had vanished. He was curious and asked his father about the nature of a resurrection man. Mr. Cruncher, unsure at first, eventually described it as a trade involving scientific goods. When young Jerry guessed it had to do with bodies, his father didn't deny it. The boy expressed a keen interest in following in his father's footsteps when he grew up. Mr. Cruncher felt a bit more at ease, but remained skeptical, his mind wrestling with the moral implications. He pondered the importance of honing one's skills and the wisdom of speaking sparingly, suggesting that with such discipline, one's future potential was boundless. Young Jerry, buoyed by this notion, moved ahead to place his stool under the cover of the bar's shadow. Alone with his thoughts, Mr. Cruncher mused about his son's future, hoping Jerry would grow to be a source of pride and make up for the troubles brought by his mother. You're about to listen to Chapter 21, Knitting. Drinking started earlier than usual at Monsieur Defarge's wine shop. By 6 in the morning, pale faces were already peering through the barred windows, spotting others inside hunched over their wine. Monsieur Defarge was known for selling weak wine, and it seemed even more watered down than usual at that time. It was a sour wine that seemed to dampen the spirits of those who drank it, casting a gloom rather than sparking joy. For 3 days in a row, the wine shop had seen early morning activity. It had all started on Monday, and now it was already Wednesday. There was more brooding than drinking as men gathered, whispering and lurking from the moment the doors opened. They didn't have the money to spend, but they were just as engrossed in the place as if they could buy barrels of wine. They moved from seat to seat, corner to corner, devouring conversations instead of wine, their eyes hungry. Despite the crowd, the wine shop's owner, Monsieur Defarge, was nowhere to be seen. No one seemed to look for him or wonder about his absence. Madame Defarge sat in his place, overseeing the wine distribution with a bowl of worn coins in front of her, as battered as the pockets from which they came. Spies likely noticed the distracted air and absent minds of those at the wine shop. Card games were half-hearted, domino players built towers absent-mindedly, drinkers doodled with wine spills, and even Madame Defarge seemed preoccupied, picking at her sleeve with a toothpick, her attention far away. This was the scene in St. Antoine until midday. 2 dusty men arrived, one being Monsieur Defarge and the other a road mender in a blue cap. Their entrance kindled excitement in the neighborhood, with eager faces appearing at doors and windows. Yet silence fell when they entered the wine shop, all eyes on them, but no one followed or spoke. Monsieur Defarge greeted the room, prompting a chorus of replies. He commented on the bad weather, prompting everyone to look around silently before returning to their quiet contemplation. One man left the shop. Monsieur Defarge then addressed his wife, telling her he had traveled with the road mender named Jacques and asking her to give him a drink. Another man stood up and exited the scene. Madame Defarge, without hesitation, presented a glass of wine to the road mender, known among them as Jacques. He respectfully removed his blue cap in a gesture of acknowledgement to those around and took a sip. Within his simple blouse, he stored some rough, dark bread, nibbling on it occasionally as he sat close to Madame Defarge's counter, sipping his drink. Soon after, a third individual rose and left. Defarge took a modest sip of wine, less than what he offered the stranger, for wine was no novelty to him. He stood by, waiting patiently while the countryman finished his meal. His gaze didn't meet anyone in the room, and no one paid him any attention, not even Madame Defarge, who was engrossed in her knitting. When the right moment came, Defarge inquired if the man had completed his meal. Receiving an affirmative response, he suggested that they proceed to the apartment he had mentioned earlier, assuring the man it would be perfectly suited for him. They left the wine shop and traversed the street, entered a courtyard, climbed a steep staircase, and arrived at a garret. This place was once occupied by a man with white hair who busied himself with shoemaking. Now, the space was empty except for the 3 men who had each individually departed the wine shop earlier. The only connection to the white-haired man was the memory of peering at him through wall cracks. Defarge carefully shut the door and, in a hushed tone, addressed the men as Jacques 1, 2, and 3, introducing the road mender as Jacques 5, the witness they were to meet. He encouraged the road mender to share his account. Wiping his brow with his cap, the road mender began his tale. He described an event from the previous summer where he saw a man hanging by a chain beneath the carriage of the Marquis. He painstakingly reenacted the scene, which had become a well-rehearsed spectacle in his village over the year. Jacques 1 interjected, curious if the road mender had seen the man prior to that event. The road mender stood straight and assured them he had not. Jacques 3 wondered how he recognized the man afterward. The road mender hinted, with a discreet touch to his nose, that it was the man's height that made him stand out, recalling how he had described the man to the Marquis as tall as a spectre. Jacques 2 playfully suggested that he should have compared the man's height to that of a dwarf instead. The road mender defended his ignorance of the situation at the time, stating he was not privy to the man's deeds and thus offered no testimony. Defarge agreed with the road mender's discretion and urged him to continue. The road mender, with an air of intrigue, spoke of the tall man who had been sought for many months, 9 or 10 at least, and how he was eventually found despite being well hidden. The narrative then seamlessly transitions to the early drinking at Monsieur Defarge's wine shop, where the atmosphere was more subdued than usual, setting the stage for the unfolding events. Once more, I find myself working on the slope, the sun preparing to tuck itself away for the night. Gathering my tools, I'm ready to head down to my cottage in the darkened village when I glance up and spot 6 soldiers cresting the hill. Among them stands a tall man, his arms secured tightly to his sides. Using his trusty cap, he demonstrates a man whose elbows are tied firmly to his hips, the knots secured behind him. I pause by my pile of stones, curious to watch the soldiers and their captive pass by on this lonely road where any event is a sight to behold. At first, all I can make out is the group of 6 and the bound figure, their forms almost shadow-like against the fading light, save for a reddish glow from the setting sun. Their long shadows stretch across the road, reaching up the hill like those of towering giants. Dust envelopes them, billowing with each step they take. As they draw closer, recognition dawns between the tall man and me. Yet, we keep our mutual awareness hidden from the soldiers, communicating silently with our gazes. The leader urges them on to hasten the prisoner to his grave, and they comply, moving faster. I trail behind. The man's arms are swollen from the tight bindings, his wooden shoes cumbersome, his gait hampered by a limp. Because of his slow pace, the soldiers prod him forward with the butts of their guns. They rush down the hill, and the man stumbles and falls. The soldiers' laughter rings out as they lift him back to his feet, his face now bloodied and coated with dust, untouchable by his bound hands. They continue into the village, drawing the attention of all the villagers as they pass the mill and head towards the prison. The prison gates open to consume him in the night's darkness. The villagers then retreat to their homes, murmuring by the fountain, eventually falling into slumber, the fate of the imprisoned man haunting their dreams. Come morning, with my tools slung over my shoulder and a piece of black bread in hand, I make my way past the prison on my way to work. There he is, high up behind the bars of an iron cage, as bloodied and dusty as the night before, looking out. With no hand free to wave and me unable to shout, he watches me with the stillness of the dead. Defarge exchanged a somber look with his companions, their expressions shadowed and vengeful as they absorbed the tale from the villager. They all carried a secret yet commanding presence, resembling an informal court. Jacques 1 and 2, seated on an old bed, each propped his chin on a hand, eyes fixed on the storyteller. Jacques 3, on bended knee, had a restless hand that constantly brushed over his face, betraying his agitation. Defarge stood between them and the storyteller, who was positioned by the window for better light, as Defarge's gaze shifted between him and his comrades. Defarge encouraged Jacques to continue his account. Jacques spoke of a man locked in an iron cage, observed covertly by the villagers who feared him yet couldn't help but look up at the prison that loomed on the crag. In the evenings, as villagers gathered to chat by the fountain, their conversations now centered around the prison instead of the old posting house. They speculated that although the man was sentenced to death, he might escape execution due to petitions filed in Paris, arguing that the loss of his child had driven him to madness. Some even believed that the king himself had received a petition. Jacques 1 interrupted with a stern tone, revealing that a petition had indeed been presented to the king and queen, witnessed by all present except the storyteller. He recounted how Defarge had risked his life to hand the petition to the king. Jacques 3, with fingers that couldn't stay still, added that the petitioner had been surrounded and beaten by the guards, both mounted and on foot. As Jacques continued, he shared more whispers from the fountain. The villagers believed the man was brought to their region to be executed on the spot, and that his death would be certain because he had killed a nobleman. An old man at the fountain claimed that the prisoner would suffer a gruesome fate, with one hand burned off and his limbs torn apart by horses, a punishment reminiscent of one meted out to a would-be assassin of King Louis XV. But the storyteller confessed his uncertainty, as he was no scholar. The man with the restless hand urged Jacques to listen once more, describing how the prisoner named Damiens had been executed in broad daylight, in the streets of Paris, with a crowd that included many high society women watching intently until the very end. even as night fell and the prisoner was severely mutilated but still alive. He questioned Jacques' age, to which the roadmender replied that he was 35, though he appeared much older. The incident had occurred when the person was well over 10 years old, so it was possible they had witnessed it. Defarge, with a sense of grim impatience, dismissed the conversation and urged to move on with a dark cheer for the devil. The village was abuzz with hushed conversations about an unnamed subject, so much so that it seemed even the fountain's waters whispered the same tales. One silent Sunday night, the entire village slept as soldiers snaked their way down from the prison, their guns clattering on the cobblestones. Amidst the sounds of digging and hammering, soldiers could be heard laughing and singing. By dawn, a towering gallows, 40 feet in height, loomed by the fountain, its presence tainting the water. The road mender's gaze seemed to penetrate through the low ceiling of the room, as if he could see the gallows suspended in the sky itself. All village life had come to a halt. People gathered, leaving their cows among them, as the dreadful spectacle unfolded. At noon, drums rolled, signaling the presence of soldiers who had stealthily entered the prison during the night. The prisoner, gagged and bound, was displayed in front of the soldiers, his forced smile created by a tightly tied string across his mouth. Above the gallows, a knife was mounted, its blade pointing skyward. The condemned man was hanged high above, his lifeless body contaminating the water. The onlookers exchanged glances, wiping the sweat from their faces as they recalled the chilling scene. The thought of women and children drawing water from the fountain now overshadowed by the gallows was a frightful one. The mender of roads remembered leaving the village on a Monday evening, noting how the gallows' shadow stretched ominously across the church, the mill, and the prison, as if it reached to the very edge of the earth where it met the sky. One of the men, driven by a gnawing hunger, chewed on his own finger as he listened intently to the tale. The story concluded with the mender of roads leaving at sunset, as he had been advised, and after a long journey, he met the comrade he was told he would find. Together, they traveled, sometimes riding, sometimes walking, until they arrived at their current location. Following a heavy silence, Jacques acknowledged the faithful account and asked the road mender to wait outside. Defarge led him to the top of the stairs and left him seated there. When he returned, the three men were huddled together, considering their next move. They discussed whether to register the recounted events and ultimately decided that it should be noted as a forewarning of destruction. The man with the insatiable appetite echoed the sentiment with enthusiasm. They further agreed that not only the chateau but also the entire lineage associated with it was marked for extermination. The man, still consumed by his craving, repeated his approval of the plan, now gnawing on another finger. Jacques too voiced a concern about the safety and future readability of their secret register, but Defarge assured him that no one else could decipher it, though he wondered if they would always be able to do so, or more specifically, if she would be able to. Defarge stood tall and assured Jacques that if his wife were to memorize the registry, not a single word would be misplaced. She had crafted it into her knitting, using her own codes, making it as clear to her as daylight. He urged everyone to trust in Madame Defarge, for it would be easier for even the weakest coward to vanish from existence than to remove any detail of his identity or misdeeds from her knitted records. The crowd around them murmured their agreement and trust. Then, the conversation shifted to a simple man who some thought might pose a danger. Defarge dismissed the concern, stating the man knew nothing that could elevate him to the noose. He took responsibility for the man, choosing to keep him close and guide him, as he was eager to witness the grandeur of the king, the queen, and the court on Sunday. One man, driven by hunger, was taken aback by the man's desire to see the royalty and nobility. Defarge suggested that showing someone something desirable would only make them want it more, much like showing a cat milk or a dog its prey. With no further discussion, the road mender, found dozing, was directed to rest on a pallet bed. He fell asleep quickly, grateful for the shelter, despite a lingering fear of Madame Defarge. Even though she seemed to ignore his presence at her counter, he couldn't shake off the feeling that she might accuse him of some heinous crime at any moment. When Sunday arrived, the road mender was not as thrilled as he claimed to be, especially since Madame Defarge was joining them on their trip to Versailles. Her continuous knitting during the journey and among the crowd waiting to see the king and queen only heightened his unease. A bystander noted Madame Defarge's diligence, to which she replied that she had much to do. When asked what she was making, she chillingly responded with shrouds, while continuing her work unfazed. Once the man had the chance, he distanced himself a bit more. The road mender used his blue cap to fan himself, the air heavy and stifling around him. Lucky for him, he had his royal cure nearby. Before long, the king with his broad face and the queen with her fair one arrived in their golden coach. Accompanied by the dazzling bull's-eye of their court, a host of smiling noblewomen and distinguished noblemen followed. Adorned in jewels, silk, powder, and grandeur, with their elegant dismissals and proud expressions, the road mender immersed himself. He was so overtaken by the moment that he cheered for the king, the queen, and everyone and everything, as if he had never known the omnipresent Jacques. The spectacle unfolded with gardens, courtyards, terraces, fountains, verdant banks, and more royal sightings. More bull's-eye, more nobility, more cheers until he was moved to tears by the overwhelming emotion. For 3 hours, he had plenty of company in his loud cheers and tearful displays, while Defarge kept a firm grip on him, preventing him from lunging at the objects of his fleeting adoration to rip them apart. When the event concluded, Defarge gave him a pat on the back, praising him like a proud mentor. The road mender was coming back to his senses, questioning if he had been too demonstrative, but Defarge reassured him he was just the person they needed. He told the mender that his actions made the foolish believe the illusion would last forever, which in turn made their downfall closer. The mender of roads pondered and agreed. Defarge explained how the ignorant masses, while looking down on him, would sooner stop his breath forever than lose one of their horses or dogs. He advised the mender to continue deceiving them for a while longer. Madame Defarge glanced at the man with disdain and confirmed Defarge's words with a nod. She implied that he would cry out and weep for any spectacle that caught his attention. If given the chance to tear apart dolls or strip birds for his benefit, especially the most extravagant ones, he would not hesitate. The road mender agreed with her assessment. "You've seen enough of both dolls and birds today," Madame Defarge said dismissively, gesturing towards the place where the crowd had been. She then told him to go home. You're about to listen to Chapter 22, Still Knitting. Madame Defarge and her husband made their way back to St. Antoine's Embrace, while a figure in a blue cap worked tirelessly through the night. They moved past the dusty roads, inching closer to where the late Marquis's chateau stood among the whispering trees. Now, with ample time, the stone faces seemed to listen to the trees and the fountain. The few villagers who wandered in search of food and would noticed a change in the stone expressions. A rumor barely alive in the village suggested that with each act of violence, the faces shifted from pride to anger and pain and seemed to take on a look of vengeance after a death. The chateau and the huts, the stone faces and the hanging figure, the blood stain on the floor, and the clear village well, all of France seemed to be compressed under the night sky into a thin line. Just as a star holds a world's worth of details, so might higher beings comprehend every detail of our planet. The Defarges arrived in Paris by carriage, stopping at the usual checkpoint. Monsieur Defarge got out to greet some soldiers and a police officer he knew well. Once back in St. Antoine, they navigated the muddy streets on foot. Madame Defarge mentioned the new spy in their district that her husband had learned about from Jacques of the police. His name was Barsad, an Englishman, and they discussed registering him. They went over his details, including his full name, John Barsad, and pondered his appearance, which was yet to be known. The man in question was around 40, standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall, with black hair and a dark complexion. His face was generally considered handsome, with dark eyes, a thin, long, sallow face, and an aquiline nose that leaned slightly towards his left cheek, giving him a somewhat sinister look. Madame Defarge chuckled at the detailed description, deciding to have him officially recorded the next day. As the clock struck midnight, they entered the wine shop, now closed. Madame Defarge settled at her desk, diligently counting the evening's earnings, inspecting the inventory, and updating the ledger with meticulous care. She scrutinized the serving man's work before sending him off to bed. Then, she secured the day's profits by tying them into a series of knots within her handkerchief for safekeeping overnight. Meanwhile, her husband, Defarge, contentedly paced back and forth, pipe in mouth, observing but never meddling. This was his usual manner, both in business and at home, always observing but rarely interfering. The night was sweltering, and the shop, tightly sealed and nestled in an unsavory neighborhood, reeked. Although Defarge wasn't particularly sensitive to smells, the potent aroma of wine, rum, brandy, and aniseed was unmistakable. He dismissed the odors with a wave of his hand as he placed his spent pipe on the table. Madame Defarge, busy with the money, noticed her husband's fatigue and suggested he seemed a bit downcast. She could always spot a hint of his mood, even while focused on her accounts. Defarge tried to shrug it off, but his wife was insistent, pointing out his lack of spirit that evening. Acknowledging the weight of the moment, Defarge mused that their struggle had indeed been long. His wife agreed, reminding him that vengeance and retribution were slow processes. He countered by comparing their cause to lightning's swift strike, but she questioned the time it took to harness such power. They both contemplated the preparation required for an earthquake to consume a town, acknowledging that while it takes time, the destruction is swift and total once it begins. She reassured him that their efforts were like the earthquake, unseen and unheard yet always preparing. With fierce determination, she secured another knot, as if symbolizing their resolve. Madame Defarge assured him that their cause was on its way, unstoppable and ever-advancing. She urged him to look at the world's unrest and the growing certainty of the Jacqueries' response. With a scoff, she dismissed any notion that the current state of affairs could persist. Defarge stood before his courageous wife, his head slightly lowered and hands joined behind him, resembling a compliant student before his teacher. He acknowledged the long wait for their desired outcome and the possibility that it might not happen within their lifetimes. His wife, Madame Defarge, casually formed another knot in her work, as if she were silencing another adversary. With a mix of discontent and excuse, Defarge accepted that they might not witness their victory. His wife, however, with a gesture of determination, insisted that their actions were not in vain, asserting her belief in their eventual triumph. Even if she knew for certain they would not see it, she remained resolute in her cause. Madame Defarge then tied a particularly menacing knot, her teeth clenched with resolve. Defarge, feeling a hint of embarrassment as if accused of cowardice, declared his equal commitment to their cause. He pointed out his wife's need to see her adversary to maintain her drive and advised patience, suggesting they keep their ferocity restrained until the right moment. Madame Defarge concluded her advice by slamming her money chain down on the counter, as if delivering a final blow, and then calmly prepared for bed, tucking her belongings under her arm. The next day, Madame Defarge was back at her usual spot in the wine shop, her knitting never ceasing. A rose lay beside her, receiving only the occasional glance, as she maintained her focused demeanor. Customers were scattered about, some drinking, some not, on this particularly sweltering day. Flies buzzed around, exploring the sticky glasses, meeting their demise without affecting their companions, who continued their promenade unfazed. The entrance of a new figure cast a shadow over Madame Defarge, prompting her to pause her knitting and adorn herself with the rose before observing the newcomer. The customers, sensing something in the air, stopped their chatter and one by one left the shop. The newcomer greeted Madame Defarge, who responded aloud, but inwardly noted his features, about 40, 5 feet 9 inches tall, with black hair, a dark complexion, and a slightly sinister expression due to the peculiar tilt of his aquiline nose. He requested a glass of cognac and some fresh water, which Madame Defarge provided with a polite demeanor. The man praised the cognac, a compliment Madame Defarge knew to be undeserved. She resumed her knitting as the visitor observed her work and the surroundings, complimenting her skill and the pretty pattern of her knitting. Madame Defarge mentally recorded the details of the man, planning to officially note them down the following day. Madame Defarge met the man's question with a smile, suggesting that her activity was merely a way to pass the time. Yet, there was an underlying hint that she might find a purpose for it someday. If that moment came, she was ready to put it to use. Her fingers danced swiftly over her work as she spoke, her smile unwavering. The locals of Saint Antoine didn't seem to appreciate the rose adorning Madame Defarge's headdress. Its presence caused a stir among the patrons. 2 men entered the wine shop, hesitated upon seeing the rose, and left under the pretense of looking for a non-existent friend. The rest of the customers gradually followed suit, leaving the place empty. The spy was watchful but couldn't discern any cause for the exodus. As she knitted, Madame Defarge mused about the stranger, contemplating that if he lingered, she might incorporate the name Barsad into her work before he departed. The man inquired about her family and business, to which she replied that she had a husband but no children, and business was tough due to the poverty-stricken state of the people. She dismissed the idea of thinking about others, asserting that their sole concern was survival, which occupied all their thoughts from dawn till dusk. The spy, thwarted yet maintaining a facade of casual interest, leaned on the counter, occasionally sipping his drink. He attempted to draw out Madame Defarge's opinions on Gaspard's execution and the neighborhood's sentiments. She responded indifferently, suggesting that actions have consequences and Gaspard had paid the price for his choices. When Defarge entered, the spy greeted him with a familiarity that Defarge quickly dismissed, correcting the spy on his name. The spy, slightly unsettled, tried to recover by continuing the conversation about the community's reaction to Gaspard's fate. Defarge expressed ignorance on the matter, stating no one had spoken to him about it. Having made his statement, he moved to the small counter's rear, resting his hand on the back of his wife's chair. He peered over the divide at their mutual adversary, someone they'd both gladly shoot without hesitation. The spy, a pro at his craft, remained outwardly unfazed. He emptied his tiny glass of cognac, sipped some water, and requested more cognac. Madame Defarge obliged, returning to her knitting and softly humming. Defarge noted the spy seemed familiar with the area, more so than himself. The spy confessed his deep interest in the local wretched souls. Defarge just grunted in response. The spy reminisced about Defarge's association with a name that held special significance. Defarge showed little interest. The spy mentioned how Defarge had cared for Dr. Manette upon his release, a fact well known to him. Defarge acknowledged this, having been subtly prompted by his wife's elbow nudge to respond briefly. The spy continued, recalling how Dr. Manette's daughter sought Defarge's care and later left with him and a certain Mr. Lorry of Tellson's Bank to England. Defarge confirmed this again. The spy mused on these memories, claiming to have known the Manettes in England. Defarge's response was noncommittal. The spy pointed out their absence in current conversations. Madame Defarge interjected, noting that after initial news of their safe arrival and maybe a couple of letters, their paths diverged with no further correspondence. The spy revealed the daughter's impending marriage. Madame Defarge, with a hint of surprise, remarked on the daughter's beauty and the perceived coldness of the English. The spy, identifying as English, was met with Madame Defarge's sharp observation that a man is as his tongue reveals. The spy didn't take this as a compliment but laughed it off. Finishing his cognac, he shared that Miss Manette would marry not an Englishman, but a French-born man, the nephew of the Marquis under whom Gaspard suffered. Unbeknownst to many, he lived in England as Mr. Charles Darnay, carrying his mother's family name, D'Aulnays. Madame Defarge kept knitting, but her husband was visibly disturbed. Despite trying to light his pipe to calm his nerves, his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. A good spy, he noted this carefully. After securing at least one successful transaction, and with no other patrons to serve, Mr. Barsad settled his tab and politely excused himself, expressing his eagerness to revisit Monsieur and Madame Defarge in the future. Once he stepped out, the couple remained motionless, anticipating his possible return. Defarge, with a cigarette in hand and leaning on his wife's chair, pondered aloud if the statements about Miss Manette could hold any truth. His wife, with a slight raise of her eyebrows, suggested that while the man's words were likely untrue, they could hold some element of truth. They both contemplated the implications if the information was accurate, hoping that if the events unfolded as predicted, Miss Manette's husband would avoid France for her sake. Madame Defarge calmly accepted that her husband's fate would lead him to his inevitable end, and that was all she knew. Defarge found it peculiar and sought validation from his wife that it was indeed strange that Miss Manette's husband was now marked just like the detestable Barsad, despite their past empathy for her and her father. Madame Defarge responded that even more unusual events would occur when the time came, and both men were marked for their actions, which was sufficient. With that, she put away her knitting and removed the rose from her headscarf. Saint Antoine seemed to sense or watch for the removal of the unwelcome adornment, and shortly after, the neighborhood regained its normal rhythm. As the evening arrived, Saint Antoine came alive, with people lounging outside. Madame Defarge would move from place to place, knitting in hand, like a missionary among many, in a world that could do without such figures. The women knitted tirelessly, their mechanical work serving as a distraction from hunger and thirst, their hands compensating for inactive jaws. Madame Defarge's presence quickened the pace of work, eyes, and thoughts among the women she visited. After she moved on, the intensity of their actions heightened. Her husband watched her with admiration, considering her a formidable and impressive woman. Shadows gathered tightly, and the sound of church bells echoed alongside the distant rhythm of military drums from the palace courtyard as the women continued their knitting. Engulfed in darkness, they were unaware of another impending darkness, one that would transform those cheerful church bells across France into the roar of cannons, and the military drums into a sound meant to suppress a once powerful and vibrant voice. As they knitted, an unseen future was closing in, one where they would still be knitting, counting each head that fell. You're about to listen to Chapter 23, One Night. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a spectacular glow over Soho's tranquil nook. It was an evening to remember, as the doctor and his daughter, Lucy, enjoyed the serene presence of each other under the plane tree. That same night, the moon bathed London in a gentle light, finding them still together, its beams filtering through the leaves to touch their faces. On the eve of her wedding, Lucy chose to spend her final evening as a single woman with her father, just the two of them beneath the tree. They exchanged few words, despite the time they spent there. Before, Lucy would have been busy with work or reading to her father, but not this time. This evening was different, unique, and nothing could replicate its significance. Lucy felt an overwhelming sense of joy, reveling in the love she shared with Charles and the love he had for her. Yet, she knew that if her new life took her away from her father, even just a few streets away, her heart would be heavy with regret. She tried to speak, but her voice faltered. Under the melancholy moonlight, she embraced her father, resting her head against him. The moonlight always seemed to carry a tinge of sadness, much like the fleeting nature of human life and the sun's light at day's end. Lucy sought one last assurance from her father. She needed to hear that her new life and responsibilities wouldn't create a distance between them. She knew it to be true, but needed to hear him affirm it. Her father, with an optimism that seemed almost too strong to be genuine, assured her they would remain close. He told her that her marriage would only brighten his future, a future that would have been less without her union with Charles. Lucy wished she could believe that her marriage would indeed enhance her father's happiness. He urged her to trust in it, explaining that it was only natural. He had worried that his presence in her life might prevent her from living fully. She tried to silence him, but he insisted, emphasizing that her life should not be hindered on his account. He believed that her happiness was essential to his own. Had Lucy never met Charles, she admitted she would have been content with her father alone. He gently pointed out that she had met Charles, and it was inevitable. If not Charles, it would have been someone else. If there had been no one, he would have felt responsible for casting a shadow over her life. It was rare for him to speak of his past sufferings, but in doing so, he imparted a profound sensation that lingered with Lucy for a long time. The doctor of Beauvais once gestured to the moon, recalling how he used to gaze at it from his prison cell. When the moon's glow was too much to bear, he would look away, tormented by the loss it reminded him of, sometimes to the point of striking his head against the walls. Other times, he'd stare at it in a numb state, idly tracing imaginary lines across its surface. He remembered trying to fit 20 lines each way, the final one always a challenge to squeeze in. As he pondered these memories, she listened intently, feeling a strange thrill. There was a stark contrast between his past misery and his current joy. He reflected on how he used to wonder about the child he was separated from, questioning if it had survived, if it was a son seeking revenge, or a daughter growing up unaware of his existence. He imagined his daughter living her life with no knowledge of him, growing up, getting married, and his memory fading into oblivion. She moved closer and offered a tender kiss on his cheek and hand, her heart touched by his musings of a daughter he never had. He explained that these thoughts were born from the comfort she brought him. He imagined the daughter he never had visiting him in his cell, leading him to freedom. He saw her likeness in the moonlight, though he never held her. The image was clear, yet it was not the child he spoke of. He tried to explain the difference between the phantoms in his mind and the real child he longed for, who resembled her mother just as she did. But it was a complex distinction, one perhaps only understood by someone who had endured solitary confinement. Despite his calm demeanor, his words sent a chill through her. In a serene frame of mind, I envisioned her bathed in moonlight, guiding me to see the home she had made with her husband, a place where memories of her late father were cherished. My portrait adorned her room, and she included me in her prayers. Her existence was filled with activity, good cheer, and purpose, yet the shadow of my sad tale lingered over it all. I am that child, I thought, not nearly as virtuous, but my affection mirrored hers. She revealed to me her children, who knew of me and felt compassion for my plight. As they passed by the grim prisons, they would keep their distance, whispering among themselves. She was unable to free me. I often fantasized that she would return me to my cell after showing me glimpses of the world. Yet, with the solace of tears, I would kneel and offer her my blessings. I am that child, I hoped, seeking my father's blessing with as much fervor on the morrow. Lucy, tonight I remember these past sorrows because they deepen the love I feel for you beyond what words can express, and I am grateful to God for the immense joy you've brought me. Even in my wildest dreams, I never came close to the happiness I've experienced with you and the future we have ahead. He held her close, silently praying for her well-being and expressing his gratitude to the heavens for gifting her to him. Eventually, they entered the house. Their wedding would be a small affair, with Mr. Lorry as the sole guest and the stern Miss Pross as the only bridesmaid. They planned no change of residence, having expanded their home into the upper rooms once claimed by a mysterious, unseen lodger, and they desired nothing more. Dr. Manette was in high spirits during their modest celebration. The three of them dined, with Miss Pross completing the trio. He missed Charles's presence and nearly objected to the secret plan that kept him away, raising his glass in a heartfelt toast to him. When it was time to say goodnight to Lucy, they parted ways. However, in the quiet of the early morning, Lucy crept back downstairs and into his room, her heart filled with vague fears. Everything was in its place, all was silent, and he slept soundly, his white hair spread picturesquely on the calm pillow, his hands resting peacefully atop the bedcover. She set her unnecessary candle aside, approached his bed, and gently kissed him. She gazed at his face, marked by the hardships of imprisonment, but showing a strong resolve even in slumber. His face was a testament to a silent battle with an unseen foe, unmatched in its quiet determination that night. She softly placed her hand on his chest, whispering a prayer to always be as faithful to him as her love aspired to be, and as his suffering merited. Then, she withdrew, kissed his lips once more, and left. And so, with the arrival of dawn, The shadows of the plane tree leaves danced across his face as gently as her lips had moved in prayer for him. You're about to listen to Chapter 24, 9 Days. The sun beamed down on the marriage day. Outside the doctor's room, where he and Charles Darnay were having a conversation, everyone was poised to head to the church. The beautiful bride, Mr. Lorry, and Miss Pross were all set. For Miss Pross, this day could have been pure joy if only her brother Solomon were the groom. Mr. Lorry was in awe of the bride's quiet and pretty attire, thinking back to when he brought her across the channel as a baby. He mused over the small weight he placed on the favor he was doing for his friend Mr. Charles, not realizing its significance. Miss Pross, ever practical, pointed out that Mr. Lorry couldn't have known, dismissing his worries as nonsense. When Mr. Lorry suggested she might be crying, she quickly corrected him, saying it was actually him with tears in his eyes. She understood, though, as the gift of silverware he presented was enough to make anyone emotional. She admitted to crying over each piece the night before. Mr. Lorry felt touched but hadn't intended to make the gift so emotional. The event made him reflect on his own life, humorously noting that he could have had a Mrs. Lorry at any point in the past 50 years. Miss Pross dismissed the idea, teasing that he was destined to be a bachelor from birth. Mr. Lorry agreed, half joking that he should have had a say in his life's design. But then he shifted focus to Lucy, assuring her that her father would be in caring hands while she was away. He promised that her father would join her and her new husband in the best of health for their trip to Wales. As they heard footsteps approaching, Mr. Lorry asked for a moment to give Lucy a blessing from an old-fashioned bachelor. He took a moment to look at her fondly before tenderly placing her golden hair against his brown wig, a gesture of genuine affection. The doctor's door swung open, revealing him and Charles Darnay stepping out. Charles's face had lost all its color, a stark contrast to how he looked when they had entered, now devoid of even a hint of hue. Yet, his composed demeanor remained unchanged, save for a subtle sign Mr. Lorry detected, a fleeting shadow hinting at an old, familiar sense of evasion and dread that seemed to have recently swept over him, chilling like a gust of wind. With his arm offered to his daughter, he escorted her downstairs to the chariot Mr. Lorry had arranged for the special occasion. Following in another carriage, the party arrived at a church nearby, a place free from the gaze of strangers. There, Charles Darnay and Lucy Minette exchanged vows and were joyfully united in marriage. Amid the group's smiles, tears glistened, and on the bride's hand shone diamonds, sparkling and bright, just freed from the dark confines of Mr. Lorry's pocket. The newlyweds and their company returned for a celebratory breakfast, and everything unfolded beautifully. The golden hair that once intertwined with the white strands of the humble shoemaker in a Paris attic now blended once more in the morning light as they said their farewells at the doorstep. It was a difficult goodbye, brief as it may be. Her father gave her encouragement and, after a tender moment, released himself from her embrace, silently conveying, "She is yours now, Charles." As she waved from the window of a departing chaise, she disappeared from view. The wedding party, now smaller, found solace in the church's seclusion, with the simplicity of the day's preparations leaving the doctor, Mr. Lorry, and Miss Pross in solitude. It was upon entering the cool shade of the hall that Mr. Lorry noticed a profound transformation in the doctor, as if the joy of the day had unexpectedly wounded him. The doctor had long contained his emotions, and with the pressure lifted, some reaction was inevitable. However, it was the return of a haunted, bewildered expression that concerned Mr. Lorry. The doctor's distant demeanor and aimless retreat to his room upstairs brought back memories of a wine shop keeper named Defarge and a journey under the stars. Mr. Lorry quietly suggested to Miss Pross that they leave the doctor undisturbed for now. He mentioned he needed to check in at Tellson's bank and would return shortly. After that, a country outing and dinner were planned, with the hope that all would be well. For Mr. Lorry, it was easier to enter Tellson's than to leave. He spent 2 hours there before returning. Climbing the old staircase alone, he had foregone asking the servants any questions. Approaching the doctor's room, he was halted by a soft, persistent knocking. Startled, he exclaimed to himself, questioning the noise. Miss Pross appeared, panic-stricken, exclaiming their worst fears had come true. The doctor did not recognize her and had reverted to his old occupation of making shoes. Mr. Lorry did his best to soothe her and entered the doctor's room. The workbench was positioned towards the light, just as it had been previously when he had witnessed the shoemaker engrossed in his craft, head bowed, thoroughly absorbed in his work. Dr. Manette. My dear friend, Dr. Manette, Mr. Lorry thought, as the doctor gave him a fleeting, questioning look, tinged with annoyance, before returning to his task. He had removed his coat and waistcoat, his shirt hanging open at the throat as was his custom during such tasks. The worn, weary look on his face had returned. He toiled with a sense of urgency, as though he had been interrupted. Mr. Lorry noticed the shoe in his hand was of an old familiar style. He picked up another nearby and realized it was a lady's walking shoe, unfinished and overdue. Dismissing it, he focused on the task at hand. Dr. Manette continued his work mechanically, without pause, even as Mr. Lorry tried to get his attention. His friend seemed lost in his labor, unresponsive to any attempt at conversation. Words seemed to have no effect on him, as if bouncing off an impenetrable barrier. The only hint of hope was the occasional secretive glance from the doctor, revealing a glimmer of curiosity or confusion. Two priorities became clear to Mr. Lorry: to keep this situation hidden from Lucy and from anyone who knew the doctor. With Miss Pross's help, they pretended the doctor was unwell and needed rest. To protect his daughter, they crafted a story of him being called away on professional matters, supported by a fake brief letter in his handwriting. These steps, prudent in any situation, were taken in the hope of the doctor's return to himself. If that happened, Mr. Lorry had another plan in mind, which involved seeking the best medical opinion available. Mr. Lorry decided to observe the doctor discreetly, without making it obvious. He arranged to be away from Tellson's for the first time ever and stationed himself by the window in the same room. He quickly learned that speaking to the doctor was futile and gave up on the first day. Instead, he chose to remain in sight as a silent reminder against the delusion that had taken hold of the doctor. He stayed by the window, reading and writing, signaling the freedom of the space. Dr. Manette ate and drank mechanically, continuing to work until darkness made it impossible to see. When he finally set his tools aside, Mr. Lorry suggested a walk. The doctor's response was a familiar look of confusion, but Mr. Lorry encouraged him, hoping for a change. He didn't bother to explain his refusal or utter another word. Mr. Lorry, sitting in the evening's dim light, elbows on knees and head cradled in his hands, believed he detected a silent question in the man's demeanor, a contemplative, "Why not?" Mr. Lorry, sharp in business matters, saw an opportunity here and decided to keep it in play. Miss Pross and he took turns watching him through the night from a neighboring room. He walked back and forth for a long time before finally lying down to sleep. Come morning, he was up early and went straight to his workbench. The following day, Mr. Lorry greeted him with a cheerful call by name and tried to engage him in recent common topics. The man didn't respond, but it was clear he listened and mulled over the words in his confused state. This spurred Mr. Lorry to bring Miss Pross and her work into the room several times that day. They talked quietly of Lucy and her father, who was right there, as if everything was normal. They did this without any fuss, not too long or too often to bother him. Mr. Lorry's heart felt lighter, believing the man looked up more and seemed touched by the inconsistencies in his surroundings. When darkness fell again, Mr. Lorry suggested a walk as he had done before, using the same words. When he got no response, he pretended to leave for an hour and then came back. Meanwhile, the man had moved to the window seat, staring down at the plane tree. Upon Mr. Lorry's return, he quietly shifted back to his bench. Time dragged on, and with each passing day, Mr. Lorry's hope dimmed, and his heart grew heavier. The third, fourth, fifth day passed, then 6, 7, 8, 9 days. With hope fading and his heart sinking more each day, Mr. Lorry endured the anxious wait. The secret was kept safe, and Lucy remained blissfully unaware. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the shoemaker's increasing skill. His work was more focused than ever, his hands moved with unprecedented speed and precision, especially on the ninth evening's fading light. You're about to listen to Chapter 25, An Opinion. Exhausted from constant vigilance, Mr. Lorry succumbed to sleep while on duty. As the 10th day of waiting dawned, he was jolted awake by sunlight flooding the room, which had been dark when he fell into a deep sleep. Blinking away the grogginess, Mr. Lorry struggled to believe he was truly awake. Peering into the doctor's room, he saw the shoemaking equipment tidied away and Dr. Manette engrossed in reading by the window, looking pale but focused in his regular attire. Even after convincing himself he wasn't dreaming, Mr. Lorry's head spun with doubt. The scene before him was so normal, it made him question the reality of the recent events. Why else would he be waking up in his clothes on a sofa in Dr. Manette's office, pondering these thoughts just outside the bedroom? His initial confusion was short-lived, as the answer was clear. If the intense impression he had wasn't from a true cause, what was he, Jarvis Lorry, doing there? How did he come to be asleep in his attire, in the consulting room, and why was he debating these matters early in the morning? Soon, Miss Pross was by his side, whispering. Any lingering doubts would have been dispelled by her words, but Mr. Lorry's mind was already clear. He suggested they wait until the usual breakfast time to meet the doctor as if nothing unusual had happened. If the doctor seemed normal, Mr. Lorry planned to discreetly seek the advice he was so eager to get. With Miss Pross in agreement, they carefully executed the plan. Mr. Lorry, having ample time to get ready meticulously, joined the breakfast table at the appointed hour, impeccably dressed as always. The doctor arrived for breakfast as if it were any other day. Mr. Lorry tried to understand the doctor's state of mind without pushing too hard. He initially thought his daughter's wedding was the day before. A casual mention of the actual day made the doctor start to count and visibly unsettled him. In all other ways, he seemed his usual self, prompting Mr. Lorry to decide to seek the help he needed, which was from himself. After breakfast, when they were alone, Mr. Lorry shared his concerns with the doctor. He told him about a case involving a dear friend that he found quite peculiar and sought the doctor's confidential advice, especially for the sake of his friend's daughter. The doctor, noticing the stains on his hands from his recent work, listened intently and seemed troubled. Mr. Lorry reassured him, saying it was a case of a dear friend needing guidance, emphasizing the importance for the friend's daughter. The doctor, speaking softly, hinted at understanding it was some sort of mental shock. Mr. Lorry confirmed this with a simple yes. The doctor urged clarity and thoroughness. Mr. Lorry acknowledged their mutual understanding and began his explanation to Manette. He described the case of someone who had endured a long and intense trauma, one that deeply affected his emotions and mind. The person had been overwhelmed by this trauma for an indeterminable period, as he himself couldn't remember the duration and no other clues existed. This individual had eventually recovered without understanding how, having once shared his remarkable recovery publicly. Now, he was highly intelligent, diligent, and continually expanding his already vast knowledge. Yet, there had been a setback. The doctor, with concern in his voice, inquired about the duration of this setback. Mr. Lorry replied it had lasted for 9 days and nights. The doctor deduced that the relapse involved the return to an old activity linked to the original trauma. Mr. Lorry confirmed this. The doctor then questioned if Mr. Lorry had ever witnessed the man engaged in this activity before. Mr. Lorry had seen it once. Upon questioning if the man was the same during the relapse as before, Mr. Lorry believed he was in every way. The conversation turned to the man's daughter, who was unaware of her father's relapse. It was a secret kept only between Mr. Lorry and another trustworthy individual. The doctor praised Mr. Lorry's kindness and thoughtfulness, and they shared a moment of silent support. Mr. Lorry, expressing his limitations as a businessman, sought Manette's expert guidance on how to handle the situation. He was eager to help his friend, but felt lost without advice. He asked about the possibility of another relapse, how to prevent it, and how to be more useful to his friend. Minette, taking time to ponder, did not respond immediately. The doctor eventually broke the silence, suggesting the man might have anticipated the relapse. When Mr. Lorry asked if the man had feared it, the doctor confirmed with a shiver. He explained the heavy burden such fear places on a person and the immense difficulty in speaking about the oppressive subject. Mr. Lorry pondered whether a man would feel a sense of relief if he could share the secret that weighed heavily on his mind. He believed it might be so, but also recognized the near impossibility of such an act, even considering it entirely impossible in some situations. There was a pause before Mr. Lorry delicately touched the doctor's arm and inquired about the cause of the man's recent episode. Dr. Minette speculated that a powerful resurgence of certain memories, the initial cause of the man's illness, had occurred. These memories, distressing and intense, were likely feared to resurface under specific conditions or at a particular time. Despite attempts to brace himself, the man may have been less equipped to cope due to these preparations. Mr. Lorry hesitated, then questioned whether the man would recall the events during his lapse. The doctor, with a forlorn glance around the room, confirmed that the man would not remember anything. Turning to the future, Mr. Lorry sought a glimmer of hope. Dr. Minette, regaining composure, held a strong belief in the man's recovery, attributing it to divine mercy. He felt optimistic that having overcome a significant ordeal, the worst was behind them. Mr. Lorry expressed his gratitude, and Dr. Minette echoed the sentiment with a reverent nod. Mr. Lorry, still concerned, raised 2 more points. Given permission to proceed, he described the man as studious and vigorous, deeply engaged in his professional pursuits and experiments. He wondered if the man's dedication might be excessive. Dr. Minette disagreed, suggesting that the man's mind might require constant engagement to avoid unhealthy thoughts, possibly a self-realization born from his affliction. Assured that the man was not overstretched, Mr. Lorry then considered the possibility of overwork leading to a recurrence of the disorder. The doctor confidently dismissed this, believing that only a specific trigger could cause a relapse. After recent events and the man's recovery, the doctor trusted that the chances of such a disturbance were slim. The doctor emphasized the need for clear and thorough understanding, and Mr. Lorry agreed, ready to provide a detailed explanation to Minette. He spoke of someone who had suffered a profound and long-lasting trauma, which had greatly impacted his emotional and mental state. The person had been engulfed by this trauma for an unknown period and had miraculously recovered without understanding the process, later sharing his story of recovery. Now, he was a man of high intellect, constantly expanding his knowledge, yet he had experienced a setback. He communicated with the hesitance of someone aware of the mind's fragility, yet also with the certainty of one who had painstakingly built his confidence through personal trials and suffering. His friend had no right to diminish that hard-earned confidence. Pretending to be more at ease than he actually felt, he neared his final point, which he found most challenging. Recalling past conversations and recent observations, he knew he had to confront it. Mr. Lorry, with a bit of throat clearing, suggested referring to a certain activity as blacksmith's work. He proposed a hypothetical situation where a man, once fallen on hard times, returned to his blacksmithing. It seemed regrettable to Mr. Lorry that the man should persist in keeping his tools close by. Observing his friend's anxious demeanor, Mr. Lorry questioned whether it might be wiser for the man to let go of his blacksmithing tools. The doctor, still uneasy, hesitated to give advice, understanding the delicacy of the matter. Mr. Lorry saw the conflict within him and paused. Dr. Minette found it difficult to articulate the complexities of the troubled man's psyche. The man had once desperately craved that blacksmithing work, finding solace in the physical task over mental turmoil. Now, even with newfound hope and self-belief, the mere thought of being without his old occupation struck him with panic, much like a lost child might feel. Mr. Lorry, in his practical way, wondered if holding onto the tools might also mean holding onto the fear. If the tools were gone, perhaps the fear would dissipate as well. He questioned whether keeping the forge was simply yielding to the man's doubts. Another silence fell. The doctor, with a shaky voice, admitted the tools were like an old friend to the man. Mr. Lorry, growing more resolute as he sensed the doctor's distress, advised against keeping the forge. He sought the doctor's approval for the man's daughter's sake, emphasizing the strangeness of the inner battle the doctor faced. With her in mind, the doctor consented to the removal of the forge, but not in the man's presence. It should be done when he was away, allowing him to notice its absence upon return. Mr. Lorry agreed to the plan without hesitation, and their discussion came to a close. They spent a day in the countryside, which fully rejuvenated the doctor. Over the next 3 days, he remained in good health, and on the 14th day, he departed to reunite with Lucy and her husband. Mr. Lorry had already made the doctor aware of the measures taken to justify his silence. He had sent a letter to Lucy to explain, ensuring she had no suspicions. The evening he left, Mr. Lorry entered his room with a chopper, saw, chisel, and hammer, accompanied by Miss Pross, who carried a light. Behind closed doors, they destroyed the shoemaker's bench in a secretive, almost sinister manner. Miss Pross, grim as ever, held the candle, looking like an accomplice to some dark deed. They promptly began burning the disassembled pieces in the kitchen fire and buried the tools, shoes, and leather in the garden. To honest people like Mr. Lorry and Miss Pross, the act of destroying and hiding felt like participating in a terrible crime. You're about to listen to Chapter 26, A Plea. Upon returning home as a newlywed couple, the first to greet them with well wishes was Sidney Carton. He hadn't been home for many hours before he made his appearance. Although his habits, appearance, and demeanor hadn't improved, Charles Darnay noticed a new sense of loyalty in Carton's rough manner. Carton seized a moment to speak privately with Darnay, ensuring no one else could hear their conversation. Carton expressed a desire for them to be friends, to which Darnay replied that he believed they already were. Carton clarified that his wish for friendship went beyond mere pleasantries, though he found it difficult to explain exactly what he meant. Darnay, in a friendly and welcoming spirit, encouraged Carton to elaborate. Carton reminisced about a time when he was particularly inebriated and confessed that remembering such times weighed heavily on him. He assured Darnay he had no intention of preaching, to which Darnay responded that earnestness from Carton was far from alarming. Carton, with a dismissive gesture, wished Darnay could forget how he behaved during that drunken episode. Darnay assured him he had long since put it out of his mind, but Carton found it harder to let go and felt a light response did not ease his memory of it. Darnay apologized if his response seemed light, explaining that he meant only to downplay something that, to his surprise, troubled Carton greatly. He reassured Carton that he had long forgotten the incident, especially considering the significant service Carton had provided him on that day. Carton downplayed the importance of his service, calling it professional routine, and admitted he hadn't cared much about Darnay's fate at that time. Darnay chose not to take offense at Carton's self-dismissal. Carton insisted he was telling the truth and expressed regret for straying from his main point about friendship. He admitted to Darnay that he saw himself as incapable of noble actions, a sentiment he believed Stryver would confirm. Darnay, however, preferred to rely on his judgment rather than Stryver's. Carton accepted Darnay's view of him as a man who had never done any good and likely never would. Darnay, however, didn't agree that Carton would never do good in the future. Sidney Carton made it clear to Charles Darnay that he should be taken at his word. He suggested that despite his questionable character and the odd hours he kept, he would like to be allowed to come and go as he pleased, almost like a piece of old furniture that's seen better days but is kept around for its past services. He doubted he'd take advantage of this freedom more than a handful of times a year. He just wanted the comfort of knowing the option was there. Darnay agreed to Carton's request, and they shook hands on it. After Carton left, Darnay spent the evening with Miss Pross, the doctor, and Mr. Lorry. He brought up Carton in conversation, describing him as a puzzle of carelessness and recklessness, not with malice, but as anyone would based on Carton's behavior. When Darnay later joined Lucy, his wife, he noticed she seemed preoccupied. After some coaxing, she admitted that she felt Carton deserved more kindness and respect than Darnay had shown. She asked Darnay to be generous with Carton and to be forgiving of his faults when he wasn't around. She believed that Carton had a good heart that he rarely showed and that he carried deep wounds. Darnay was surprised to hear this and regretted any harm he might have done to Carton. Lucy expressed her doubts about Carton's chances of change, but was convinced of his capacity for goodness. She looked angelic as she spoke of Carton, and Darnay could have gazed at her like that for hours. Lucy implored Darnay to remember their own happiness and Carton's misery, to which Darnay promised he would always remember. He leaned over her shimmering golden hair, pressed his lips to hers in a tender kiss, and embraced her closely. If a lonely soul wandering the shadowy streets at that moment had witnessed her heartfelt confession and seen how her husband tenderly kissed the tears of compassion from her gentle blue eyes, so full of love for him, he might have whispered into the night, his voice filled with emotion for the very first time, "May God bless her for her tender-heartedness." You're about to listen to Chapter 27, Echoing Footsteps. Lucy lived in a special spot known for its echoes. It was here that she spent her days weaving a bond of happiness that connected her family. She would often sit peacefully, listening to the years echo by. In the beginning, even as a joyful newlywed, Lucy sometimes felt a deep stirring. She sensed a distant, faint echo filled with hope and uncertainty. These echoes brought thoughts of love and fears of leaving this world too soon, leaving her heart divided. She imagined her own early passing and the grief of her husband left behind. Those days faded when little Lucy arrived. Her child's tiny steps and cheerful words echoed in the advancing years. No matter the other echoes, Lucy could always hear her daughter. The house filled with laughter and sacred joy, as if blessed by a divine presence. Lucy continued to spread her positive influence like a golden thread through her family's lives. She heard only friendly echoes. Her husband's steps were confident, her father's steady. Even Miss Pross, with her energetic presence, brought life to the echoes. When sorrowful sounds did come, they weren't harsh. When Lucy's son lay dying, his words were not of despair. His mother's tears were mixed with a sense of peace, as if he was going to a divine place. Thus, an angelic presence seemed to blend with the echoes, lifting them toward heaven. Lucy could hear these whispers, like a gentle sea's breath, as her daughter played and chattered about her life in two cities. Sidney Carton's visits were rare, but when he did come, he was sober and his presence was softly echoed. The echoes spoke of him in whispers, as they have for all true spirits throughout time. No man has ever truly loved a woman, lost her, and then known her as a blameless, unaltered mind when she became a wife and mother. Yet her children felt a peculiar kinship with him, a natural tenderness and pity. The depths of sensitivity touched in such moments are unspoken, but they exist, as was the case here. Little Lucy was the first child to reach out to the stranger Carton with her plump arms, and as she grew, he remained special to her. The young boy had mentioned him near the end, wishing Carton to receive a kiss on his behalf. Mr. Stryver bulldozed his way through the legal world, pulling along his helpful friend Sidney like a boat dragged in rough waters. Sidney's life was drenched and challenging, but he settled into it, never considering a change from being Stryver's subordinate, much like a jackal doesn't dream of becoming a lion. Stryver, wealthy and married to a vibrant widow with property and 3 sons, showed no remarkable traits except for their neatly combed hair. These sons, led by Stryver, who oozed condescension, were presented to Lucy's husband as potential students in a manner suggesting they were contributions to their household. The polite refusal of this offer left Stryver swollen with anger, which he later used to caution his sons against the pride of those less fortunate, like their former tutor. He also boasted to his wife, over robust wine, about how he had outsmarted Mrs. Darnay's attempts to catch him, claiming a self-deception so deep that his acquaintances excused his lies, suggesting he believed them himself, a justification, some might say, for a far harsher punishment. Lucy, whether thoughtful or amused, listened to these and other reverberations in her life until her daughter turned 6. The echoes of her child's steps, her father's constant energy, and her husband's love were dear to her heart. The sound of their harmonious home, efficiently managed by her, was like music. The many times her father and husband praised her devotion and asked about her secret to being everything to everyone without seeming rushed were echoes that brought her joy. Yet, from afar, other reverberations ominously rolled in the corners throughout this period. Around the time of little Lucy's 6th birthday, these sounds took on a terrifying note, resembling a massive storm brewing in France with a threatening tide swelling. On a sweltering, chaotic night in mid-July, in the year 1789, Mr. Lorry arrived late from Tellson's. He joined Lucy and her husband by the darkened window. The night's wildness reminded them of an old Sunday evening when they had watched lightning from that same spot. Mr. Lorry, adjusting his brown wig, thought he might have to spend the night at Tellson's due to the overwhelming amount of work. There was a palpable unrest in Paris, leading to a surge of confidence in their firm. Customers couldn't seem to entrust their property to them quickly enough, displaying an almost frenzied eagerness to send it to England. Darnay noted this seemed concerning, but Mr. Lorry remarked that the reasons behind such behavior were unclear and people could be quite irrational. He mentioned that some of them at Tellson's were aging and preferred not to be disturbed beyond what was usual without a good reason. Darnay pointed out the gloomy and foreboding sky, to which Mr. Lorry agreed, but resolved not to let his mood sour after a long day of frustrations. He then inquired about Minette. The doctor entered at that moment, glad to find everyone at home. He expressed how the day's anxieties had left him feeling unnecessarily on edge. He wasn't planning on going out. Instead, he offered to play backgammon, although he confessed he might not be in the best state for a match that evening. Lucy confirmed that the tea board was ready for them. Mr. Lorry thanked her, asking after the child's well-being, and was reassured that she was sound asleep. Everything seemed safe and well, which he was grateful for, though he admitted the day's events had affected him, feeling the weight of his years. He then called everyone to join in a quiet circle, ready to listen to the echoes he had a theory about. Lucy corrected him. It wasn't a theory, just a fancy. Mr. Lorry playfully acknowledged her correction, noting the echoes were numerous and loud. They could hear them even now. The footsteps of chaos and danger seemed to force their way into anyone's life, leaving stains not easily washed away if once tainted red. These footsteps raged in St. Antoine, far away, as the small group sat in the dark London window. That morning, St. Antoine had resembled a vast, shadowy mass of scarecrows swaying, with intermittent flashes of light where steel blades and bayonets glinted in the sunlight. A tremendous roar emerged from the crowd, and a sea of arms flailed in the air, desperately grabbing at any semblance of a weapon that rose from the depths, no matter the distance. The source of the weapons was a mystery to the crowd. From where they last appeared to where they originated, nobody could tell how they ended up quivering and jerking through the air, dozens at a time, over the people's heads like a kind of lightning. Muskets, cartridges, powder, balls, iron bars, wood, knives, axes, pikes, and any other weapon that could be thought of or created were being handed out. Those who couldn't find any weapons resorted to prying stones and bricks from walls with their bare, bleeding hands. Every person in St. Antoine was in a state of high tension and feverish excitement, ready to lay down their life without a second thought. The chaos swirled around Defarge's wine shop, the epicenter of the commotion. Everyone was drawn toward the vortex where Defarge, covered in gunpowder and sweat, was busy giving out orders and weapons, pushing one man back, pulling another forward, and swapping arms from one to another, all while immersed in the thick of the chaos. Defarge called out to his comrades, instructing them to lead groups of patriots. He then searched for his wife, who revealed herself, calm as usual, but today, instead of knitting, she wielded an axe and had a pistol and a knife in her girdle. She declared she would join him and later lead a group of women. Then Defarge, with a loud voice, rallied everyone, shouting the destination, the Bastille. The crowd responded with a roar, sounding as if the entire nation's breath had formed into the hated word. They surged forward, a living sea, overflowing into the city. The alarm bells rang, drums beat, and as the attack began, the sea raged on. Despite the deep ditches, double drawbridges, massive stone walls, 8 great towers, cannons, muskets, fire, and smoke, Defarge fought valiantly at his cannon for 2 intense hours. Eventually, one drawbridge fell, and he urged everyone to work harder, himself still at the gun, which had heated up from continuous use. Madame Defarge rallied the women, proclaiming their ability to kill just as well as men once the place was taken. Women, armed with various weapons but united by hunger and desire for revenge, heeded her call. The battle continued, with cannons, muskets, fire, and smoke, but the deep ditch, single drawbridge, massive walls, and great towers remained. The wounded caused slight shifts in the raging sea. Amidst flashing weapons, blazing torches, smoking wagons of wet straw, hard work at barricades, shrieks, volleys, curses, and boundless courage, the sound of the living sea was relentless. Defarge, at his gun, worked tirelessly, the weapon now doubly hot from 4 fierce hours of service. A signal of truce waved from the fortress, barely seen through the tempest, unheard in its fury. Suddenly, the ocean swelled, engulfing Defarge from the wine shop, carrying him over the now accessible drawbridge, beyond the thick stone walls, and into the heart of the surrendered towers. The power of the sea was unstoppable, making it impossible for him to even catch his breath or look around. It was like fighting against the powerful waves of the South Sea until he found himself in the Bastille's outer courtyard. There, he managed to glance around. Jacques III was right by him, and in the distance, Madame Defarge led her group, knife in hand. The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with wild celebration and overwhelming confusion. Cries for the prisoners, the records, the secret cells, the instruments of torture echoed, but the prisoners dominated, as if the sea itself was echoing the people's demands. As the waves of people surged, they brought with them the prison officers, threatening them to reveal any hidden places or face death. Defarge, with a firm grip, singled out a man with a torch, pulling him aside for questioning. Defarge demanded to be shown the North Tower. The man agreed, assuring there was no one there. But Defarge pressed on, needing to know the significance of 105 North Tower. Under the threat of death, the man admitted it was a cell. Jacques III, frustrated by the lack of violence in the exchange, stayed close, hoping for a different outcome. The noise of the crowd was like an ocean storm within the fortress, making it hard for them to hear each other. They had to shout to communicate as they made their way through the fortress. The walls muffled the roar of the crowd outside, their ears nearly deaf from the cacophony. The trio, Defarge, the turnkey, and Jacques III, moved swiftly through the dark, damp corridors, past grim cells, down steep steps, and up jagged ascents. The flood of people occasionally caught up with them, but as they climbed the tower, they found solitude. The thickness of the walls softened the outside commotion to a distant hum. They reached a low door. The turnkey unlocked it, swung it open, and they all ducked to enter. 105 North Tower, he announced as they stepped into the cell. In a high section of the wall, there nestled a tiny window with bars and no glass. Below it, a stone barrier hid the view of the sky unless one bent down to gaze upward. Nearby, a small chimney, crisscrossed with bars, loomed a short distance away. The remains of burnt wood lay scattered on the hearth, feathery with age. The room held a few simple items, a stool, a table, and a bed of straw. The walls, blackened by time, enclosed the space, with a rusted iron ring anchored into one of them. Defarge instructed the jailer to move the torch along the walls, his eyes tracking the illumination intently. Suddenly, he ordered a halt, spotting something of interest. The initials A.M. captured the attention of Jacques III, who read them eagerly. Defarge recognized the letters as belonging to Alexander Manette and noted that he had identified himself as a poor physician in the etchings. It was clear to Defarge that Manette had also carved a makeshift calendar into the stone. Holding his gun's linstock, Defarge swiftly swapped it for a crowbar. With fierce determination, he shattered the stool and table into fragments. He then demanded the jailer to hold the light higher and ordered Jacques to search the debris and the straw of the bed for anything hidden. Defarge, with a threatening glance at the jailer, crawled to the hearth. He poked and prodded the chimney and its barred grating with the crowbar, dislodging mortar and dust as he searched for secrets. Finding nothing in the wood or straw, Defarge directed them to gather the remnants in the cell center. The jailer lit the pile, creating a fierce blaze. They stooped to exit through the low door, leaving the fire behind as they re-entered the noisy courtyard. Outside, a tumultuous crowd was searching for Defarge, eager to place him at the forefront of their march against the governor of the Bastille. The people demanded justice, their cries for vengeance loud against the governor who had ordered shots against them. The value of their blood, long ignored, was now paramount. In the midst of the chaotic scene, a woman stood out as a pillar of resolve. She pointed out her husband, Defarge, and stayed by his side. Her presence was constant, even as the crowd bore him along and even as violence erupted around them. When the officer they were escorting fell, she was quick to act, delivering a final, ruthless act with her knife. The moment had arrived when Saint Antoine would carry out his dreadful plan to string up men as lanterns, a demonstration of his potential for cruelty. The anger of Saint Antoine was boiling, while the power of oppressive rule was crushed, lying at the steps of the Hôtel de Ville beneath the governor's corpse, trampled by Madame Defarge's shoe as she steadied it for disfigurement. Saint Antoine, searching for a fresh method of death, decided to hang one of the soldiers' bodies as a guard. The lifeless sentinel was positioned, and the crowd surged forward like a relentless tide. This sea was one of dark and menacing waves, clashing fiercely, its depths unknown and its strength untapped. It was a sea filled with figures swaying in anger, voices crying for revenge, and faces so hardened by suffering that no trace of compassion could leave a mark. Amidst this ocean of enraged expressions, there were two distinct groups, each with 7 faces, so strikingly different from the rest that they stood out as unforgettable remnants in the sea's wake. 7 faces of prisoners, freed by the tempest that shattered their prison, were lifted high, all showing signs of fear and confusion as if it were the end of days, surrounded by what seemed like damned souls. Above them, another 7 faces, lifeless, awaited Judgment Day, their expression one of suspended shock rather than complete absence, as if they were pausing before testifying to their fate. 7 freed prisoners, 7 heads impaled on spikes, the keys to the notorious fortress with 8 strong towers, and various old letters and keepsakes from long-deceased inmates were the relics paraded through the streets of Paris by Saint Antoine in mid-July of 1789. May the paths of Lucie Darnay never cross with these frenzied, perilous steps, for they are impulsive and treacherous, and years after the wine cask incident at Defarge's shop, they are not easily cleansed once stained with blood. You're about to listen to Chapter 28, The Sea Still Rises. Whether Saint Antoine had enjoyed just a brief period of joy where he could slightly improve his scant, tough, and sour bread with the joy of brotherly hugs and praises. This was when Madame Defarge, as usual, overlooked her patrons from behind her counter. She didn't wear a rose in her hair because the vast network of spies had quickly learned to be cautious of putting their trust in the saint's compassion, even within a week. In the warm morning glow, Madame Defarge sat with crossed arms, observing the wine shop and the street. Both scenes were dotted with groups of shabby, wretched people who now carried an air of authority despite their hardship. The most tattered nightcap, sitting askew on the poorest head, seemed to say that while life had become tough for the wearer, it had become easy for them to end life in another. Every skinny, unemployed arm was now ever ready to strike. The knitting women's fingers seemed dangerous, skilled in destruction. Saint Antoine had undergone a transformation. Centuries of hammering had shaped its current mood, and the recent events had greatly influenced its demeanor. Madame Defarge watched with a subtle nod of approval, befitting the leader of the Saint Antoine women. Beside her, a fellow sister knitted, a short and somewhat stout grocer's wife and mother of 2, who had earned the nickname the Vengeance. The Vengeance suddenly perked up, sensing someone's approach. A quick murmur spread like a lit fuse from the edge of the Saint Antoine quarter to the wine shop door. "It's Defarge," said Madame Defarge, demanding silence from the patriots. A breathless Defarge burst in, removing his red cap and scanning the room. "Listen up, everyone." Madame Defarge commanded attention. Defarge, gasping for air, stood against a backdrop of eager faces peering in from outside. Everyone inside the wine shop had risen. "What news do you bring?" Madame Defarge asked. "News from beyond," Defarge exclaimed. Madame Defarge scoffed at the mention of the other world. Defarge reminded them of old Foulon, who had scornfully told starving people to eat grass, pretended to die, and had a lavish fake funeral. But now he had been found alive, hiding in the countryside and captured. Defarge had just seen him, now a prisoner on his way to the Hotel de Ville. He had every reason to fear them, Defarge stated. The response from the crowd confirmed that if Foulon hadn't realized it before, he would have known their contempt deep down if he could hear their unified response. A heavy silence hung in the air. Defarge and his wife exchanged a meaningful look. The Vengeance crouched down, and the sound of a drum echoed as she adjusted it at her feet behind the counter. "Patriots," Defarge said with resolve, "are we prepared?" Madame Defarge swiftly tucked her knife into her belt. The drum's rhythm filled the streets, as though it had magically appeared with its player. The Vengeance, with a fury matching that of 40 wild spirits, screamed and flailed, racing from home to stir up the women. The sight of the men, filled with a fierce rage as they peered from windows, grabbed any weapon at hand, and flooded the streets, was fearsome. Yet, the women presented a chilling spectacle. Abandoning their meager domestic tasks and their families, they poured into the streets with disheveled hair, driving each other and themselves into a frenzy with their heart-wrenching cries and frantic actions. They shouted about the capture of the villain Foulon, urging each other to seek vengeance. Amidst this chaos, some women ran around, beating their chests, pulling at their hair, and unleashing screams for Foulon's blood. They called for every part of him, demanding a brutal retribution, urging for him to be torn apart and buried so that grass might grow from him. In their blind rage, the women lashed out, even striking friends, until they collapsed, exhausted and emotional, saved from being trampled only by the men who cared for them. Time was of the essence. Foulon was held at the Hotel de Ville and could be released. But the people of Saint Antoine, aware of their own suffering and grievances, would not allow it. They gathered quickly, armed and determined, drawing even the most reluctant with a powerful pull. Soon, Saint Antoine was left with only the elderly and children crying in its heart. The crowd had filled the hall of examination, eager to see the despised old man. The Defarges, the Vengeance, and Jacques III were among the first to press close to him in the hall. Madame Defarge gestured with her knife, her satisfaction clear as she pointed out the villain, bound and mocked with grass tied to his back. She tucked her knife away and clapped her hands in delight, as if at a theatrical performance. The crowd behind her, understanding her pleasure, passed the message back through the streets, which echoed with applause. As the hours passed, Madame Defarge's impatience was echoed by the crowd, thanks in part to agile men who relayed her reactions from the windows to the throng outside. Eventually, the sun climbed high enough to cast a warm ray, like a beacon of hope or protection, directly onto the head of the aged captive. The gesture was overwhelming, and in an instant, the wall of dust and chaff that had miraculously stood for so long dispersed into the air, and the man was in the clutches of Saint Antoine. The news spread like wildfire to the furthest edges of the throng. Defarge had leapt over a railing and a table, embracing the wretched soul in a fatal hold. Madame Defarge followed suit, deftly securing her hand in one of the ropes that bound him. The Vengeance and Jacques III hadn't caught up yet, and the men at the windows hadn't swooped down like predatory birds when a call rippled through the city, demanding he be brought out to the lamp. Through the chaos, he was dragged down, up, and headfirst on the building steps. Sometimes on his knees, sometimes on his feet, sometimes on his back, he was pummeled and choked by the grass and straw stuffed into his face by countless hands. Despite his torn and bleeding state, he continued to plead for mercy. At times, he was surrounded by a small clear space as the crowd pulled back to watch. Other times, he was like a lifeless log being dragged through a forest of legs. He was eventually hauled to the nearest street corner where a deadly lamp hung, and there, Madame Defarge released him with the indifference of a cat discarding a mouse, watching him silently and calmly as the crowd prepared for what was to come. All the while women shrieked and men sternly demanded his death with grass stuffed in his mouth. He was hoisted up, the rope snapped, and his screams filled the air. This happened twice more before the rope finally held, and soon his head was displayed on a pike, his mouth stuffed with enough grass for all of Saint Antoine to revel in the sight. But the day's grim deeds weren't over. The anger of Saint Antoine boiled over once more when they learned at day's end that another enemy of the people, the son-in-law of the dispatched, was heading to Paris under the protection of a 500-strong cavalry. Saint Antoine scribbled his offenses on blazing sheets of paper, seized him, and would have dragged him from an army to join Foulon. They set his head and heart on spikes and paraded the day's trophies through the streets in a wolfish procession. Only when night fell did the men and women return to their children, crying and without bread. They lined up at the bakers' shops, waiting to buy poor-quality bread. As they waited, hungry and weak, they passed the time by congratulating each other on the day's triumphs and reliving them in chatter. Slowly, the ragged lines dwindled, and then dim lights appeared in high windows, and meager fires were lit in the streets for communal cooking, followed by suppers at their doorsteps. These were scant and barely filling meals, devoid of meat or any other substantial addition to the meager bread. Yet, the shared experience brought a spark of warmth and a glimmer of cheer. Parents who had borne the brunt of the day's horrors played tenderly with their thin children. Lovers, in the midst of such turmoil, clung to love and hope. As dawn neared, the last group of patrons left the wine shop owned by Defarge, and he secured the door. Turning to his wife with a raspy voice, he expressed that the anticipated moment had finally arrived. Madame Defarge acknowledged, noting that it was nearly so. The slumber of Saint Antoine enveloped both the Defarges and even the Vengeance, along with her famished grocer companion. The silence of the drum was a stark contrast to the usual clamor. It remained unchanged by bloodshed or urgency. The Vengeance, keeper of the drum, could have roused it to speak as it once did before the fall of the Bastille or the capture of Old Foulon. The voices of Saint Antoine's men and women, however, had been altered, their tones now rough and hoarse. You're about to listen to Chapter 29, Fire Rises. The village had undergone a transformation since the fountain collapsed. The mender of roads would chip away at the stones on the highway, eking out a living to keep his simple mind and frail body intact. The once imposing prison on the cliff had lost its dominance. A few soldiers and their officers guarded it, yet no one could predict their actions. A vast expanse of ruin stretched out, offering nothing but desolation. The vegetation and the people were equally withered and destitute. Everything seemed downtrodden and exhausted. Homes, fences, animals, humans, and the very earth they lived on were all worn thin. Monseigneur, often a respectable gentleman, was seen as a national treasure, setting a noble tone and living a life of splendor. Yet, despite this, Monseigneur as a class had led to the current state of affairs. It was ironic that the world, supposedly created for Monseigneur, had been drained so quickly. However, the changes in the village were not about Monseigneur's absence. For years, Monseigneur had exploited the village for his own pleasures. Now, the difference was in the new, unfamiliar faces of the lower caste appearing in the village, unlike the refined features of Monseigneur. As the mender of roads toiled alone, too preoccupied with his hunger to ponder his mortality, he began to notice more strangers passing by. These were rough figures, once rare but now common. They were rugged, dressed in cumbersome wooden shoes, and looked as if they had traveled many roads. One such figure approached the mender of roads on a hot July day. The man surveyed the village, the mill, and the prison, then greeted the mender of roads with a simple, "How goes it, Jacques?" To which the mender replied, "All well, Jacques." They shook hands, and the man joined the mender on his pile of stones, sharing in the absence of a midday meal. The road repairer, with a look of hunger, remarked that supper was the only meal at hand. He noted that dinner seemed to be out of fashion as he couldn't find it anywhere. He prepared his pipe with practiced ease, sparking it to life and drawing until it glowed. Then, with a swift motion, he dropped something into it, causing a brief flare before it extinguished in a wisp of smoke. After this ritual, the two men clasped hands once more. The repairer, after watching the man's actions, suggested they should proceed with their plan that very night. The man agreed, confirming the timing and location right where they were. They sat together on a pile of stones, enduring the pelting hail, exchanging silent glances as the storm began to dissipate over the village. The traveler, eager to know more, moved to a vantage point and prompted the repairer to show him the way. The repairer pointed down the road, through the village and past the fountain. But the traveler dismissed the specifics with impatience, seeking only the essential directions. The repairer then described a location about 2 leagues beyond the hill's summit, above the village. The traveler inquired about the repairer's work schedule, expressing his need for rest after 2 sleepless nights and asking to be woken before the repairer departed. The road repairer promised to do so. The traveler settled himself on the stone heap, taking off his cumbersome wooden shoes, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. As the repairer continued his work, the clouds cleared, revealing the sky and casting silver reflections on the landscape. He couldn't help but be drawn to the sleeping figure, working almost absent-mindedly. The traveler's rugged appearance, marked by a life of hardship, filled the repairer with a sense of awe. Despite the traveler's worn state, with sore feet and tattered clothes, he seemed impenetrable, his arms crossed over his chest as he slept. The repairer felt that even fortified towns were defenseless compared to this man. He imagined similar figures across France, unstoppable in their resolve. The traveler remained undisturbed by the changing weather, resting until the day neared its end and the sky blazed with the setting sun. Finally, it was time to head back to the village, and the repairer woke the traveler. Rising on his elbow, the traveler confirmed the meeting place once more, about 2 leagues beyond the hill's summit, and the repairer affirmed. The road mender headed home, trailed by the dust stirred up by the wind. He reached the village fountain and squeezed in among the thirsty cattle, seeming to share secrets with them. The villagers, after their modest meal, didn't go to bed as usual but stayed outside, caught up in a wave of hushed conversations. They also gathered in the dark near the fountain, looking expectantly towards the sky in one direction. Monsieur Gabelle, the town's official, felt uneasy. He climbed onto his rooftop alone, peering into the distance, then glanced at the shadowy figures by the fountain below. He quickly sent a message to the church's caretaker, hinting that the church bells might soon need to ring out a warning. As night fell, the trees surrounding the old chateau seemed to threaten it, swaying in the growing wind. Rain lashed the steps leading up to the chateau's entrance, pounding on the door as if to wake those inside. The wind howled through the hall, whispering among the ancient weapons and stirring the curtains of the bed where the last marquis had slept. From the woods in all directions, 4 rugged figures made their way towards the courtyard, their lights flickering before vanishing into the darkness. However, the darkness didn't last. The chateau began to glow with an eerie light of its own. A flickering glow danced across the front, illuminating windows, arches, and balustrades. The light grew, reaching higher and wider until flames burst from many windows, the stone faces of the building now staring out from the fire. A soft buzz of activity came from the few remaining people around the house. A horse was quickly saddled and sent galloping away. It raced through the night, stopping at Monsieur Gabelle's door, covered in foam. The church bells rang out, but no other help was forthcoming. The road mender and his 250 friends stood by the fountain, arms crossed, watching the pillar of fire reach into the sky, estimating it to be 40 feet high, yet they didn't move an inch. The messenger from the chateau sped through the village and up the rocky ascent to the prison on the cliff. At the gate, officers and soldiers stood watching the blaze. The messenger called out for help to save valuable items from the fire. The officers glanced at the soldiers, who were fixated on the flames. They shrugged, bit their lips, and decided it must burn. The riders sped down the hill and into the street, where the village was coming to life with light. The road mender, along with his 250 friends, was struck by a sudden urge to light up the night. They quickly disappeared into their homes, placing candles on every window pane, no matter how small. There wasn't much to go around, so they had to ask Monsieur Gabelle for candles in a way that didn't leave much room for no. When he hesitated, the road mender, who once would never challenge authority, hinted that carriages and post horses could be used for a bonfire or a roast. The chateau was left alone to be consumed by flames. It seemed as if a blast of heat from a fiery underworld was trying to sweep the building away. The blaze made the stone faces look like they were in agony. As parts of the building collapsed, one face with a damaged nose would disappear and then reappear, as if it were the face of the cruel Marquis himself, struggling against the flames. The fire took hold of the closest trees, charring and withering them, while others, ignited by the heat, created a ring of smoke around the burning chateau. The marble fountain boiled with molten lead and iron, its water all dried up. The tops of the towers melted away like ice under the intense heat, pouring down into 4 fiery pits. Huge cracks spread across the walls, and birds, confused by the heat, fell into the fiery chaos below. The 4 figures left the scene, each heading in a different direction, with the fire they started lighting their way. The village, now lit up and excited, took over the bell tower and rang the bell with joy, replacing the usual bell ringer. The villagers, driven by hunger, fire, and the sound of the bell, wanted to talk to Monsieur Gabelle about rent and taxes. Even though he hadn't collected much lately, they surrounded his house, demanding he come out. Instead, he locked himself in, trying to decide what to do. He eventually climbed to his roof, prepared to jump off and take someone with him if they forced their way in. Monsieur Gabelle probably had a long night, with the distant fire for light and the noise outside for company. He had a lamp hanging outside that the villagers seemed keen to take down. It must have been tough, waiting all night, ready to jump into the darkness. But as dawn broke and the village candles flickered out, the people went home, and Monsieur Gabelle came down, still alive for the time being. 100 miles around, under the glow of other blazes, more officials met a grim fate that night and on subsequent ones. The morning sun revealed their bodies suspended over the streets where they had once lived peacefully. Similarly, less fortunate villagers and townsfolk suffered at the hands of these officials and soldiers who captured and hanged them in return. Regardless, the relentless figures pushed on in every direction, and regardless of who was hanged, fires continued to burn. The height of a gallows that could douse these flames remained a mystery, beyond the calculations of any official. You're about to listen to Chapter 30, Drawn to the Lodestone Rock. Amidst fiery uprisings and relentless surges of the sea, the solid ground trembled as the ocean's fury rose, unceasingly swelling to the awe and fear of those watching from the shore. Over 3 tumultuous years, 3 more of little Lucy's birthdays intertwined with the tranquil fabric of her family's life through a golden thread. Night and day, the household would listen to the echoing footsteps, their hearts sinking as the sounds seemed to them like a crowd under a red flag, their nation in peril, transformed into wild creatures by a long-enduring, terrible spell. The Monseigneur, as a group, had come to terms with their fading relevance and the looming threat of their expulsion from France. Like a fable, they conjured a devil with great effort, only to flee in terror upon seeing it, much like the Monseigneur who had invoked danger with their actions and now ran from the consequences. The once prominent bullseye of the court had vanished, no longer a target for a storm of national dissent. It had been flawed, marred by pride, indulgence, and blindness, and now it had disappeared. The court, with its innermost and outermost layers of scheming and corruption, had collapsed. Royalty had been besieged and was now in limbo. By the time August of the year 1792 arrived, the Monseigneur had dispersed. Naturally, their main hub in London was Tellson's Bank. Like spirits haunting familiar places, the Monseigneur, now penniless, lingered where their wealth used to be. This was where reliable French news arrived first. Tellson's also generously aided former customers who had lost their fortunes. Nobles who had foreseen trouble and sent money ahead to Tellson's were spoken of there by those in need. New arrivals from France would report at Tellson's, making it a bustling center for French news. So well known was this that Tellson's would sometimes post the latest updates in their windows for passers-by to read. On a humid, foggy afternoon, Mr. Lorry sat working while Charles Darnay stood by, conversing in hushed tones. The room, once reserved for private meetings, was now brimming with people seeking news. It was close to the end of the day. Charles Darnay hinted to Mr. Lorry, with some hesitation, about his youthfulness, to which Mr. Lorry replied, understanding that the suggestion was about his age. In the face of unpredictable weather, the daunting prospect of a lengthy journey, and the uncertainty of travel arrangements, Charles found himself contemplating a trip to a potentially unsafe and chaotic city. Mr. Lorry, however, was undeterred by these concerns. He pointed out that his advanced age made him an unlikely target for troublemakers, and that his familiarity with the city and its business affairs made him the ideal candidate to manage the delicate tasks required by Tellson's Bank. Charles, with a touch of restlessness, expressed a desire to undertake the journey himself, despite the risks. Mr. Lorry playfully chided Charles for his sudden wish to go, especially considering his French heritage, which could add an extra layer of complexity to the trip. Mr. Lorry then shared the gravity of the situation with Charles, emphasizing the difficulty in conducting business and the danger that important documents faced in Paris. With the city on the brink of chaos, the task of securing and transporting these documents was nearly impossible. He explained that only someone with his experience and knowledge could navigate these treacherous waters without wasting precious time. Charles admired Mr. Lorry's youthful spirit and determination, but Mr. Lorry brushed off the compliment, insisting that his actions were simply part of his long-standing loyalty to Tellson's. He described the perilous task of moving anything out of Paris, with the city's barriers manned by guards whose own lives hung by a thread. As the day wore on, the two continued their conversation in a room now filled with people eager for news from France. Mr. Lorry worked diligently while Charles stood by, hinting at concerns about Mr. Lorry's ability to handle the journey at his age. But Mr. Lorry understood and reassured him, ready to face the challenges that awaited him. Charles was determined to leave that very night, the urgency of the situation not allowing for any postponement. He had been offered various companions for the journey, but he declined them all, opting instead for Jerry's company. Jerry, a longtime protector on Sunday evenings, was a familiar presence to Charles, and his unassuming English bulldog appearance meant he wouldn't draw unwanted attention. Charles brushed off Mr. Lorry's compliments about his bravery and youthfulness as mere nonsense. He hinted at the possibility of considering retirement after completing his current mission, suggesting that there would be plenty of time to think about aging after that. Their conversation unfolded at Mr. Lorry's desk, amidst the bustling activity of the bank. The atmosphere was charged with Monseigneur's bravado as he talked about taking revenge on those he deemed responsible for his misfortunes. The prevailing attitude was to treat the revolution as an unprecedented event, ignoring the clear signs that had long pointed to its inevitability. Observers had long seen the warning signs in the plight of the French populace and the mismanagement of resources, yet there was a tendency to speak of the revolution as if it had come out of nowhere. As the clock's hands neared the time for the bank to close, a stream of chatter flowed past Mr. Lorry's desk. He questioned Monseigneur with a letter, and the refugee, full of schemes and anger, caught Monseigneur's attention. People around, whether speaking French or English, did not shy away from criticizing the elusive Marquis. One person remarked on the Marquis' successor, calling him a degenerate who was happy to have never met the polished Marquis who met a violent end. Another labeled him a coward for fleeing his duties, recalling how this Monseigneur once escaped Paris hidden in a hay cart, barely breathing and upside down. A third spectator, peering through his glasses, condemned the man for adopting radical beliefs, for opposing the previous Marquis, and for abandoning his lands to the mercy of violent mobs, hoping they would now give him his just deserts. Stryver, loud and blunt, expressed his disdain, questioning the man's reputation and character. Darnay, unable to hold back, confronted Stryver, admitting he knew the man in question. Stryver, surprised, pitted Darnay for it, warning him of the dangers of associating with such a person, especially one who teaches the young. He argued that the man was a bad influence, a source of corruption. Darnay, struggling to contain himself and mindful of a secret, suggested that Stryver might not fully grasp the gentleman's nature. Stryver, undeterred, insisted that if the man was indeed a gentleman, his actions were incomprehensible. He advised Darnay to inform the man of his opinion, adding that it was surprising the man wasn't leading the very mob he had joined. Stryver believed that such a man would never truly stand with his dangerous new allies, but would instead flee at the first sign of trouble. With a final snap of his fingers, Stryver left for Fleet Street, earning the nod of approval from his audience. Mr. Lorry and Charles Darnay were left by themselves at the desk, with the bank now emptying. Mr. Lorry entrusted Darnay with the letter, asking him to ensure its delivery, explaining that it had been sent to the bank in hopes they would know where to forward it. Darnay confirmed he knew the destination and agreed to explain the situation. He inquired about Mr. Lorry's departure for Paris, which was set for 8 o'clock. Darnay promised to return to see him off. Feeling uneasy about his interactions with Stryver and most others, Darnay sought solace in the quiet of the temple. There, he opened the letter, absorbing its urgent message from the prison of the Abbaye in Paris, dated June 21, 1792, addressed to the former Marquis. Enduring a prolonged threat to my life from the villagers, I was forcibly taken and made to walk a great distance to Paris. The journey was filled with hardships, and to add to my woes, my home has been demolished. Accused of treason against the people for assisting an emigrant, I face imprisonment and the loss of my life unless you intervene. Despite my protests that my actions were on your behalf, the accusation stands firm. I've explained that I had previously eased their financial burdens, yet the only charge they uphold is my support for an emigrant. In desperation, I reach out to you, once known as the Marquis, in the hope that my plea will cross the ocean and find you through the extensive network of Tilson in Paris. I implore you, for the sake of compassion, justice, and the honor of your esteemed name, to come to my aid and secure my release. My only misstep was my loyalty to you. Now, from this dreadful prison that brings me closer to ruin with each passing hour, I entrust my fate to you. Yours in distress, Gabelle. This letter awakened the concerns harbored in Darnay's mind. The jeopardy facing a loyal servant, guilty of nothing but devotion, confronted him so directly that he felt compelled to hide from those he passed as he paced, contemplating his next move. He was acutely aware of his own failings, his reaction to the family's dark history, his distrust of his uncle, and his reluctance to support the crumbling legacy he was expected to maintain. He recognized his hasty and incomplete renunciation of his title for his love for Lucy. Darnay was conscious of the fact that he had succumbed to the pressures of an ever-changing world, where the events of one week rendered the plans of the previous obsolete. He knew he had missed the moment for action, as nobles fled France and their estates were seized and destroyed. Despite his inner turmoil, he had not resisted the tide of change, and now he faced the consequences, well aware that any new power in France could hold him accountable. He never wronged or jailed anyone. Instead of demanding what was owed to him, he gave it up willingly, relying on the world's indifference to make his own way and earn his living. Monsieur Gabelle managed the struggling estate by orders to be lenient with the people, giving them the little that the creditors allowed, like scarce winter fuel and summer's leftover crops, all to protect himself and prove his fairness. This pushed Charles Darnay to a bold decision: he would go to Paris. Indeed, like a sailor in an ancient tale, fate's currents were pulling him towards a magnetic force, the lodestone rock, and he felt the pull too strong to resist. His mind was filled with the drive to intervene in his homeland's troubles, to curb the violence and plead for compassion. The taunts from Monseigneur and Stryver, which were especially cutting, and Gabelle's letter, a plea from a man in danger, cemented his resolve. He had to go to Paris. The lodestone rock beckoned, and he was set to collide with it. He saw no obstacle, sensed little risk. His past actions, unfinished as they were, seemed likely to be welcomed in France, where he hoped to influence the wild revolution. As he paced, determined, he thought of Lucy and her father, deciding they should not know of his departure until he was gone. To spare Lucy the heartache and her father the painful memories of France, he would keep his plans secret. He pondered how much his current situation was due to his father-in-law's reluctance to face the past. He paced, his mind racing, until it was time to say goodbye to Mr. Lorry at Tellson's. He would reveal his plans to his old friend once in Paris, but not yet. Outside the bank, a carriage waited, and Jerry was ready to go. Charles Darnay assured Mr. Lorry that he had delivered the letter. He wouldn't burden him with a written reply, but hoped for a spoken one. Mr. Lorry agreed willingly to carry out a task for Mr. Gabelle, provided it wasn't perilous. He was assured it was safe, even though it involved a prisoner at the Abbaye. Mr. Lorry, readying his pocketbook, learned that the prisoner's name was Gabelle. He was to inform Gabelle that his letter had been received and assistance would arrive. The departure was set for the following night without any specific time or additional persons involved. Mr. Lorry bundled up in several coats and cloaks, braving the misty air of Fleet Street from the cozy bank, with well wishes for Lucy and her little namesake, promising to guard them until his return. Charles Darnay watched the carriage disappear, a doubtful smile on his face. On the night of August 14th, Darnay stayed up writing 2 heartfelt letters. One was to Lucy, explaining his compelling need to travel to Paris and his confidence in avoiding danger. The other was to the doctor, entrusting Lucy and their child to his care with the same strong assurances. He promised to send proof of his safety as soon as he arrived in Paris. Spending the day among his family with a secret was challenging. He managed to maintain the innocent deception they were unaware of. A loving look at his busy, happy wife gave him the determination to keep the truth from her. The day sped by, and in the evening, he hugged her and their child, pretending he'd return soon. He had secretly packed a valise and slipped out into the dense streets, his heart heavy with the weight of his secret. An invisible force was pulling him inexorably forward, and he felt the pull of destiny. He left his letters with a reliable porter to be delivered just before midnight and took off for Dover, beginning his journey. Strengthened by the prisoner's plea for the honor of his noble name, he left behind all that was dear to him, heading toward the metaphorical lodestone rock. You're about to listen to Chapter 31, In Secret. The traveler made his slow progress towards Paris from England in the fall of 1792. Even if the deposed King of France had still been in power, the traveler would have faced enough poor roads, carriages, and horses to slow him down. But these times brought different challenges. At every town gate and village toll booth, groups of armed citizen patriots were ready to halt, question, and inspect anyone passing through, deciding on a whim whether to let them proceed or detain them for the sake of the new republic that stood for liberty, equality, fraternity, or death. Charles Darnay had only covered a few French leagues when he realized that he couldn't return to England until Paris declared him a good citizen. Now committed, he understood each closed village and barrier was another lock keeping him from home. The constant vigilance surrounding him made him feel as trapped as if he were caught in a net or caged. This relentless scrutiny didn't just stop him on the road repeatedly, but also slowed him by constantly chasing him down, intercepting him, or escorting him. He had been traveling in France for days when he reached a small town, still far from Paris, and went to bed exhausted. Only presenting Gabelle's letter from the Abbaye prison had allowed him to get this far. The trouble he'd encountered at the guardhouse made him feel his journey had reached a turning point. So, when he was woken in the middle of the night at the inn by a nervous official and 3 armed patriots in red caps, he wasn't much surprised. The official informed him that he would be sent to Paris with an escort. Darnay expressed his willingness to go to Paris, but his preference to do without the escort. A red-capped patriot silenced him, declaring that as an aristocrat, he needed the escort and would have to pay for it. Darnay acknowledged he had no choice. He dressed and was escorted back to the guardhouse, where he paid a hefty fee for the escort. Then, in the early hours of the morning, he set off on the damp roads with 2 mounted patriots, one on either side of him. The man being escorted controlled his own horse, but a slack rope connected to his bridle was gripped around the wrist of one of the patriots. In the face of a biting rain, they embarked on their journey, the horses' hooves clanking against the town's cobblestones and then squelching through the muddy countryside roads. This arrangement remained unchanged, except when they switched horses or altered their speed, throughout the long, mud-laden distance to the capital. They moved under the cover of darkness, pausing briefly after dawn before hiding away until evening shadows returned. The escort's clothes were so threadbare they wrapped straw around their legs and draped it over their shoulders to ward off the rain. Despite the discomfort and potential danger, one patriot being perpetually inebriated and carelessly handling his weapon, Charles Darnay didn't let the constraints stir up too much worry within him. He convinced himself that his situation wasn't related to any individual case or claims, which hadn't been presented yet. Upon arriving in Beauvais at dusk, when the streets buzzed with people, Darnay couldn't ignore the unsettling atmosphere. A foreboding crowd gathered to watch him, shouting hostile words about emigrants. Hesitating to dismount, he decided the saddle was the safest place for him and thought to himself that he was no emigrant, being in France of his own free will. A local blacksmith, enraged, labeled him a cursed emigrant and aristocrat, but the postmaster stepped in, assuring the crowd that Darnay would face judgment in Paris. The blacksmith, hammer in hand, declared him a traitor, to which the crowd voiced their agreement. The postmaster prevented the horse from being led away, and Darnay, once he could, insisted to the onlookers that they were mistaken about him being a traitor. The blacksmith accused him of lying, claiming his life was at the mercy of the people. Just as the crowd seemed ready to surge forward, the postmaster directed the horse into the yard, followed closely by the escort, and secured the gates. The blacksmith struck the gates in frustration, but the crowd's uproar subsided. Darnay, after expressing gratitude, inquired about the decree the blacksmith mentioned. The postmaster explained it was a recent decree to sell emigrants' property. Darnay realized it was past the day he left England. The postmaster hinted at more decrees possibly in place or forthcoming, which could banish emigrants and condemn returning ones to death, meaning Darnay's life was indeed not his own. When Darnay asked if such decrees were already established, the postmaster merely shrugged, suggesting the certainty of such measures didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Seeking refuge in a loft, they lay on straw until the dead of night before continuing their journey while the town slept. The oddity of this nocturnal ride was marked by the scarce sight of slumber. After solitary rides across desolate roads, they'd stumble upon lit-up hamlets with people eerily dancing around a withered liberty tree or singing freedom songs in the night. Fortunately, the town of Beauvais offered a respite of rest, allowing them to move on through the cold, wet night, past barren fields, remnants of burnt homes, and sudden encounters with vigilant patriot patrols. As dawn broke, they found themselves at Paris's fortified gate, which was shut and heavily guarded. A man of authority, called forth by the guards, inquired about the prisoner's papers without acknowledging Charles Darnay's claim of being a free French citizen with a paid escort. The intoxicated patriot produced the papers from his cap, causing a stir and close scrutiny from the official, who then retreated to the guardroom, leaving them waiting outside. Observing the surroundings, Darnay noted the uneven mix of soldiers and patriots at the gate, the latter outnumbering the former. While supplies entered freely, those trying to leave faced stringent checks, resulting in a slow trickle through the barrier. People waited to be cleared, some resting or smoking, others chatting or loitering, all adorned with the red cap and tricolor cockade. After half an hour, the authority figure returned, ordering the barrier to be opened. He handed over a receipt for Darnay, who dismounted, and the two patriots led the horse away without entering the city. Darnay was taken to a guardroom filled with the smell of cheap wine and tobacco, where soldiers and patriots in various states of consciousness and sobriety were scattered about. The dim light, a mix of dying oil lamps and overcast daylight, cast an uncertain glow over the room where open registers lay on a desk, overseen by a dark, coarse officer. Addressing Darnay's escort as Citizen Defarge, the officer began to scribble on a piece of paper, questioning if Darnay was the emigrant Evermond. Defarge confirmed this. The officer inquired about Darnay's age, to which he replied 37, and upon being asked if he was married and where, Darnay stated he was married in England. The officer, without surprise, asked the location of Darnay's wife, and again Darnay mentioned England. The officer then informed Darnay that he was being assigned to La Force prison. Darnay, in disbelief, demanded to know under what law he was being detained. The officer briefly paused from his writing to explain that new laws and offenses had been introduced since Darnay's last time in France. Darnay pleaded, noting his voluntary return to France in response to a compatriot's appeal, and insisted on his right to present his case without delay. The officer coldly replied that emigrants had no rights. Darnay was to be incarcerated in secret as the officer finished writing and handed the paper to Defarge. They were escorted by 2 armed patriots. Defarge, in a hushed voice, confirmed with Darnay that he had married the daughter of Dr. Manette, previously imprisoned in the Bastille. Darnay, surprised, acknowledged this. Defarge introduced himself as the wine shop owner in the Saint Antoine quarter and mentioned Darnay's wife's visit to reclaim her father. Defarge then abruptly asked why Darnay had returned to France, to which Darnay reiterated his earlier reason. Defarge dismissed it as a poor truth for Darnay. Feeling utterly overwhelmed by the rapid and unfair changes, Darnay requested help, but Defarge refused, stating his allegiance to his country and the people against Darnay. Darnay sought to know if he would be allowed to communicate with the outside world from prison, or if he would be buried there without a chance to defend himself. Defarge cryptically replied that Darnay would see, reminding him that others had faced worse fates. In desperation, Darnay stressed the importance of informing Mr. Lorry of Tellson's Bank about his imprisonment. Defarge, however, remained resolute in his refusal to assist, reaffirming his duty to his country and the people. Charles Darnay realized it was futile to plead any further with his companion, and he felt a sting to his pride. Walking together in a heavy silence, Charles couldn't help but notice the indifference of the people around them to the sight of a prisoner being led through the streets. The children hardly gave him a glance. A handful of onlookers turned their heads, some wagging their fingers at him, labeling him an aristocrat. Yet, the sight of a well-dressed man headed for jail seemed no more unusual to them than a laborer in work clothes on his way to a job. In one particularly grimy and narrow street, they came across a man perched on a stool, passionately denouncing the king and the royal family's crimes against the people. It was from this man's shouts that Charles first learned of the king's imprisonment and the departure of all foreign ambassadors from Paris. Until then, the watchful eye of his escort had kept him in isolation, leaving him unaware of the current events. Charles was now painfully aware that he had walked into far greater dangers than those he had left behind in England. The risks surrounding him were mounting rapidly, and he feared they might only increase. He acknowledged to himself that he might have reconsidered this journey had he known what the next few days would bring. Yet, his apprehensions were not as grim as one might expect, looking back from a later time. The future was uncertain, and within that uncertainty, there was a sliver of naive hope. The dreadful massacre that would soon stain the harvest season with blood was beyond his comprehension, as distant as if it were millennia away. The newly named guillotine, referred to as La Guillotine, was barely familiar to him, just as it was to most people. The terrible acts soon to be committed were likely not even conceived in the minds of those who would carry them out. How could such thoughts exist in the mind of a gentle person? Charles anticipated unjust treatment, hardship, and the painful separation from his wife and child in prison. But beyond these fears, he could not foresee anything specific. With the heavy burden of these thoughts, he arrived at the La Force prison. The man with the swollen face who opened the prison gate was handed the emigrant Evermond by Defarge. The man with the swollen face let out an exclamation of frustration, wondering how many more would come. Defarge, ignoring the outburst, accepted a receipt and left with his 2 compatriots. Left behind, the jailer repeated his exasperation to his wife, who had no answer for him, except to say that patience was necessary. When 3 turnkeys arrived in response to her ringing a bell, they echoed her sentiment, with one adding a comment about liberty that seemed quite out of place in such a setting. The La Force prison was a dismal place, dark and unclean, with a stench of stale sleep hanging in the air. It was remarkable how quickly that unwelcome smell became noticeable in places that were neglected. The jailer muttered to himself about the secrecy of Darnay's detention, feeling as though the prison was already bursting at its seams. In a sour mood, he slapped the paper onto a file. Charles Darnay then spent a restless half-hour waiting for the official to decide his fate. He walked back and forth in the sturdy, arched room or sat on a stone bench, but either way, he was there for the officers to remember. Eventually, the official grabbed his keys and signaled Charles to follow. They passed through the dimly lit corridors of the prison, with multiple doors slamming and locking behind them. They arrived in a vast chamber where prisoners of both genders crowded together. Women sat at a long table, engaged in various activities like reading, writing, and sewing, while most of the men stood or wandered around the room. Charles felt a jolt of discomfort as he stepped into the room, associating his fellow prisoners with shame and crime. The surreal experience peaked when they all stood to greet him with the utmost politeness and grace, as if life outside had not changed. The elegance seemed ghostly in the prison's gloom, and it felt as though Charles was surrounded by spirits, the beauty and grandeur of the past, all seemingly waiting for release from this desolate place. He was frozen in place, noticing how out of place the prison guards looked among the refined figures of the prisoners. The scene was so bizarre that it felt like a dream, a nightmare brought on by illness that had transported him to this shadowy realm. A man with the demeanor of a courtly gentleman stepped forward, welcoming Charles to La Force and expressing sympathy for his misfortune. He asked Charles about his identity and situation, which Charles provided as best as he could. The gentleman looked after the chief jailer, who had moved across the room, and expressed hope that Charles was not being held in secret. Charles admitted he didn't fully grasp what that meant, although he'd heard the term before. The gentleman then raised his voice to announce to the others that Charles was, unfortunately, being kept in secret. There was a collective expression of sympathy from the crowd as Charles walked to a grated door where the jailer was waiting. Warm wishes and words of encouragement followed him, particularly from the women's tender voices. He turned to express his heartfelt gratitude before the door shut and the ghostly assembly faded from his view. The wicket swung open, revealing a stone staircase that spiraled upwards. Climbing 40 steps, which the newly captured man had quickly taken note of, the jailer unlocked a low, black door. They entered a solitary cell that felt chillingly damp, yet not devoid of light. The jailer indicated the cell was for the prisoner, who questioned why he was to be confined alone. The jailer shrugged off the question, not knowing the reason himself. When the prisoner inquired about purchasing writing materials, the jailer denied the request, explaining that only food could be bought, and any further questions should be saved for the visitor who would come later. Inside the cell, there was a chair, a table, and a straw mattress. The jailer surveyed these items along with the cell walls before leaving. The prisoner, leaning against the opposite wall, imagined the jailer looking bloated, as if waterlogged from drowning. Once alone, he felt as though he was left for dead. Glancing at the mattress and recoiling from the thought of insects, he mused on the decay of the body after death. Pacing his cell, he measured it repeatedly, 5 paces by 4.5. The distant sounds of the city mingled with voices, reminiscent of muffled drums. He distracted himself by recalling his craft. He made shoes. But the thought looped endlessly, driving him to pace faster, trying to outrun the repetition. He envisioned ghosts that had disappeared when the door closed, including a lady in black with golden hair illuminated by light. Desperate to escape the haunting images, he imagined riding through lively, lit villages. Yet the relentless thoughts returned. He made shoes. 5 paces by 4.5. His mind was a whirlpool of fragments as he walked briskly, counting without end, while the city's roar transformed into a familiar chorus of voices. You're about to listen to Chapter 32, The Grindstone. Tellson's Bank, with roots in Paris's Saint-Germain quarter, nestled in a house's wing. A courtyard led to it, hidden from the street by a towering wall and sturdy gate. The house once housed a nobleman who fled, disguised as his cook, to escape turmoil and cross the borders. He was like a hunted animal, yet in his new life, he remained the same Monseigneur, whose chocolate once took 4 strong men to prepare. With Monseigneur gone, the 3 strong men released themselves from the guilt of their high pay, now eager to betray him to the new republic of liberty, equality, fraternity, or death. His house was seized, then taken by the state. As events sped up, law agents claimed it, hanging the tricolor flag and indulging in brandy in the grand rooms. A London business like Tellson's in Paris would be unthinkable, sending a traditional firm spiraling into bankruptcy. British sensibilities would balk at orange trees in a bank's courtyard or a cupid above the counter. Yet, Tellson's Paris embraced these quirks. They whitewashed the cupid, but his figure, aiming for coins, lingered on the ceiling. In London, such frivolity would lead to ruin. A young god of love in Lombard Street, a curtained nook behind him, a mirror on the wall, and clerks who'd dance at any chance. But in France, Tellson's thrived amid these oddities, with no one withdrawing their funds in fear. No one could predict the future of Tellson's that night. How much money would be withdrawn or forgotten? How much wealth would decay in hiding while its owners languished in jail or met violent ends? Countless accounts would never settle in this life, carrying over to the next. Mr. Jarvis Lorry pondered these heavy questions by a new fire, kindled against the early chill of a fruitless year. His face, honest and brave, bore a shadow not from the lamp or any object in the room, but one of sheer horror. Faithful to the institution that had become a part of him much like ivy clings to its host, he had made his home within the rooms of the bank. The patriotic use of the main building lent an air of safety, yet this was not a factor he weighed. His sole concern was fulfilling his duty, indifferent to all else. Across the courtyard, beneath a colonnade, there was ample space for carriages and, indeed, several from Monseigneur's fleet remained. 2 large torches blazed against pillars, casting light on a grindstone, hastily installed as if from a nearby smithy. Mr. Lorry, observing these innocuous items from his window, felt a chill and retreated to the warmth of the fire. He had opened the window and its outer lattice, only to close them again, a shiver coursing through him. Outside, the city's nocturnal drone seeped through the walls and gates, occasionally pierced by eerie, otherworldly cries that seemed to ascend to the heavens. Mr. Lorry, hands clasped, felt relief that his loved ones were not in this menacing city. He prayed for mercy on all those in peril. The great gate's bell tolled, prompting him to think they had returned. He listened intently, but the anticipated commotion didn't follow. The gate clanged shut, restoring quiet. Anxiety about the bank, amplified by the possibility of change, gripped him. He decided to join the loyal guardians when his door burst open and 2 figures entered, causing him to recoil in shock. Lucy and her father stood before him, Lucy reaching out with a look of intense earnestness that seemed etched onto her face for this very moment. Mr. Lorry was flustered, questioning their unexpected presence. Lucy, pale and frantic, conveyed her distress about her husband. Charles had been in Paris for days, detained at a barrier, and imprisoned during a charitable errand. An anguished cry escaped the old man just as the gate's bell rang again. The sound of footsteps and voices filled the courtyard. The doctor moved to look out the window, but Mr. Lorry urgently warned him not to. With a calm, defiant smile, the doctor paused, his hand on the window's fastener. My dear friend led a blessed life in the city, having once been a prisoner in the Bastille. In Paris, and indeed in all of France, any patriot who knew of his past would not harm him, but instead shower him with affection or parade him around in victory. His former suffering granted him an influence that not only got them past the barrier, but also helped them learn of Charles's whereabouts and brought them safely to their current location. He was confident in his ability to assist Charles out of any peril, a fact he had assured Lucy of. Suddenly, a noise interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Lorry was in a state of panic, urging them not to look out the window. He wrapped his arm around Lucy, reassuring her with a promise that no harm had come to Charles and that he had no inkling of Charles being in such a dangerous place. When asked about the prison, the answer came: La Force. At the mention of La Force, Mr. Lorry's tone shifted to one of urgency. He reminded Lucy of her past courage and usefulness, now imploring her to be calm and follow his directions, as much depended on her actions. He explained that she could not go out that night and that she mustn't act on her own. The task he needed her to perform for Charles's sake was immensely difficult. She must be obedient, still, and silent. He needed to place her in a back room and required a moment alone with her father, emphasizing that their actions could mean life or death, allowing no room for delay. Lucy agreed to submit, her face showing understanding that she had no other choice. She trusted in their truthfulness. The old man quickly kissed her and ushered her into his room, locking the door behind her. He then returned to the doctor, opened the window slightly, and rested his hand on the doctor's arm, both peering out into the courtyard together. They saw a crowd of men and women, not many, perhaps 40 or 50. They were led in through the gate by the house's occupants and had hurried to a grindstone set up in a secluded spot, seemingly for their use. Yet the scene was one of grim work by grim workers. The grindstone was operated by two men furiously turning its double handle. Their faces, revealed in flashes as their long hair whipped about, were more terrifying than any savage in disguise. Adorned with fake eyebrows and mustaches, their grotesque features were contorted with rage and exhaustion, smeared with blood and sweat. As they ground away, women offered them wine, adding to the mix of blood, wine, and sparks flying from the stone, creating a hellish scene of blood and fire. Every person there was marked with blood. Men, whether bare-chested, in tattered clothes, or ironically wearing stolen women's finery, all bore this crimson badge. Weapons of all kinds, drenched in red, were brought to be sharpened, some even strapped to their bearers' wrists with blood-soaked bandages. When these frenzied men snatched their weapons from the spark stream and dashed into the streets, their eyes matched the red madness of their actions. This entire scene appeared as a fleeting vision, like that of a man facing death, capturing a lifetime in an instant. They stepped back from the window, and the doctor sought answers in his friend's pale face. "They're killing the prisoners," Mr. Lorry said quietly, his eyes darting around the secure room. "If you're certain of your influence, as I believe you are, reveal yourself to these monsters and get to La Force. It might be too late, but don't delay." Dr. Manette nodded, rushed out bareheaded, and was soon at the heart of the mob. His white hair streaming, his commanding presence, and his confident manner drew all eyes. For a moment, there was a lull, then a flurry of activity, and his voice rose above the din. Mr. Lorry watched as he was swept away by a chain of 20 men, their cries echoing for the Bastille prisoner's safety and his family's aid. With a pounding heart, Mr. Lorry closed the window, the curtain, and then turned to Lucy to tell her that her father was seeking her husband with the crowd's help. He found her with her child and Miss Pross, but it took him a while to register their presence in the night's quiet. By that time, Lucy had slumped into a deep daze on the ground, holding onto his hand at his feet. Miss Pross had gently placed the child on his bed, and her head had slowly come to rest on the pillow next to her lovely charge. Throughout the long night, the poor wife's moans filled the air, with no sign of her father or any news of him. The bell at the grand gate rang out twice more in the darkness, each time followed by a burst of activity and the grinding wool spinning and hissing. Lucy, in a panic, asked what was happening. Mr. Lorry explained that the soldiers were sharpening their swords there, as the place had become national property and was now being used as a sort of armory. The bell would toll twice more, but the work at the wheel grew weak and sporadic. As dawn approached, he carefully let go of the clasping hand and peered out once more. A man, so covered in grime he could have been a gravely injured soldier regaining consciousness on a battlefield, was getting up from beside the grindstone, looking around with a dazed expression. This exhausted killer soon spotted one of Monseigneur's carriages in the dim light and, with a staggering gait, climbed into the splendid vehicle, shutting himself inside to rest on the plush cushions. The grand grindstone, Earth, had turned when Mr. Lorry looked out again, and the sunrise cast a red glow over the courtyard. But the smaller grindstone stood alone in the peaceful morning air, stained with a red that the sun had not cast and could not wash away. You're about to listen to Chapter 33, The Shadow. Upon the arrival of business hours, Mr. Lorry was struck by a pressing thought. He could not risk the integrity of Tellson's Bank by providing refuge to the spouse of a jailed emigrant within its walls. Although he would readily risk his own belongings and life for Lucy and her child, he recognized that the significant responsibility he bore at the bank was not his to gamble with. His initial instinct was to seek advice from Defarge at the wine shop, pondering over a secure place for Lucy in the chaotic city. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, recalling that Defarge resided in a tumultuous district and was likely entangled in its perilous affairs. As noon approached without Dr. Manette's return, and with each passing moment posing a threat to Tellson's, Mr. Lorry consulted Lucy. She mentioned her father's suggestion of renting a temporary space near the bank. Finding no business objections and anticipating that even if Charles were freed, they couldn't leave the city, Mr. Lorry set out to find such a place. He succeeded, locating a suitable apartment in a quiet, secluded street, its solitude marked by the shut blinds of surrounding buildings. He swiftly moved Lucy, her child, and Miss Pross to the new abode, offering them more comfort than he allowed himself. Leaving Jerry with them as a sturdy presence, he returned to his tasks, his mind heavy with concern. The day dragged on, both for the hours and for Mr. Lorry, until the bank's closure. Alone in his room, contemplating his next move, he heard footsteps on the stair. A man with dark, curly hair, appearing to be in his mid-40s to 50s, entered. The man, with a penetrating gaze, repeated Mr. Lorry's name. Mr. Lorry, recognizing the man from his wine shop, became eager upon learning he was sent by Dr. Manette. Defarge handed him a note from the doctor, stating Charles was safe but couldn't yet leave his location. The note, written within the last hour, included a short message from Charles to Lucy with a request for the bearer to see his wife. Relieved, Mr. Lorry asked if Defarge would join him to Lucy's location, to which he agreed. As they descended to the courtyard, they encountered two women, one of whom was knitting. Mr. Lorry recognized her as Madame Defarge, unchanged from their meeting 17 years prior. Her husband confirmed her identity, and upon Mr. Lorry's inquiry, it was clear that she would accompany them to identify faces and ensure safety. Sensing something off in Defarge's behavior, Mr. Lorry eyed him with uncertainty and took the lead. The two women, one being the Vengeance, followed closely behind. They hurried through the streets, climbed up to the new home staircase, and were let in by Jerry. Inside, they found Lucy in tears, alone. News from Mr. Lorry about her husband overwhelmed her with emotion, and she grasped the hand that brought her his message, unaware of its recent deeds in the dark of night and the harm it could have inflicted by mere chance. Her husband's note was brief, but meant the world to her. It read, "Darling, stay brave. I am safe, and your father wields influence here. You can't reply. Kiss our child for me." She turned to Defarge's wife and kissed the hand that was knitting, a gesture filled with passion and gratitude. Yet the hand didn't react. It fell back, cold and heavy, to its knitting. Lucy felt a chill from the hand's touch. As she hesitated to tuck away the note, she looked at Madame Defarge, frightened. Madame Defarge simply returned her gaze with a blank stare. Mr. Lorry intervened, explaining that Madame Defarge wanted to recognize those she could protect during the frequent uprisings. His words faltered as the stony demeanor of the three before him grew more pronounced. He questioned Defarge if he had explained correctly, to which Defarge responded with a gruff sound of agreement. Mr. Lorry suggested that Lucy have her child and Miss Pross with her, mentioning that Miss Pross, being English, didn't speak French. Miss Pross, confident in her ability to handle any foreigner, greeted the Vengeance with a bold, "Well, I am sure," bold face, and coughed in Madame Defarge's direction. Neither woman paid her much attention. Madame Defarge paused her knitting to point at little Lucy, asking if she was the prisoner's child. Mr. Lorry confirmed she was the dear daughter and only child. A dark shadow seemed to loom over the child from Madame Defarge and her entourage, prompting Lucy to instinctively kneel and hold her daughter close. The same shadow now threatened both mother and child. Madame Defarge decided she had seen enough and was ready to leave. However, her restrained manner carried an underlying threat that alarmed Lucy. She pleaded with Madame Defarge to be kind to her husband and to help her see him if possible. Madame Defarge coldly replied that Lucy's husband was not her concern. Her business was with the daughter of Lucy's father. Lucy pleaded for mercy on behalf of her husband and child, expressing that her daughter would join in begging for compassion. Their fear of Madame Defarge was greater than that of any other threat. Madame Defarge took the plea as a flattery and glanced at her husband, Defarge, who looked back with a hardened expression. Madame Defarge inquired about the contents of a letter, hinting at the influence Lucy's father wielded. Lucy, anxious and protective of the letter, insisted her father's influence was significant and hoped it would free her husband. Madame Defarge coldly suggested that such influence should indeed secure his release. Lucy, with earnest passion, implored Madame Defarge not to use her power against her innocent husband, but rather for his benefit. She appealed to Madame Defarge's sense of shared womanhood as both a wife and a mother. Madame Defarge responded indifferently, reflecting on the hardships they had witnessed other women endure, including separation from their imprisoned husbands and fathers, and the suffering of poverty and oppression. The vengeance affirmed that they had seen nothing else but suffering. Madame Defarge then questioned whether the concerns of one wife and mother would be of any significance to them, given their own long history of suffering. She continued her knitting and left with the vengeance, followed by Defarge, who closed the door behind them. Mr. Lorry tried to comfort Lucy, encouraging her to be brave and reminding her that their situation was faring better than many others. He urged her to be thankful and not to let Madame Defarge's ominous presence dampen her spirits. Despite his reassurances, the dark demeanor of the Defarges weighed heavily on Mr. Lorry's mind, causing him great inner turmoil. You're about to listen to Chapter 34, Calm and Storm. Dr. Manette came back on the fourth morning after he had gone. He had managed to shield Lucy from the horrors of those terrible days. It was much later, when she was far from France, that she learned of the massacre of 1,100 unarmed people killed by an angry mob. She had only known about an attack on the prisons and the danger to political prisoners, with some being pulled out and killed by the crowd. Mr. Lorry learned from Dr. Manette, who insisted on secrecy, about the bloody scenes the doctor had witnessed on his way to La Force prison. Inside, a makeshift tribunal was sentencing prisoners to death or release, or sometimes back to their cells. Dr. Manette, once a prisoner in the Bastille for 18 years, had faced this tribunal. Defarge, a member of the tribunal, recognized him. Dr. Manette discovered that his son-in-law was alive and pleaded for his life. Initially, Dr. Manette was celebrated and Charles Darnay was brought to the unlawful court. It seemed Darnay would be freed, but a sudden, mysterious obstacle arose, leading to a private discussion. The president then told Dr. Manette that Darnay must stay in custody but would be kept safe for the doctor's sake. After a signal, Darnay was taken back inside the prison. Dr. Manette's passionate appeal to stay assured him that his son-in-law wouldn't fall victim to the deadly mob. He was allowed to stay until the danger passed. He had witnessed scenes that would go unspoken, with only fleeting moments for food and rest. The wild celebration for the rescued captives had shocked him nearly as much as the brutal slaughter of those who weren't as fortunate. He recounted one freed prisoner who, upon release, was mistakenly stabbed with a pike. The doctor, urged to tend to the man's injuries, found him cradled by Samaritans who paradoxically had been seated on their victims. These same people had compassionately aided the doctor, carefully carrying the wounded man away before diving back into the horrific violence. The doctor, overwhelmed by the atrocity, had fainted amidst the chaos. Mr. Lorry, absorbing these revelations, couldn't help but worry that such traumatic experiences might trigger a relapse in his 62-year-old friend. Yet, he realized he was seeing a side of the doctor he had never known before. For the first time, the doctor recognized his own anguish as a source of strength. He believed that the trials he endured were shaping him into someone who could free his daughter's husband from prison. All this leads to something positive, the doctor had convinced himself, determined to reunite his daughter with the one she cherished most. Observing the doctor's determined gaze and steady demeanor, Mr. Lorry felt a sense of belief. He saw a man who seemed to have been paused in time, now reinvigorated with a purpose that had been dormant for years. The doctor's resolve appeared so strong that it seemed it could overcome even greater obstacles than those he currently faced. As a physician, the doctor maintained his role among people from all walks of life. His wise use of influence soon made him the supervising physician of 3 prisons, including La Force. He was able to reassure Lucy that her husband was no longer in solitary confinement, but was with the other prisoners. He visited her husband weekly, delivering sweet messages directly from him. While her husband sometimes managed to send her letters, she was not allowed to write back, as there were rampant suspicions of conspiracies within the prisons, especially concerning emigrants with overseas connections. The doctor's new existence was filled with worry, yet he held on to a dignified pride that Mr. Lorry noticed with interest. This pride was decent and justifiable, and while it intrigued Mr. Lorry, he recognized it as something natural and proper. The doctor was aware that his past suffering in jail had been linked by his daughter and friend to his own frailty. Now, with the situation altered, he felt empowered by his previous ordeal, believing it gave him the strength necessary for his son-in-law Charles's eventual rescue and freedom. The roles between the doctor and Lucy had shifted, with him now leading the way, asking them to rely on his newfound strength. Despite the role reversal, it was only possible through deep gratitude and love, since his only pride came from serving Lucy, who had done so much for him. Mr. Lorry thought to himself that it was unusual yet completely fitting for the doctor to take charge, and he trusted him to do so. Despite the doctor's relentless efforts to free Charles Darnay, or at least secure a trial for him, the overpowering tide of the times was against him. A new chapter had begun with the king's trial and execution. The Republic, with its motto of liberty, equality, fraternity, or death, was ready to challenge the world. The black flag flew continuously from Notre Dame's towers. An army of 300,000 men sprang up from every corner of France, as if by magic, ready to fight the oppressors of the world. Against such a backdrop, individual worries stood little chance. Time seemed to stop. There was no break, no mercy, no respite, no sense of its passing. Days and nights continued their cycle, but the feverish nation lost all other sense of time, much like a feverish patient loses track of it. The silence of a city was shattered as the executioner presented the king's head to the people, and soon after, the queen's, her hair turned gray from the hardships of her imprisonment. Despite the paradoxical nature of time where it seemed to stretch on endlessly and yet passed in a flash, the era was marked by the pervasive presence of revolutionary tribunals in the capital and countless committees throughout the country. A law targeting suspects removed any semblance of safety for personal freedom or life, allowing the innocent to fall victim to the malicious. Prisons overflowed with those who had not sinned, yet they found no opportunity to plead their case. These conditions quickly became the norm, appearing as if they had been in place for ages, despite their recent establishment. Most notably, the terrifying image of the guillotine, referred to as la guillotine, became a common sight, as if it had always been part of human history. This instrument of death was joked about, claimed to be a remedy for headaches, a prevention for graying hair, and a secret to a fine complexion. It was dubbed the national razor for its close cuts, and those who fell victim to its kiss would have their final view through a small window before meeting their end in a sack. It was celebrated as a symbol of mankind's rebirth, even replacing the religious significance of the cross. Miniature replicas were proudly worn, and it was revered where the cross was rejected. La guillotine claimed so many lives that the ground it stained was a sickening shade of red. It was dismantled and reassembled like a child's puzzle, ready to be used whenever needed. It silenced the eloquent, brought down the mighty, and destroyed the beautiful and good. In a single morning, it decapitated 22 prominent individuals, 21 alive and 1 posthumously, in the same number of minutes. The biblical strongman's name was given to the chief operator of the guillotine, who, armed with this tool, became mightier and more blind, tearing down the sacred every day. In the midst of these horrors, the doctor maintained his composure, sure of his abilities and unwavering in his goal to save Lucy's husband. Despite the relentless passage of time that had seen Charles imprisoned for 1 year and 3 months, the doctor's confidence did not waver. The revolution had become even more chaotic and cruel by December, with rivers in the south clogged with the bodies of those drowned at night, and prisoners executed in broad daylight. Nonetheless, the doctor navigated the fearsome landscape with calm determination. His reputation in Paris was unmatched, his circumstances most peculiar. Silent yet compassionate, he was essential in both hospital and prison, offering his medical expertise to friend and foe alike. His skills and the tale of his time in the Bastille set him apart from all others, leaving him unquestioned, as if he had been resurrected 18 years prior or was a spirit among the living. You're about to listen to Chapter 35, The Woodsawyer. For 1 year and 3 months, Lucy lived in constant fear, not knowing if her husband would be the guillotine's next victim. The carts rumbled through the stone streets daily, filled with those condemned to die. Beautiful women, young men, and the elderly from all walks of life were taken from their dark cells to satisfy the guillotine's hunger. The motto of liberty, equality, fraternity, or death echoed, with death being the easiest to grant. Lucy, the doctor's daughter, could have been paralyzed by her misfortune, but she stayed strong. Ever since she comforted her father, she had been unwavering in her responsibilities, even more so during hard times. Once settled in their new home, she ran the household just as if her husband was there. She organized everything and continued teaching little Lucy as if they were back in England. She clung to small hopes for his return, setting aside his chair and books and praying fervently for him each night. Her appearance didn't change much. She and her child still dressed neatly, albeit in dark clothes. Her complexion paled, and her expression grew intense, but her beauty remained. Sometimes at night, she would let out her suppressed sorrow and express her trust in her father's ability to save her husband. A few weeks into this new life, her father revealed that her husband might catch a glimpse of her from a prison window at 3 in the afternoon. He explained that while she wouldn't be able to see him, and it would be dangerous to acknowledge him, she could stand in a spot he would show her. From then on, Lucy stood at that spot every day for 2 hours, starting at 2 o'clock, regardless of the weather. She was either accompanied by her child or she was alone, but she never failed to show up. The spot was a grimy corner in a narrow street, with only a woodcutter's hovel nearby and walls surrounding the rest. On her 3rd day there, her presence was noticed. A simple exchange of greetings occurred between her and a passerby, acknowledging each other as citizens. The decree had mandated a specific form of address, a practice once adopted by choice among the ardent patriots, but now a requirement for all. While strolling, a woman known as a sighthiseness was recognized by a woodsawyer. Notably small and animated, this woodsawyer had a history of repairing roads. He glanced at the nearby prison, gestured towards it, and playfully mimicked looking through bars with his fingers before his face. He remarked that it wasn't his concern and continued with his woodcutting. The next morning, he eagerly greeted the same woman, noticing she was accompanied by a child, and inquired if it was her mother. The little girl, Lucy, sought confirmation from her mother on how to respond, to which she was told to affirm. The woodsawyer then whimsically referred to his saw as his little guillotine and sang as he worked, pretending to decapitate imaginary figures with each piece of wood he cut. He fancied himself as the Samson of his own firewood guillotine, playfully beheading a whole family of logs. Lucy couldn't help but feel a chill watching him toss the cut wood into his basket, knowing she had to maintain his goodwill. She made it a point to always speak to him first and occasionally gave him money for a drink, which he accepted gladly. The woodsire was a curious sort, often pausing his work to observe Lucy as she lost herself in thought, gazing at the prison, her heart with her husband. Whenever he caught her attention, he would return to his sawing, declaring it wasn't his concern. Through all seasons, Lucy kept her vigil by the prison, kissing its wall each day as she left, holding onto the hope of being seen by her husband. This routine, this hope, carried her through the months, even as her father faced his own trials. On a day of celebration, with snow lightly falling, Lucy arrived at her usual spot. The city was adorned with symbols of the Revolution: little pikes, red caps, tricolored ribbons, and the ubiquitous motto of the Republic. The woodsire's shop, too small for grand displays, bore these symbols and the slogan, albeit cramped, with death squeezed in awkwardly. His rooftop and window showcased his allegiance, with his saw dubbed Little Saint Guillotine. Finding the shop closed and the woodsire absent brought Lucy a moment of relief, leaving her to stand alone in her thoughts. Lucy wasn't alone in her feelings of unease, as the sounds of commotion and voices shouting in the distance soon reached her ears, sparking fear within her. In no time, a mass of people burst around the corner, the woodsire and the vengeance among them, hand in hand. The crowd was immense, at least 500 strong, and their dance was wild, as if 5,000 demons possessed them. Their only music was the songs they sang, a fierce anthem of the Revolution that kept a brutal rhythm akin to the synchronized grinding of teeth. Men and women paired off to dance, some with their own gender, others with whoever chance had thrown their way. Initially, they appeared as a blur of red caps and woolen rags, but as they gathered around Lucy and began their macabre dance, they transformed into a nightmarish scene of madness. They moved in a frenzied choreography, lunging, retreating, and striking at each other's hands, their heads bobbing and weaving as they twirled, both alone and in pairs. Some dancers collapsed from exhaustion, while the others, still standing, joined hands and spun in a large circle. Then, breaking into smaller groups, they continued their dizzying turns, suddenly stopping to begin their wild dance anew. They struck, grabbed, and tore at each other, reversing direction and spinning the other way. Abruptly, they halted, re-established their rhythm, and formed into lines, swooping down the street with a piercing scream. The dance was more terrifying than any battle, a corruption of what was once innocent, now turned into an instrument of fury and chaos. The grace that could still be seen made it all the more hideous, a testament to how goodness had been twisted into something grotesque. This was the Carmagnole, a dance that left Lucy shaken and bewildered at the woodsire's doorstep, even as the snow fell gently around her, untouched by the chaos that had just passed. Lucy's father reassured her, telling her not to be afraid, that none of the dancers would harm her. Lucy's concern, however, lay with her husband and the mercy, or lack thereof, of the people around them. Her father comforted her, promising that they would soon place her husband beyond the reach of their so-called mercy. He told her that he had left her husband climbing to the window and had come to share this news. With no one watching, he encouraged Lucy to send a kiss toward the highest roof, a gesture carrying her soul to her husband. Sadly, she couldn't see him, and her heart ached with longing. Madame Defarge's footstep crunched on the snow. A brief exchange of greetings between her and Lucy's father, nothing more than a formality, and she was gone as quickly as she had appeared, her presence fleeting like a shadow on the white road. Lucy's father then urged her to leave with an air of cheerfulness and courage for her husband's sake, assuring her that her actions were not in vain. With that, they departed from the spot, hopeful, as Charles was summoned for the following day. Time was of the essence. Prepared as he was, he had to act on certain safety measures that could only be set in motion once the man was officially called before the tribunal. The summons hadn't arrived, but he was certain it would come soon, calling him for the next day and taking him to the conciergerie. His sources were timely. When he asked if she was scared, she barely managed to express her trust in him. He assured her to trust him without a doubt. He told her that her anxious wait was almost over, that her loved one would be back with her in just a few hours. He had wrapped him in layers of protection and now needed to speak with Laurie. Suddenly, the sound of heavy wheels rolling interrupted them. They recognized the grim meaning all too well. 1, 2, 3. 3 carts carried their dreadful cargo across the quieting snow. He needed to speak with Laurie, he reminded her, leading her away. Laurie, the reliable old man, had never abandoned his post. He was often consulted about properties that had been seized by the state. Whatever he could save, he saved. No one was better at safeguarding what was entrusted to Tellsons and keeping quiet about it. The sky turned a murky mix of red and yellow, and mist rose from the Seine, signaling nightfall. It was nearly dark when they got to the bank. The once grand home of Monseigneur was now desolate. The court was covered in dust and ashes, with the words "National Property," "Republic One and Indivisible," "Liberty, Equality, Fraternity, or Death" etched above it. Who was that with Mr. Laurie, the man whose coat lay on the chair, who had to stay hidden? Who had just arrived, causing Laurie to come out, startled and upset, to embrace his favorite person? Who was it that Laurie seemed to echo her hesitant words to when he loudly asked, turning towards the room he came from, about someone being taken to the conciergerie and summoned for the next day? You're about to listen to Chapter 36, Triumph. Every day, the formidable panel of 5 judges, alongside the public prosecutor and a resolute jury, convened. Their verdicts were dispatched each evening. Prisoners listened to these announcements, humorously referred to by their jailers as the evening paper. The name Charles Evrémonde, known as Darnay, marked the start of this grim routine at La Force prison. When called, those doomed by the list moved to a designated area. Charles Darnay was familiar with this process, having witnessed many led away to their fate. The jailer, his eyes magnified behind reading glasses, checked off Darnay's presence and continued down the list. Of the 23 names, only 20 replied. One prisoner had died unnoticed in his cell, and 2 others had already met their end under the guillotine and were forgotten. This roll call took place in the same chamber where Darnay had seen fellow prisoners on his first night, all of whom had since been executed. Brief exchanges of goodbyes and kindness occurred, but these were quickly concluded. Such farewells were a daily occurrence. Despite the looming dread, the inmates of La Force were planning games and a small concert for the evening. They gathered at the prison bars, shedding tears, yet there were 20 spots to fill for the night's activities. Time was pressing, as the communal areas would soon be patrolled by the fierce guard dogs throughout the night. The prisoners' behavior was shaped by these desperate times. A strange zeal, perhaps a result of the collective anxiety, led some to face death needlessly. In times of widespread fear, there can be a dark allure to the very thing that terrifies us, a hidden part of our nature that emerges under certain circumstances. The path to the conciergerie was brief and gloomy, the nights in its infested cells long and frigid. On the following day, 15 individuals were sentenced before it was Charles Darnay's turn. The proceedings for all 15 concluded within an hour and a half, ending in their condemnation. Finally, Charles Evrémonde, known as Darnay, stood accused. The judges presided, their heads adorned with feathered hats, while the crowd mostly sported the rough red cap and tricolored cockade. Observing the jury and the raucous spectators, one could be forgiven for mistaking who was on trial, as it seemed the criminals were judging the upright citizens. The city's most deplorable elements, always present in some number, were now the puppeteers of chaos, loudly expressing their opinions, clapping, jeering, and eagerly anticipating the outcome without restraint. Many men came armed, and among the women, some brandished knives or daggers, while others ate or drank, and a number were knitting. One woman, with extra knitting tucked under her arm, sat in the front row beside a man recognizable as Defarge, whom he hadn't seen since his arrival at the barrier. She appeared to be his wife, whispering to him occasionally, but neither of them glanced at the accused. Their gaze was fixed on the jury, awaiting something with unyielding resolve. Below the president, Dr. Manette sat, dressed in his usual attire. From what the prisoner could discern, Only he and Mr. Lorry were not dressed like the rest, who had donned the rough attire of the Carmagnole. Charles Evrémonde, known as Darnay, stood accused of being an emigrant whose life was forfeit to the Republic, as per a decree condemning all emigrants to death. The fact that this decree was issued after his return to France did not matter. There he was, and there was the decree. He had been captured in France, and now they demanded his head. The crowd shouted for his execution, branding him an enemy of the Republic. The president, silencing these cries with a bell, questioned Charles if it was true that he had spent many years in England. Indeed, it was true. When asked if he considered himself an emigrant, Charles hoped he was not, in the eyes of the law. He explained that he had left his title and position in France, which he found repugnant, before the term emigrant had been coined by the tribunal, choosing to earn his living in England rather than burden the overtaxed French populace. As for proof, he presented the names of two witnesses, Théophile Gobel and Alexander Manette. The president reminded him of his marriage in England. Charles confirmed it, but clarified that his wife was not English, but a French citizen by birth. Her name was Lucy Manette, the daughter of the esteemed Dr. Manette, who sat among them. This revelation stirred the crowd, who cheered for the well-regarded physician, their earlier ferocity giving way to tears of admiration for the doctor. Charles had followed Dr. Manette's careful guidance on this perilous journey, and he would continue to tread cautiously as laid out by this same wise counsel. The president then inquired why Charles had chosen to return to France when he did and not earlier. He hadn't come back to France earlier because he had no way to support himself there after giving up his income sources. In England, he made a living by teaching French language and literature. His return was prompted by an urgent letter from a French citizen whose life was at risk because of his absence. He risked his own safety to save this person and to speak the truth. The people supported him, disagreeing with any notion that his actions were against the Republic. Despite the president's attempts to restore order, the crowd's enthusiastic support persisted. When asked for the name of the French citizen, he mentioned that this person was his key witness and expressed confidence that the letter of entreaty, although confiscated, would be found among the documents the president had. The letter did turn up, thanks to Dr. Manette's foresight. It was read out loud. Citizen Gobel confirmed its contents, also mentioning he had been forgotten in prison until recently, when he was freed after the surrender of Charles Darnay. Dr. Manette spoke next, his popularity and clarity leaving a strong impression. He explained that Darnay had been his first friend after his release from prison and had always been loyal to him and his daughter during their time in England. Far from being favored by the English aristocracy, Darnay had been tried for his life as an enemy of England and a friend of the United States. When he brought up Monsieur Lorry, a witness from the English trial, the jury was convinced. They were ready to vote, and with each vote, the crowd cheered. The president then declared him free. An incredible spectacle unfolded, one that the volatile crowd occasionally indulged in, whether out of fickleness, a surge of generosity and compassion, or as some kind of counterbalance to their history of brutal fury. It's hard to pin down the exact reasons for these displays. They were likely a mix of all three, with kindness being the dominant force. Right after the verdict of not guilty was announced, people's tears flowed as readily as blood might in other circumstances. They hugged the freed prisoner with such intensity that, weak from his long imprisonment, he nearly passed out. He was all too aware that these same individuals, under different circumstances, would have been just as eager to tear him apart. His departure to make room for others awaiting trial saved him from the overwhelming attention, if only for a moment. 5 individuals were next, accused of being enemies of the Republic for their lack of support. The judicial system, eager to make up for the missed opportunity of his conviction, had them swiftly sentenced to die within a day. One of them signaled his fate with a grim gesture, and they collectively wished the Republic a long life. Although the 5 didn't have an audience to prolong their trial, a massive crowd awaited outside. As he and Dr. Manette left, he searched the sea of faces for 2 in particular, but couldn't find them. Once outside, the crowd surged towards him again, their emotions a whirlwind of tears, hugs, and cheers. They were so caught up in the moment that even the river seemed to share in their madness. The crowd placed him in a large chair adorned with a red flag and fixed a pike with a red cap to its back. Despite the doctor's pleas, he was hoisted onto their shoulders and carried home, surrounded by a tumult of red caps and contorted faces that made him question his own sanity, wondering if he was on his way to the guillotine. Through the streets they went, painting the town red, both literally and figuratively, as they made their way to his residence. His father-in-law had gone ahead to prepare his wife. When he finally stood on his own 2 feet, his wife fainted into his embrace. As he cradled her, shielding her from the crowd, some began to dance, and soon the whole courtyard joined in. A young woman was then hoisted into the chair as a symbol of liberty, and the dance spilled into the streets, carrying everyone along in its fervor. Seizing the doctor's hand in a moment of triumph, then clasping Mr. Lorry's, who arrived out of breath from battling the fierce Carmagnole, he went on to tenderly kiss little Lucy, hoisted high to wrap her arms around his neck. With Pross's assistance, who was always eager and devoted, he embraced her as well. Finally, he lifted his wife into his arms and carried her to their room upstairs. He assured Lucy, his beloved, that he was safe. She expressed a deep desire to kneel and give thanks to God for this mercy, as she had fervently prayed for it. They all showed their reverence, bowing deeply with heartfelt emotion. Once she was back in his embrace, he encouraged her to talk to her father, praising the man for his unmatched actions in all of France on his behalf. She rested her head on her father's chest, mirroring the time she had comforted him in her own embrace, a distant memory. He felt a sense of joy in the reciprocity of their support, a soothing balm for his past pains, and took pride in his resilience. He gently chided her not to be afraid or tremble, reminding her that he had succeeded in saving him. You're about to listen to Chapter 37, A Knock at the Door. She had rescued her husband, but it wasn't a mere figment of her dreams this time. He was truly with her. Despite his presence, she couldn't shake off a deep, inexplicable dread. The atmosphere was heavy with darkness and vengeance. Innocent lives were frequently extinguished based on suspicion and malice. She knew too well that many innocent souls, just like her husband, were unjustly punished each day. This knowledge weighed on her, preventing her heart from feeling the relief it should. As evening's shadows grew, the terrifying sound of carts echoed in the streets, heightening her anxiety. She imagined him among those doomed to die, which only made her hold on to him tighter, her fear intensifying. Her father tried to comfort her, displaying an impressive strength over her fears. There was no more hiding in the garret, no more shoemaking, no more dwelling in the 105 North Tower. He had fulfilled his mission, he had kept his word and saved Charles. They could all depend on him now. Their home life was modest, both for safety and because they weren't wealthy. Charles had drained his finances during his imprisonment, paying for subpar food and the upkeep of his guards and fellow prisoners. They lived without a servant to avoid the risk of having a spy among them. The gatekeepers at the courtyard offered help when needed, and Jerry, who was recommended by Mr. Lorry, worked for them daily and even slept there each night. The government required that the names of all house residents be clearly written on the door or doorpost. Thus, Jerry Cruncher's name was displayed at the entrance. As the day waned, Jerry himself showed up to oversee the addition of Charles Evrémonde, called Darnay, to the list by a painter Dr. Manette had hired. During these times of widespread fear and mistrust, normal life was disrupted. Like many, the doctor's household bought daily necessities in small amounts from various shops every evening. They did this to avoid drawing attention and to minimize gossip and jealousy, a common goal among the people. Over the recent months, Miss Pross and Mr. Cruncher had taken on the role of suppliers. Miss Pross handled the money, while Mr. Cruncher carried the basket. They set out every afternoon, around the time the street lamps were lit, to complete their shopping tasks, bringing back necessary items. Despite Miss Pross's long connection with a French family, which could have made her fluent in French as much as English, she chose not to learn it. Therefore, she knew as little French as Mr. Cruncher. Her approach to shopping was straightforward. She would state a noun to the shopkeeper, and if it wasn't what she needed, she'd search for the right item, grab it, and negotiate until she got a deal, often by suggesting a price one less than what the seller offered. Miss Pross, her eyes bright with joy, informed Mr. Cruncher that she was ready to go, and he gruffly expressed his readiness to assist. He was a man who had shed his rough exterior, but his hair remained as untamed as ever. Miss Pross mentioned they had a long list of things to buy, including wine, which would surely be enjoyed by the redheads, no matter where it was purchased. Mr. Cruncher made a sarcastic comment about it not making much difference whether they toasted to her health or to the devil's. Miss Pross dismissed the creatures they referred to, saying they only symbolized dark deeds. Lucy, alarmed, urged Miss Pross to be careful, to which she promised she would, though she hoped there wouldn't be any unpleasant displays of affection in the streets. She instructed Lucy to stay by the fire until her return and to take care of her husband. Before leaving, Miss Pross asked Dr. Manette if there was any hope of escaping their current situation. He smiled but admitted that it was still too dangerous for Charles. Miss Pross then declared her loyalty to King George III, dismissing politics in favor of supporting the king, a sentiment Mr. Cruncher echoed with gruff loyalty. Miss Pross approved of his English spirit, despite his hoarse voice, and reiterated her question to Dr. Manette about the possibility of leaving their predicament. The doctor's response, though hopeful, indicated that the danger had not yet passed. Miss Pross, with a light-hearted exclamation, pushed aside a sigh as she admired the golden locks of her beloved in the firelight, thinking they'd just have to be patient and wait. She reminded herself of her brother Solomon's advice to keep their spirits high and fight smartly. She then told Mr. Cruncher to stay put and not to disturb Ladybird as they prepared to leave the room. They left Lucy with her husband, father, and child by the warm glow of a bright fire. Mr. Lorry was due back any moment from the bank. Miss Pross had lit a lamp, but had placed it out of the way to enjoy the fire's glow. Little Lucy, with her hands clasped through her grandfather's arm, listened intently as he whispered a tale about a mighty fairy who freed a captive from a prison wall, a captive who had once helped the fairy. The atmosphere was calm, and Lucy felt more relaxed than before. Suddenly, Lucy was startled by a noise she thought was unfamiliar footsteps on the stairs. Her father reassured her, telling her to compose herself and not be so easily startled. But as he spoke of the quiet staircase, a loud knock at the door shattered the peace. Lucy, in a panic, begged her father to hide Charles and protect him. Her father, Dr. Manette, reassured her that he had already secured Charles's safety and went to answer the door, carrying the lamp. Upon opening the door, 4 rough men in red caps, brandishing sabers and pistols, barged in demanding to see Citizen Evrémonde, known as Darnay. Surrounded by the men, with his family clinging to him, Darnay questioned why he was being taken prisoner again. The men informed him he would learn the reason the next day at the conciergerie, as he had been summoned there. Dr. Manette, frozen like a statue with the lamp still in his hand, finally moved. He confronted the speaker, taking hold of his shirt, and asked if he recognized him. The men affirmed they knew who he was. The doctor, after a moment's pause, asked why this was happening. The men reluctantly revealed that Darnay had been denounced by the section of Saint Antoine and was accused by the people there. The doctor implored for the name of the accuser, but the men said it was against the rules to reveal it, though he could inquire from the man from Saint Antoine. Miss Pross and Mr. Cruncher had meanwhile assumed the role of shoppers, braving the streets each evening to procure necessities, despite Miss Pross's lack of French language skills. They worked as a team, with Miss Pross handling the finances and Mr. Cruncher carrying the basket. Miss Pross, ever joyful, signaled their departure, and Mr. Cruncher, with his untamed hair, gruffly agreed to assist. Miss Pross listed the items they needed to purchase, including wine, which was sure to please the redheads. She dismissed any concerns about the creatures they alluded to, focusing instead on the shopping at hand. Lucy expressed her worry for their safety, but Miss Pross reassured her, promising to avoid any unpleasant encounters. She urged Lucy to stay by the fire and look after her husband until they returned. Before leaving, Miss Pross inquired about the possibility of escape with Dr. Manette, who, despite smiling, admitted it was still too risky for Charles. Miss Pross then declared her unwavering loyalty to King George III, a sentiment echoed by Mr. Cruncher's rough loyalty. Dr. Manette's response, though hopeful, indicated that they were not yet out of danger. The doctor cast a glance at the restless man who shifted his weight from one foot to another. He stroked his beard, considering his words, and finally broke the silence. Despite it going against the rules, he admitted that the man was seriously accused by both Citizen and Citizeness Defarge and another person. When the doctor inquired about the identity of the other accuser, the man from Saint Antoine looked at him with an odd expression. He told the doctor that he would get his answer the next day. With that, he declared he would say no more. You're about to listen to Chapter 38, A Hand at Cards. Oblivious to the fresh disaster at her home, Miss Pross weaved through the tight alleyways. She crossed the river over the Pont-Neuf Bridge, tallying the essential items she needed to buy. Mr. Cruncher accompanied her, a basket in hand. Both were cautious, inspecting shops to their right and left, keeping an eye out for crowds and steering clear of any overly animated gatherings. The chilly evening air carried the mist above the river, where the dim shapes of barges floated. There, smiths toiled, forging weapons for the Republic's army. Woe betide anyone who trifled with this force or gained rank undeservedly. Better to have never grown a beard than to feel the national razor sting. After picking up some groceries and lamp oil, Miss Pross remembered the wine. She peeked into several shops until the good Republican Brutus of antiquity caught her eye. It was less crowded and not as fiercely patriotic in its decor. Consulting Mr. Cruncher, who agreed with her choice, they entered the establishment together. Inside, they noticed the dim lights, the patrons engaged in card games and dominoes, a worker reading aloud to an attentive group, and others dozing off, resembling hibernating animals. Approaching the counter, they indicated their need for wine. As their order was filled, a man prepared to leave, crossing paths with Miss Pross, who couldn't help but scream and clap her hands in shock. The room instantly came to life, patrons on their feet, expecting a violent confrontation. Instead, they saw a man and a woman simply staring at each other, the man, a true French Republican, the woman, clearly English. The ensuing commotion was a blur of loud, indistinct words to Miss Pross and her companion. They were too stunned to comprehend. Both were lost in surprise, even Mr. Cruncher, who seemed bewildered on his own account. The man who startled Miss Pross spoke in an irritated, hushed tone, asking her what was wrong in English. Miss Pross, overcome with emotion, recognized him as Solomon, her long-lost acquaintance, and couldn't contain her joy. But he, fearing for his safety, urged her not to use his name. Miss Pross, now in tears, couldn't understand why he would say something so harsh. Solomon instructed Miss Pross to restrain her intrusive comments and join him outside if she wished to converse. He reminded her to settle her bill for the wine before leaving. Noticing another man present, he questioned Miss Pross about his identity, to which she tearfully replied it was Mr. Cruncher. Solomon then invited Mr. Cruncher to join them, mockingly questioning if he mistook Solomon for a specter. Mr. Cruncher's expression suggested he might indeed think so, though he remained silent. Miss Pross, struggling with her emotions and her purse, managed to pay for the wine. Solomon then briefly explained the situation in French to the other patrons, who resumed their previous activities. Outside, Solomon demanded to know their business with him. Miss Pross, heartbroken by her brother's cold reception, implored him for a kind word, expressing her unwavering love for him despite his indifference. Solomon, with evident reluctance, offered her a perfunctory kiss, which did little to comfort her. He admitted to being aware of her presence and warned her not to jeopardize his safety, emphasizing his busy life as an official. Miss Pross lamented the loss of the brother she once knew, but Solomon cut her off, accusing her of risking his security. She fervently denied any such intention, expressing a willingness to part ways forever if only he would assure her that there was no animosity between them. Her pleas seemed in vain, as Solomon's affection was delivered with a sense of obligation rather than genuine care, a stark contrast to what might have been if their roles were reversed. Amidst this tense exchange, Mr. Cruncher interrupted with a blunt inquiry about Solomon's true name, questioning the order of his first and last names and alluding to a different identity across the sea. Solomon, caught off guard and suspicious, was pressed by Mr. Cruncher for clarity. The conversation turned to Solomon's former name, which Mr. Cruncher couldn't quite recall, but he was certain it had 2 syllables. Solomon's response was one of feigned ignorance. Indeed, the other's name was just a single syllable. The man recognized the other as a former spy witness at the Bailey, referring to him mockingly as a descendant of the father of lies and questioning his alias during that time. Another voice chimed in, revealing the name to be Barsad, which prompted Jerry to exclaim that this was the name worth £1,000. Sidney Carton, the one who had interjected, stood casually at Mr. Cruncher's side, hands tucked behind him beneath his coat, as if he were at the Old Bailey itself. Sidney reassured Miss Pross not to worry. He had unexpectedly shown up at Mr. Lorry's the previous evening, and they had agreed he wouldn't make an appearance unless it was necessary or he could be of help. He was there now, seeking a private conversation with her brother, expressing his wish that she had a sibling with a more honorable profession than Mr. Barsad, a sheep of the prisons, a term used at the time for a spy working under the jailers. The spy, already pale, grew even paler at Sidney's words. Sidney explained how he had spotted Mr. Barsad leaving the conciergerie prison. His distinctive face was easy to remember, and seeing him there had piqued Sidney's curiosity, especially since he had connections to the misfortunes of a friend. Following this intrigue, Sidney had trailed Barsad into a wine shop and overheard enough to confirm his suspicions about Barsad's line of work. When Barsad inquired about Sidney's intentions, Sidney suggested discussing them somewhere private, like Tellson's bank, hinting at the risk of talking openly in the street. Barsad, uncertain, pressed Sidney, who made it clear he had no intention of elaborating there. Sidney's carefree demeanor and sharp wit were advantageous in dealing with someone like Barsad. He leveraged his quick thinking and observational skills to his benefit. Barsad, feeling the weight of potential consequences, blamed his sister for any trouble that might arise. Sidney, however, encouraged Barsad not to be ungrateful, mentioning his respect for Miss Pross and leading up to a mutually beneficial proposal. He invited Barsad to accompany him to the bank, and Barsad, curious about Sidney's proposition, agreed. Sidney suggested they first escort Miss Pross safely to her street corner, offering his arm to her and noting the city's dangers. He invited Barsad to join them at Mr. Lorry's, ensuring everyone was prepared before they set off together. Miss Pross held onto Sidney's arm, her gaze imploring him not to harm Solomon. Despite his casual demeanor, there was a resolute determination in his grip and a spark in his eyes that elevated his presence. At that moment, her concerns for her undeserving brother and Sidney's comforting words were too distracting for her to fully process the change she witnessed in him. They parted ways with Miss Pross at the street corner, and Carton took the lead to Mr. Lorry's residence, a short walk away. John Barsad, also known as Solomon Pross, accompanied him. Upon their arrival, they found Mr. Lorry post-dinner, relaxing before a modest fire, possibly lost in memories of a past reflection in the flames. His surprise was evident at the sight of a stranger. Sidney introduced the stranger as Miss Pross's brother, Mr. Barsad. Mr. Lorry, recognizing the name and face, connected them to a witness from a previous trial. This revelation brought a look of disgust to Mr. Lorry's face. Sidney then shared the grim news that Darnay had been arrested again. The revelation shocked Mr. Lorry, who had believed Darnay to be safe. Barsad confirmed the arrest had just happened. Sidney explained that Barsad, after sharing a drink with a friend, had seen the arrest take place. There was no doubt Darnay was back in custody. Mr. Lorry, realizing the futility of dwelling on this, focused intently, aware that his reaction might be critical. Sidney expressed hope that Dr. Manette's name and influence would aid Darnay in court the next day. However, he confessed to Mr. Lorry that he was shaken by the doctor's inability to prevent Darnay's arrest. Mr. Lorry suggested that the doctor might not have known beforehand, but the close association between the doctor and his son-in-law was concerning. Acknowledging the dire times, Sidney declared his readiness to play a losing game if it meant securing a friend in the conciergerie, identifying Barsad as the friend he intended to win over. Barsad, now under pressure, blamed his sister for any potential trouble. Sidney, maintaining his composure, spoke of his respect for Miss Pross and hinted at a proposal that could benefit both him and Barsad. He then offered to escort Miss Pross to safety and invited Barsad to join them to Mr. Lorry's, setting the stage for their next move. He declared he would bulldoze through the situation, keen to assess his position. Acknowledging his rough nature to Mr. Lorry, he wished for some brandy. No sooner had a glass been placed before him than he gulped it down, followed by another, then pushed the bottle away with a thoughtful gesture. He mused on Mr. Barsad's character, likening him to a card player scrutinizing his hand. Barsad, a man of many faces, a prison sheep, a committee's emissary, a turnkey, a prisoner, a spy, and an informant. His value was heightened by his English identity, which drew less suspicion than a Frenchman's might. Barsad, once serving the English aristocracy, now worked for the French Republic, a double agent perhaps, posing a threat to the Republic while masquerading as its servant. He suggested Barsad consider his situation as he poured himself another glass of brandy, his hands steady. The spy's unease was palpable, fearing the drink might hasten his own exposure. Noticing this, he indulged in another glass, urging Barsad to take his time and reflect. Barsad's predicament was worse than he knew. His past missteps in England had followed him to France, where he had continued his clandestine activities. He had been a spy in Saint Antoine, gathering information on Dr. Manette and attempting to infiltrate the Defarge's circle, only to fail miserably. The memory of Madame Defarge knitting ominously as he spoke filled him with dread. He had watched her denounce others, leading them to the guillotine, knowing he was never safe, that any word could bring the axe down upon him. Sidney observed Barsad's discomfort with a serene demeanor, asking if he was ready to play his hand. The spy addressed Mr. Lorry with a sly tone, suggesting that a man of his age and kindness should convince the younger gentleman, Mr. Carton, to reconsider playing the ace he had mentioned. Despite admitting his own role as a spy, a role he acknowledged as dishonorable yet necessary, he implied that Mr. Carton, who was not a spy, should not stoop to such levels. Mr. Carton, unfazed, stated he would play his ace without hesitation in mere minutes. The spy tried to draw Mr. Lorry into the conversation again, this time by mentioning his sister. However, Mr. Carton sharply retorted that the best way to show respect for the spy's sister would be to free her from her brother. The spy's smooth facade was shaken by Mr. Carton's mysterious and inscrutable demeanor. The spy faltered, losing his composure. Mr. Carton, in a moment of reflection, hinted at having another strong card up his sleeve, a fellow prisoner who claimed to be grazing in the country jails. Quick to respond, the spy insisted Mr. Carton did not know the man, claiming he was French. Mr. Carton, seemingly lost in thought, agreed, but then firmly corrected himself, realizing the man was actually Cly, disguised but recognized from a past trial at the Old Bailey. The spy, Barsad, tried to counter Mr. Carton's realization with a smug correction, stating that Cly had been his partner but had died years ago and was buried in London. Mr. Lorry, observing from his seat, noticed an odd shadow caused by Mr. Cruncher's hair standing on end. The spy, aiming to be reasonable and fair, produced a burial certificate for Cly from his pocketbook, insisting it was genuine and not a forgery. He hurriedly showed it to them, inviting them to inspect it themselves. As the situation continued, the spy, acknowledging his own roughness to Mr. Lorry, craved some brandy. He downed a glass as soon as it was placed before him, then another, before pushing the bottle away thoughtfully. He pondered Mr. Barsad's many roles, from a prison sheep to an informant, noting his value as an Englishman in France. Barsad, once a servant to the English aristocracy, now seemed to serve the French Republic. The spy's discomfort grew as he realized his drink might lead to his own unmasking, while Mr. Carton watched with calm assurance, asking if he was prepared to show his hand. In the room, the shadow on the wall stretched as Mr. Lorry watched, and Mr. Cruncher stood up, moving towards them. His hair stood on end so fiercely it looked as though it had been styled by a mythical cow from a children's tale. While the spy wasn't paying attention, Mr. Cruncher crept up to him, tapping his shoulder like a spectral officer of the court. Mr. Cruncher, face set hard and stern, accused the spy, Roger Cly, of being a part of the burial of an empty coffin, claiming it never held the body it was supposed to. The spy, Barsad, was taken aback, stuttering his confusion at the accusation. Mr. Cruncher insisted that the coffin had been filled with nothing more than stones and dirt, challenging Barsad to contradict him. He even offered to risk his own life on the truth of his statement. The gentlemen witnessing this exchange were stunned into silence. Jerry, as Mr. Cruncher was also known, declared that he knew the burial was a sham, though he refused to reveal how he came by that knowledge. He then threatened Barsad, expressing his long-standing grudge and willingness to physically attack him for a small sum of money. Sidney Carton, who had been observing with Mr. Lorry, tried to get Mr. Cruncher to calm down and provide a clearer explanation. Mr. Cruncher, however, avoided giving a direct answer, insisting that now was not the right time for explanations. He remained adamant that Cly had never been in the coffin and dared Barsad to say otherwise, reiterating his violent offer. Carton then weighed in, hinting at having a strong card to play against Barsad, who was entangled in a dangerous plot. He implied that Barsad, who had faked his own death, could not hope to escape denunciation in the midst of the paranoid atmosphere of Paris. Barsad, realizing his precarious position, gave up, admitting the danger he faced from the public's wrath in England and the necessity of the ruse surrounding Cly's supposed death. Mr. Cruncher dismissed any concern for Barsad, advising him to focus on the more pressing issue of dealing with Carton's threat. He boastfully repeated his willingness to attack Barsad for a small reward, emphasizing his point with a show of generosity. The jailer turned away from one man to face Sidney Carton, stating decisively that the time had come. He was due to start his shift soon and couldn't delay any longer. He reminded Carton that he had mentioned a proposal and was eager to hear it, but he warned Carton not to expect too much from him. He explained that he was willing to do anything within his power, even if it meant putting his own life at great risk. However, he would rather take the chance of refusing than consenting if it came to that. He acknowledged the air of desperation that hung over them all, cautioning Carton that he had the power to denounce him if he saw fit, and he was as capable of lying his way out of trouble as anyone else. He challenged Carton to state his business with him. Carton responded with a question, asking if the man was a turnkey at the notorious conciergerie prison. The jailer firmly replied that there was no possibility of escape, dismissing Carton's implication. But Carton persisted, asking again if the man was a turnkey at the conciergerie. The man admitted that he sometimes held that position and that he had the freedom to come and go as he pleased. With that, Carton poured another glass of brandy, deliberately spilling it into the fire, watching the flames consume it. Once the brandy was gone, he stood up, suggesting that they had spoken enough in front of the others. It was time for them to speak privately in the adjoining dark room, to have a final word alone. You're about to listen to Chapter 39, The Game Made. In a dimly lit room adjacent to where Sidney Carton and the prison's sheep were conversing in hushed tones, Mr. Lorry regarded Jerry with a mix of doubt and suspicion. Jerry's reaction to Mr. Lorry's scrutinizing gaze did little to build trust. He shifted his weight from one leg to the other as if he had dozens to choose from and was testing each one. He inspected his fingernails with dubious intensity, and each time Mr. Lorry's eyes met his, Jerry coughed into his hand in a way that didn't suggest forthrightness. Mr. Lorry called Jerry over. Jerry approached, leading with one shoulder. Mr. Lorry questioned him about his activities beyond being a messenger. After some thought and a piercing look at his employer, Jerry cleverly responded that he was of an agricultural character. Mr. Lorry, with a finger wagging in anger, expressed his suspicion that Jerry might have misused the reputable house of Tellson's as a cover for disreputable activities. He warned Jerry not to expect help or secrecy from him if his suspicions proved true. Jerry, looking embarrassed, hoped that Mr. Lorry would reconsider any negative thoughts about him, highlighting his long service and hinting that any wrongdoing wasn't one-sided. He suggested that there could be doctors collecting fees unscrupulously, and if such activities were wrong, they too would be guilty. He pointed out that it would also reflect poorly on Tellson's, as one couldn't condemn one without the other. Jerry mentioned his wife's distress over the business, which was damaging to their welfare, unlike doctors' wives who benefited from their husbands' practices. He argued that even if he were involved in such activities, the gains were minimal and brought no real prosperity. Mr. Lorry, though somewhat softened, expressed his dismay at Jerry's appearance. Jerry, continuing his defense even as he claimed innocence, was cut off by Mr. Lorry, who urged him not to dodge the truth. Mr. Cruncher firmly refused to comply with a certain request, making it clear that it was not in his nature or habit to do so, though he didn't insist it was the case. He humbly suggested that his son, who had grown into a capable man, could run errands, deliver messages, and perform various small tasks with great diligence. He proposed that his son could take his place and look after his mother, urging that no harm should come to his own reputation as a result. Instead, Mr. Cruncher himself would willingly work hard in a more honest profession, striving to make up for past misdeeds, if there were any to speak of. He concluded his speech to Mr. Lorry, wiping his brow as if to signal the end of his heartfelt plea. Mr. Lorry acknowledged the truth in Mr. Cruncher's words, asking for no further discussion. He hinted at the possibility of support if Mr. Cruncher proved worthy and showed genuine change through actions rather than just words. As Sidney Carton and a spy named Barsad returned from a private conversation, Mr. Cruncher touched his forehead in a respectful gesture. Carton, having made an agreement with Barsad, assured him he had nothing to fear. Taking a seat opposite Mr. Lorry, the room was filled with a sense of tension and unspoken concerns. Once alone, Mr. Lorry inquired about Carton's actions. Carton had managed to secure a single visit to the prisoner, should things take a turn for the worse. Mr. Lorry's face showed his disappointment, understanding that such access might not be enough to save the prisoner. Carton acknowledged this reality, admitting that pushing for more could have endangered the man further. Mr. Lorry, weighed down by worry and the recent arrest of someone dear to him, couldn't hold back his tears. Carton, moved by the sight, expressed his respect for Mr. Lorry's sorrow as if he were his own father. Despite slipping into his usual demeanor, Carton's sincerity caught Mr. Lorry off guard, who had never seen this side of him. The warmth in Carton's voice and touch as they shook hands was unexpected. Carton then shifted the focus back to the unfortunate Darnay, advising Mr. Lorry not to share the details of their meeting or plans with Darnay's wife. He feared it might give her false hope or, worse, lead her to inadvertently hasten Darnay's fate, should the worst come to pass. Mr. Lorry hadn't considered a certain possibility, and his quick glance at Carton revealed that Carton had indeed thought of it. They shared an understanding without words. Carton believed that discussing him with her would only increase her worries. He had resolved not to meet her, convinced he could help her from afar. He was pleased to hear Mr. Lorry was on his way to her, as she was likely feeling quite alone. Mr. Lorry confirmed he was leaving immediately, and Carton expressed relief, noting her deep trust in Mr. Lorry. When asked about her appearance, Mr. Lorry described her as anxious, unhappy, yet still very beautiful. Carton's reaction was a deep, sorrowful sound, much like a sigh or a sob. This drew Mr. Lorry's attention to Carton's face, which was turned towards the fire. A fleeting change passed over Carton's features, as quick as a shadow moving across a hillside on a bright day. As Mr. Lorry adjusted a log in the fireplace, his attire, a white riding coat and top boots, made him appear pale, especially with the firelight dancing on them and his long, unkempt brown hair framing his face. His disregard for the heat caught Mr. Lorry's attention, prompting a caution as Carton's boot was still on the hot embers. Carton simply said he had forgotten, and once again, Mr. Lorry was drawn to his face, noting how worn it looked, reminiscent of the faces of prisoners. Carton then acknowledged that Mr. Lorry's time in Paris was coming to an end. Mr. Lorry had hoped to leave the city knowing everyone was safe. He had his necessary papers and was ready to depart. The silence between them lingered until Carton remarked on the length of Mr. Lorry's life. Mr. Lorry, in his 78th year, reflected on a life of constant, trustworthy work, even from his youth. Carton pointed out the impact Mr. Lorry's absence would have on those who would miss him. Mr. Lorry modestly saw himself as a solitary old bachelor with no one to mourn him, but he corrected himself, acknowledging that she and her child would indeed grieve for him. Carton agreed, emphasizing the importance of being remembered fondly. Carton looked back at the fire, and after a pause, he asked Mr. Lorry if his childhood felt distant and if the times at his mother's knee seemed long ago. Mr. Lorry, touched by Carton's gentle tone, responded, "2 decades ago, the answer would have been different, but not at this stage in life. Approaching the end, it feels like coming full circle, closer to the beginning. It's as if the path is being smoothed out. Memories of my young and pretty mother, which had been dormant, now stir my heart. I'm so much older, yet these recollections, along with associations from a time when the world wasn't so tangible and my flaws less set in stone, are now vivid." Carton felt a resonance with that sentiment, his face warming up. He believed this reflection was beneficial. The conversation shifted as Carton assisted with an outer coat, and the topic of age was broached. Carton was young, yet he acknowledged that his youthful path hadn't been one that led gracefully to old age. He diverted the focus away from himself. Lorry agreed it was enough about personal matters and inquired about plans for the evening. Carton, known for his wandering and restless ways, offered to accompany Lorry to a gate, mentioning he might roam the streets late into the night but would return by morning. They would both be at the court the next day, albeit in different capacities. As they walked down the streets, reaching Lorry's destination, Carton bid farewell but couldn't help but linger and touch the gate after it closed. He knew of her daily visits to the prison and wanted to trace her steps. Standing before the La Force prison at 10 o'clock at night, Carton found himself where she had been countless times. A woodsawyer, having closed his shop, was enjoying a pipe. The two exchanged good nights. Carton inquired about the state of the Republic, to which the man humorously referred to the guillotine, mentioning the number of executions that day. The woodsawyer, amused by the executioner's efficiency, encouraged Carton to witness the spectacle. Annoyed by the man's glee, Carton felt a violent urge but walked away. The woodsawyer, noting Carton's attire, questioned his nationality. Carton, responding without stopping, confirmed his English identity but admitted to speaking like a Frenchman due to his studies. The woodsawyer bid him good night, still insisting that Carton visit the executioner and enjoy a pipe. Lorry, meanwhile, had not anticipated a particular scenario, but a glance at Carton suggested he had. They understood each other without words. Carton had decided against meeting her, believing he could assist from afar. He was relieved to hear Lorry was visiting her, as she must have felt quite isolated. Sydney had just disappeared from view when he halted under a flickering street lamp. He scribbled on a piece of paper with his pencil. With a confident stride, he navigated through the dark, grimy streets, which were even filthier than usual since public cleaning was neglected during these times of upheaval. He arrived at a chemist's shop just as the owner was locking up. The shop was as small and twisted as both the street it was on and the chemist himself. After exchanging good nights with the chemist at the counter, Sydney presented the paper. The chemist let out a soft whistle as he read it, chuckling to himself. Sydney paid him no mind. The chemist cautioned him about the importance of keeping the items separate, to which Sydney assured him he understood the risks. He received several small packets, which he carefully placed in his coat. He counted out the money, paid the chemist, and left the shop with a sense of finality. Looking up at the moon, he mused that there was nothing left to do until the next day, admitting to himself that sleep would elude him. His words, spoken aloud beneath the swiftly moving clouds, were not reckless. They conveyed not negligence or defiance, but the resignation of a weary man who, after much wandering and struggle, had finally found his path and its destination. In his youth, Sidney had been marked as one with great potential, but those days were long gone. He had buried his father and lost his mother years before. The words from his father's funeral resonated with him as he walked the shadowy streets under the moon and clouds. "I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die." In a city ruled by the guillotine, Sidney felt a natural sorrow for the 63 lives lost that day and for those awaiting their fate. Yet he did not dwell on the chain of thoughts that linked these reflections to the past. Instead, he repeated the solemn words and continued on his way. Sidney observed the city with a deep interest as it settled into its brief nightly respite. He noticed the lit windows where people tried to forget the horrors around them, the silent church towers, the graveyards promising eternal sleep, the overflowing jails, and the streets where the guillotine's work had become so routine that no ghostly tales emerged from its constant use. With these thoughts, he crossed the Seine once more, heading towards the brighter parts of the city. Carriages were scarce on the streets as those riding them risked suspicion. Those of high birth concealed themselves, donning red nightcaps and sturdy footwear, walking instead of riding. Despite this, theaters were bustling with life, audiences exiting with joyous chatter into the night. At one theater, a mother and her small daughter hesitated at the roadside, daunted by the muddy crossing. He lifted the girl across, and as she clung to him briefly, he felt her gratitude without needing to hear her words. As the night deepened, the streets grew silent, and he was accompanied by a biblical phrase about faith and eternal life that echoed with his footsteps and filled the air. He repeated these words quietly to himself as he walked, but they seemed to resonate everywhere around him. Dawn approached, and as he stood on a bridge, the moonlight illuminated the clustered houses and the cathedral of the island of Paris. The daybreak, however, seemed lifeless, like a pale face in the sky. The night faded, along with the moon and stars, as if yielding to the reign of death. Yet with the sunrise, warmth seemed to touch his heart directly, casting those haunting words away. He felt as if a radiant bridge connected him to the sun, and the river below shimmered. The strong current of the river, consistent and deep, was like a trusted companion in the quiet of the morning. Far from the city's bustle, he eventually dozed off on the riverbank, warmed by the sun. Awakening later, he watched an aimless whirlpool in the water until it was swallowed by the stream, a metaphor for his own existence. A boat with a sail the color of autumn leaves passed by, its silent path on the water reflecting his own journey and the prayer in his heart for mercy on his shortcomings, ending with the same biblical phrase. Mr. Lorry was not at home when he returned. It was clear where the kind old man had gone. Sidney Carton had only coffee and bread, refreshed himself, and set out for the courthouse. The courthouse was abuzz with activity, and he found himself pushed into a corner by those who avoided association with the accused. Mr. Lorry and Dr. Manette were present, and she was there too, next to her father. When her husband entered, her gaze on him was full of love, tenderness, and courage, which invigorated him. If anyone had observed Sidney Carton, they would have seen the same effect on him. The trial proceeded with little regard for fairness or proper procedure. The chaos of the revolution had upended all forms of law and order, seeking retribution for past injustices. All gazes shifted to the jury, a group of resolute patriots and staunch Republicans, unchanged from the days prior, and likely the same in the days to come. Among them, one man stood out, his face marked by an insatiable hunger, his fingers constantly dancing near his lips, a sight that seemed to please the onlookers. This man, known as Jacques III from Saint Antoine, had the look of a bloodthirsty, predatory juryman, akin to a pack of hounds ready to judge a deer. Attention then moved to the 5 judges and the public prosecutor, who showed no signs of sympathy that day, their demeanor cold and deadly serious. Eyes then began to search the crowd, exchanging looks of agreement, nodding to one another in silent unity before returning to a tense watchfulness. Charles Evermond, also known as Darnay, had been freed only to be recaptured and charged again the previous day. The indictment, served to him late at night, painted him as an enemy of the Republic, an aristocrat from a line of oppressors now outlawed for their past abuses. Thus, in the eyes of the law, Charles Evermond was as good as dead. The public prosecutor succinctly stated this, and the president of the court inquired whether the accusation against Darnay was made in the open. It was confirmed that 3 individuals had openly denounced him: Ernest Defarge, a wine seller, his wife, Therese Defarge, and Alexander Manette, a doctor. An uproar erupted in the courtroom, and amidst the chaos, Dr. Manette stood, pale and shaking, protesting against the claim that he would denounce his own son-in-law. However, the president warned him to remain calm and respect the court's authority, for nothing should be dearer to a citizen than the Republic itself. The crowd cheered loudly at this rebuke. The president, with fervor, stated that if the Republic demanded it, a citizen must be willing to sacrifice even their own child. He then ordered silence as he prepared to continue. As calm was restored, Dr. Manette sat, his eyes roaming and lips quivering, while his daughter drew near to comfort him. The juryman with the craving look resumed his habit of bringing his hand to his mouth. Defarge was called to testify, and he quickly recounted the tale of the prisoner's long confinement, his own youth in the doctor's service, and the prisoner's condition upon release. The court, eager to proceed, asked Defarge to confirm his role in storming the Bastille. An impassioned woman from the crowd, known as the Vengeance, loudly praised Defarge, defying the president's attempts to maintain order with his bell. Encouraged by the crowd's support, she continued to defy the bell, her actions met with further approval. Defarge was then asked to detail his actions within the Bastille on that fateful day. Defarge stood elevated on steps, gazing down at his wife who remained at the base, her eyes fixed intently upon him. He shared his knowledge of the prisoner, once held captive in a cell dubbed 105 North Tower. The prisoner, known to himself by that very cell name, crafted shoes under Defarge's supervision. With a promise made to himself as he operated his gun, Defarge vowed to inspect that cell once the opportunity arose. The moment came, and he, along with a jury member and guided by a jailer, scrutinized the cell meticulously. Hidden in a chimney crevice, behind a dislodged stone, he discovered a piece of writing. That very document, he revealed, bore the handwriting of Dr. Manette, which he had taken pains to familiarize himself with. Entrusting the paper to the court's president, he urged its reading. The courtroom fell into a hush. The accused exchanged tender glances with his wife, who alternated her worried gaze between him and her father, Dr. Manette. The latter kept his eyes on the reader, while Madame Defarge's stare never left the accused. Defarge himself watched his wife with admiration, as did all the other onlookers, their attention riveted on the doctor who noticed none of them. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the paper's contents were unveiled. You're about to listen to Chapter 40, The Substance of the Shadow. My name is Alexander Manette, a once unlucky doctor from Beauvais, who later lived in Paris. I pen this sad note from my gloomy cell in the Bastille in December's final month of the year 1767. I'm writing in secret against many odds. My plan is to hide it in a secret spot I've made in the chimney after much effort. Maybe someone kind will discover it after I and my grief have turned to dust. I'm writing with a rough iron point, scraping soot and charcoal from the chimney, mixed with my blood. It's the last month of my 10th year in captivity. All hope has left me. I've seen signs that my sanity won't last, but I swear I'm clear-headed now. My memory is sharp, and I'm writing only the truth, which I'll stand by, whether or not anyone ever reads these words, when I face the final judgment. One night in December, around the 3rd week, I think on the 22nd, in 1757, I was walking by the Seine for some fresh air. I was an hour from my home on the street of the School of Medicine when a carriage sped up behind me. I stepped aside, fearing it might hit me, and someone inside called out to the driver to stop. The carriage halted, and the same voice shouted my name. I answered. Two gentlemen got out before I reached them. They were cloaked and seemed to be hiding their identities. They looked about my age or younger, very similar in height, behavior, voice, and even their faces, from what I could tell. They confirmed I was Dr. Manette and mentioned my growing reputation in Paris. They said they'd been to my home and, not finding me there, had followed me, hoping to catch up. They asked me to get into the carriage. They stood in a way that left me no choice but to get in. They were armed. I was not. I usually ask who seeks my help and the case's nature, I told them. One replied that their status was high and they trusted my skills to understand the case better than they could explain. They insisted I get in the carriage. I had no option but to obey, and I got in silently. They followed, and the carriage sped off as before. I faithfully recount the events as they happened, without deviation. I commit to paper the precise details of the encounter, ensuring my focus remains unwavering. At the points where I've marked breaks, I pause my writing and conceal my notes. The carriage we were in left the city streets, passed the North Barrier, and ventured onto a rural road. About 2/3 of a league from the barrier, a distance I measured later, the carriage veered off the main road and halted at a secluded house. We got out and walked along a damp path in a garden with an overflowing fountain up to the house door. The door didn't open right away when we rang, and one of my companions slapped the man who answered with his riding glove. It didn't seem unusual to me. I'd seen common folk treated worse than animals. However, when the other companion, also irate, hit the man similarly, I realized they were identical twins by their similar reactions. Since entering the outer gate, which one twin had unlocked and relocked, I could hear cries from an upstairs room. We went directly to this room, the cries growing louder with each step. There, a young, beautiful woman with a feverish brain lay on a bed, her hair in disarray and her arms tied with pieces of men's clothing. Among these was a ceremonial scarf with a noble's crest and the initial E. Within moments of seeing her, as she struggled and nearly suffocated on the scarf, I intervened to help her breathe. When I moved the scarf, I saw the embroidery. I gently turned her over, placed my hands on her chest to calm her, and looked into her face. Her eyes were wide and wild, and she screamed repeatedly, saying, "My husband, my father, and my brother," then counted to 12 and whispered, "Hush." This sequence never changed. It was constant except for a brief pause before it began again. I asked how long she had been this way, referring to the twins as the elder and the younger for clarity. The elder, who seemed more in charge, said it had been since the previous night. When I inquired if she had a husband, father, and brother, the elder dismissed me with disdain, saying she only had a brother. I wondered if she had a connection to the number 12, to which the younger impatiently suggested maybe it was related to 12 o'clock. I found myself declaring to the men that my effectiveness was hindered by their lack of foresight in bringing me unprepared. I lamented the inevitable delay, given the absence of nearby medical supplies. The elder brother glanced at the younger, who arrogantly presented a case of medicines from a nearby closet, placing it on the table. Upon examining the bottles, sniffing their contents, and sampling them with my lips, I realized they only contained narcotics, which were harmful in themselves. Ignoring the younger brother's skepticism, I proceeded to administer the desired dose to the patient, a task that required significant effort and patience. Following the administration, I settled beside the bed to monitor the effects, noting a timid woman in the corner, the wife of the man downstairs. The house was a picture of neglect, furnished sparsely and clearly only temporarily occupied. Heavy drapes covered the windows to muffle the patient's cries, which continued in a disturbing pattern. Despite the chaos, my touch seemed to bring moments of stillness to the patient, though it did nothing to silence the cries. I remained by her side, hoping my presence would continue to offer some solace, while the brothers watched. After some time, the elder brother mentioned another patient in need of attention. Surprised, I inquired about the urgency, to which he responded indifferently, leading me to another area of the house. The journey took me through a loft space above a stable, cluttered with hay, straw, firewood, and apples buried in sand. In this rustic setting, I found a young peasant boy, no older than 17, lying on the ground. His expression was one of agony, with clenched teeth and a hand pressed to his chest as his eyes stared upwards. Despite my offer of help, he refused any examination, wishing to be left alone with his suffering. He lay there, with my hand gently pressing down on his, as I eased his grip to inspect the injury, a sword wound inflicted between 20 to 24 hours earlier. No medical expertise could have saved him if the wound hadn't been neglected. His life was slipping away quickly. When I glanced at his older brother, his gaze was fixed on the young man bleeding out before him, as if he were looking at a wounded animal, not another human being. The elder brother coldly remarked that the situation was simply an inconvenience caused by a deranged, low-born youth who had compelled his brother into a duel, only to fall to his sword as if he were a nobleman. There was no hint of compassion or humanity in his voice, just an implication that it would have been better if the boy had perished unnoticed, as was expected of his kind. He couldn't muster any sympathy for the young man or his tragic end. As the elder brother spoke, the dying boy's eyes slowly shifted toward him, then to me. With effort, he expressed a sense of pride among commoners, despite the nobles' abuses, plundering, assaulting, and killing them. He mentioned his sister, alluding to the distant cries and screams, as if she were right there with us. I confirmed that I had indeed seen her. He revealed that she was his sister, and, despite the noble's shameful exploitation of women like her, she had remained virtuous and was engaged to a decent man, a tenant of the very nobleman present. The dying boy, with the last of his strength, spoke of the oppression they suffered at the hands of the nobleman, merciless taxation, unpaid labor, and the theft of their meager possessions. They lived in such poverty that their father lamented the birth of children and wished for their lineage to end. Never had I witnessed such a raw explosion of the oppressed spirit. I had suspected it was there, hidden among the people, but it wasn't until I saw it in the eyes of the dying boy that I truly understood its power. Despite his poor health, the doctor's sister chose to marry her ailing lover, hoping to care for him in their modest home, which others might scornfully call a shack. Shortly after their union, the man's brother took a fancy to her and shamelessly asked to borrow her as if she were a mere possession. The man agreed, but the sister's morals were strong, and she detested his brother as much as he did. They tried to convince her husband to sway her, but to no avail. The boy, his gaze shifting from me to the onlooker, confirmed the truth of his tale. I could see the clash of prides in their expressions, the noble's casual disregard against the peasant's suppressed feelings and burning desire for vengeance. The nobles abused their power, forcing commoners like him to labor like beasts, driving them like dogs, keeping them out all night to ensure their own peaceful rest. Yet, even with such cruelty, they couldn't break the man's spirit. He died of grief and exhaustion in his wife's arms, having been unable to find sustenance. The boy's life hung by a thread, his will to reveal his suffering the only thing keeping him alive. He held back the encroaching darkness of death, clenching his fist over his wound. Then, with the man's help, his brother took the sister away despite her resistance. The boy witnessed her being taken and, upon returning home, found his father dead from heartbreak. He safeguarded his younger sister from the same fate and sought revenge on the brother. As the room grew dimmer to him, signs of a struggle were evident among the scattered hay and straw. He had warned his sister not to approach until the man was dead. The man had tried to bribe him, then attacked him with a whip. In defense, the boy struck back, forcing the man to draw his sword. The broken fragments of that sword lay among the hay, a testament to the struggle. He asked to be lifted up, looking for the man he had come to confront. I supported him, correcting his mistake that he was looking for the brother. Even in his final moments, he was determined to face the man who had wronged him so deeply. I propped the boy's head on my knee, but he summoned his strength and stood on his own, forcing me to stand with him to keep him upright. The boy, with wide eyes and a lifted right hand, called out to the Marquis. He accused him and his lineage of their misdeeds, marking a blood cross as a symbol of his accusation. He drew a cross in the air with his finger, twice touching the wound on his chest, and as his finger fell, he collapsed, lifeless. Returning to the young woman's side, I found her delirious, her cries unceasing. I administered more medicine and stayed by her bed into the night. Her screams were constant and coherent, counting from 1 to 12, followed by a hush. This went on for 26 hours. When her voice began to wane, I tried to help, but she soon fell into a deep stupor, resembling death itself. It felt like the calm after a storm. I freed her arms and had the woman help me tidy her up. It was then I realized she was expecting a child, and my sliver of hope for her vanished. The Marquis, whom I'll still call the elder brother, entered the room and asked if she was dead. I told him she was dying. He marveled at her resilience. I told him that sorrow and despair can make one strong. He laughed, then frowned at my words, pulled up a chair, and dismissed the woman. He spoke to me in a hushed tone, hinting at the importance of my silence given my career aspirations. I focused on the patient's breathing to avoid responding. When he pressed for my attention, I told him that patient confidences are always kept in my profession. I was careful with my words, feeling uneasy about what I had witnessed. I checked her pulse and heart, finding faint signs of life. Both brothers watched me intently as I resumed my seat. I struggled to write as the intense cold bites at my fingers and the fear of being discovered and thrown into a pitch-black, subterranean cell forces me to keep this account brief. Yet, my memory stands firm and vivid, capable of recounting every single exchange between myself and those brothers. She held on for a week. Nearing the end, I could just about make out a few words she whispered by pressing my ear close to her mouth. She questioned her location and who I was, and I provided her with answers. When I inquired about her family name, she could only weakly shake her head, keeping her secret just as the boy had. It wasn't until I informed the brothers of her imminent death that I had a chance to speak with her without their watchful presence. Until that moment, they had always lurked behind the bed's curtain, keeping a close eye on our interactions. However, as death drew near, they seemed indifferent to our conversation, almost as if they considered me a dying man too. I noticed their pride was deeply wounded by the younger brother's fight with a peasant boy, seeing it as a disgrace to their family name and utterly laughable. Whenever I caught the younger brother's gaze, I could feel his deep-seated dislike for me, knowing what I did from the boy. He was more polished and polite, but I could tell. The elder brother also seemed to view me as a nuisance. My patient passed away 2 hours before midnight, coincidentally at the same time I first laid eyes on her. I was alone with her when she gently tilted her head to one side, her struggles and pains coming to a peaceful end. Downstairs, the brothers were getting restless, eager to leave. I could hear them pacing and striking their boots with their riding whips. When I entered the room, the elder brother immediately confirmed her passing and congratulated his sibling. He had previously tried to give me money, which I had declined. He offered me a roll of gold coins again, but I placed it back on the table, politely refusing to accept it under the circumstances. They looked at each other, nodded at me, and we parted ways without further words. I am overwhelmed, drained by sorrow. My own hand looks foreign to me as I can barely read what I've written. At dawn, a small box with my name etched on it appeared at my doorstep, containing a roll of gold. The question of what action to take with it weighed heavily on me from the start. That day, I resolved to pen a discreet letter to the minister, detailing the 2 cases I was summoned for and my whereabouts, essentially revealing all pertinent details. Aware of the influence held in court and the privileges of the nobility, I anticipated the issue would be swept under the rug, but I needed to ease my conscience. I had kept this affair secret, even from my wife, and planned to confess this in my letter too. I was blind to any real threat to myself, yet I was aware that others could be in danger if they shared my knowledge. Engrossed in work, I couldn't finish my letter that evening. The following morning, I woke up earlier than usual to complete it on the last day of the year. As I sat with the finished letter in front of me, I was informed that a lady was waiting to see me. The task I've undertaken is becoming increasingly difficult for me. The biting cold, the encompassing darkness, and the numbing of my senses make the dread I feel all the more terrible. The lady, young, charming, and beautiful, though not destined for a long life, came to me in a state of turmoil. She introduced herself as the Marquise Saint Evremont's wife. I linked the title the boy used for the elder brother with the initial on the scarf, deducing that I had recently encountered the nobleman. My memory remains sharp, but I cannot transcribe the exact words from our conversation. I suspect I'm being watched more closely now. She had partly guessed and partly uncovered the main points of the harrowing tale, her husband's involvement, and my connection to it. She was unaware that the girl had passed away. She had hoped to secretly share a woman's compassion with her and to deflect divine wrath from a family long despised by those who suffer. She believed a young sister was still alive and was eager to assist her. I could only confirm the sister's existence. Beyond that, I was clueless. She had trusted me, hoping I could reveal the sister's name and whereabouts, but even now, I remain ignorant of both. My paper supply is dwindling. One sheet was confiscated from me yesterday with a stern warning. Today, I must conclude my account. The lady was kind and compassionate, trapped in an unhappy marriage. How could it be otherwise? Her brother-in-law distrusted and disliked her, his influence entirely against her. She feared him as much as she feared her husband. When I escorted her to the door, a young, handsome boy around 2 or 3 years old sat in her carriage. In her tearful plea, she expressed a deep desire to make amends for her husband's sake. She believed that without her intervention, her son would never thrive in his inheritance. She had a foreboding feeling that if no innocent atonement was made, her son would one day have to pay the price. Although she had little to her name besides some jewels, she was determined to make it her son's duty to offer them to the wronged family, should the sister be found, as a final act of compassion from his departed mother. She showed her affection for the young Charles, reassuring him that her actions were for his benefit and asking for his faithfulness. The child courageously promised his loyalty. After a tender farewell, she left with the child in her arms, and that was the last time he saw her. Since she had mentioned her husband's name, believing he was already aware of it, he omitted it from his letter. He personally delivered the sealed letter that very day, taking no chances with its delivery. That fateful night, the last of the year, a man in black appeared at his gate around 9 o'clock. The man, who had asked to see him, silently followed his servant upstairs. There, in the company of his beloved wife, he was confronted by the silent figure who had followed them. The man claimed there was an urgent case waiting for him in the Rue Saint-Honoré and assured him it wouldn't take long, as a coach was waiting. But instead of leading him to a patient, a black muffler was forced over his mouth, his arms were restrained, and he was recognized by 2 brothers from a dark corner. The Marquis showed him the letter he had written, burned it before his eyes, and stamped out the ashes. Without uttering a word, they took him to what would become his living tomb. If only God had softened the hearts of those brothers to give him even a single word about his wife's fate, he might have believed they weren't completely forsaken. But now he was convinced that they were marked by the Red Cross and beyond God's mercy. In his excruciating pain on the last night of the year 1767, Alexander Manette, an anguished prisoner, denounced them to a time when they would be held accountable to both heaven and earth. The reaction to the reading of his document was a chilling clamor for blood, stirring the deepest vengeful passions of the times. Every person in the nation would have been shaken by the power of that denunciation. There was no need to emphasize how the Defarges had kept the paper secret amongst the Bastille memorials, or how the despised family name was cursed by Saint Antoine and included in the fatal register. No virtues or services could have saved the man from the wrath of the people that day. The situation was dire for the condemned man, especially since the person who accused him was a respected member of the community, a close friend, and his wife's father. The public yearned for a return to the noble virtues of the past, even if it meant emulating questionable acts or sacrificing themselves for the greater good. The President of the Republic had to declare, to avoid danger to himself, that the esteemed doctor would serve the nation even better by eliminating a despised aristocratic family, bringing a sense of righteous satisfaction in leaving his daughter a widow and his grandchild an orphan. This announcement ignited a fervent patriotic excitement, with no room for compassion. Madame Defarge, with a sly smile, remarked to her companion about the doctor's significant influence, hinting at a desire to save him from the perilous situation. As each jury member cast their vote, a thunderous approval echoed through the room, growing louder with each affirmation. The verdict was unanimous. The man was an aristocrat by heart and lineage, an enemy of the Republic and a known suppressor of the people. He was sent back to the conciergerie, with death looming in less than 24 hours. You're about to listen to Chapter 41, Dusk. The unfortunate wife of the condemned innocent man collapsed as though she too had been fatally wounded. Yet, she remained silent. A powerful inner voice told her she needed to be his pillar in this dark time and not add to his burden. This thought lifted her from her despair. The judges left for an outdoor event, causing the court to adjourn. As the courtroom emptied, Lucy reached out to her husband with a face full of love and comfort, silently pleading for one last touch, one last embrace, appealing to the compassion of those around. Only a jailer, two of the previous night's captors, and Barsad remained. The crowd had dispersed to the spectacle outside. Barsad suggested they allow her the embrace. They all agreed without a word and helped her to a spot where she could be in her husband's arms. As they held each other, her husband whispered his farewell, blessing her and their love, reassuring her they would reunite in a place of eternal rest. Lucy, bracing herself with divine support, urged him not to worry about her and sent a blessing to their child through him. As they were forced apart, she insisted they wouldn't be separated for long, expressing her determination to fulfill her duties and her faith that friends would care for their child as they had for her. Her father tried to kneel to them in gratitude for their past struggles, but Darnay stopped him, acknowledging the father's past efforts and sacrifices for the sake of his daughter. They expressed their heartfelt thanks, wishing heaven's guidance upon him. The father responded with a cry of despair. The prisoner accepted his fate, believing that all events had led to this moment. He asked for comfort and forgiveness, leaving a blessing upon them. As he was escorted away, his wife let go, but her face shone with a hopeful smile. She tried to speak to her father, but collapsed at his feet in a silent prayer. Sidney Carton emerged from the shadows to lift her, his arms shaking, but also showing a hint of pride. Only her father and Mr. Lorry were with her as Carton's support conveyed both pity and respect. He effortlessly lifted her and carried her to the coach, placing her down with care. Her father and their old friend joined her inside, while he took his spot next to the driver. Upon reaching the gate where he had earlier imagined her footsteps, he picked her up once more and brought her up the stairs to their apartment. There, he gently laid her on the couch, where her child and Miss Pross shed tears for her. He whispered to Miss Pross not to disturb her peace, as she was better off in her fainting state. Little Lucy, overwhelmed by grief, embraced him tightly, pleading for him to aid her mother and save her father. She couldn't bear seeing her mother in such a state and hoped he could do something about it. He tenderly touched the child's cheek with his own, then stepped back to look at her mother, lying there unaware. Before leaving, he requested a farewell kiss. As he kissed her, he whispered words that would be remembered and passed down through generations. Little Lucy would later recall him saying, "A life you love." After stepping into the next room, he confronted Dr. Manette and Mr. Lorry, urging the doctor to use his influence to save Charles. Despite the doctor's deep concern, he promised to try everything within his power. He encouraged the doctor to keep trying despite the slim chances and the approaching darkness that would make it difficult to reach anyone due to the ongoing celebrations. They agreed to meet later that evening at Mr. Lorry's place to discuss the outcomes of their efforts. As Sidney Carton was about to leave, Mr. Lorry caught his attention and quietly confessed his lack of hope, to which Sidney agreed. If any of these men had the inclination to save him, which is a generous assumption, considering they hold no value for a man's life, it's doubtful they would dare to do so after what was shown in the court. Mr. Lorry, overwhelmed with emotion, rested his arm on the door frame and buried his face in it. Carton, with a soft touch, encouraged Mr. Lorry not to lose hope or be saddened. He had supported Dr. Manette's belief, thinking it might bring comfort to her later. Otherwise, she could be haunted by the thought that his life was needlessly lost, causing her distress. Acknowledging Carton's words, Mr. Lorry, with tears in his eyes, agreed but couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom for the man. He saw no true hope for his survival. Carton, echoing the sentiment, affirmed the bleak outlook. He then proceeded downstairs with a determined stride. You're about to listen to Chapter 42, Darkness. Sidney Carton hesitated on the street, unsure of his next move. He thought to himself that he should be at Tellson's Bank by 9, pondering if it would be wise to show himself before that time. He decided it would be good for people to know of his presence, as a precaution and perhaps a necessary step. Yet, he reminded himself to be cautious and to think things through. He stopped walking towards a particular destination and wandered the dimming street, contemplating his decision and its potential outcomes. His initial thought stood firm. It was important for others to be aware of him in the city. With his mind made up, he headed towards Saint Antoine. Defarge had mentioned he owned a wine shop in the Saint Antoine area. Carton, familiar with the city, easily located the shop without needing to ask for directions. Once there, he enjoyed a meal, forgoing his usual choice of strong drink for the first time in years, and fell into a deep, restful sleep. Waking up at 7 in the evening feeling refreshed, Carton strolled out. On his way to Saint Antoine, he paused to tidy his appearance in a shop window, adjusting his cravat, coat collar, and untamed hair. Then, he continued straight to Defarge's wine shop. Inside, he found only Jacques III, known for his restless fingers and raspy voice, who was chatting with the Defarges. The Vengeance, another regular, joined their discussion. Carton nonchalantly ordered wine in broken French. Madame Defarge glanced at him with increasing curiosity before approaching to confirm his order. He confirmed he had asked for wine and, upon her inquiry, affirmed in a strong foreign accent that he was English. Madame Defarge fetched his wine, and he pretended to be engrossed in a Jacobin journal. He overheard her compare him to a man named Evrémonde. Defarge handed him the wine, wishing him a good evening. Carton responded politely and toasted to the Republic. The conversation at the counter continued, with Madame Defarge insisting on the resemblance between Carton and Evrémonde. Jacques III noted that the man was on her mind, and the Vengeance playfully expressed anticipation for seeing him again. Carton, meanwhile, appeared deeply focused on the journal, tracing the lines with his finger. The group at the counter whispered among themselves, stealing glances at him, but not interrupting his feigned concentration. They soon resumed their low-toned conversation. Jacques III agreed with Madame Defarge's sentiments, questioning the need to halt their momentum, finding power in the idea of persistence. Defarge, however, pondered the necessity of drawing a line at some point, leaving the question of where that line should be. Madame Defarge was quick to suggest that the line should be drawn at extermination, which Jacques III and the Vengeance praised enthusiastically. Defarge acknowledged the harshness of such a doctrine, especially considering the suffering of the doctor they had seen that day, whose expression upon hearing the paper read revealed much. Madame Defarge dismissed his concerns with scorn, seeing the doctor's face as one not aligned with the Republic's true friends, warning him to be mindful of his appearance. Defarge tried to bring attention to the doctor's daughter's distress, which would undoubtedly be a source of great pain for him. Madame Defarge was unmoved, having watched the daughter both in court and near the prison, hinting at her power to affect their fates with a mere gesture, as if an axe had fallen with the drop of her finger. The juryman expressed his admiration for Madame Defarge's fierce stance, while the Vengeance, embracing her, declared her an angel. Madame Defarge continued, unforgiving, telling her husband that if it were up to him, he would attempt to save the doctor even at that moment, which Defarge denied, insisting he would not intervene. Madame Defarge reminded them of her long-standing intentions to bring down tyrants and oppressors, a sentiment confirmed by Defarge without question. She recounted the night the Bastille fell, when Defarge brought home a significant paper, and they read it by lamplight. She revealed her personal connection to the family described in the paper, whose lives had been destroyed by the Evermond brothers, declaring those dead as her own and the duty to avenge them as hers alone. Defarge confirmed her story, and Madame Defarge concluded with a chilling resolve, telling them to direct the wind and fire where they may, but not to instruct her. Both listeners enjoyed the grim satisfaction of her anger, feeling its intensity without needing to see her face. Defarge weakly mentioned the compassionate Marquis's wife, but Madame Defarge was relentless, repeating her previous declaration that she would not be told where to stop. Patrons filed in, dispersing the assembly. The bewildered Englishman settled his bill, fumbled with his change, and sought guidance to the National Palace. Madame Defarge, placing her arm on his, showed him the way out. The Englishman pondered the merit of grabbing her arm to make a forceful, decisive move. Yet, he proceeded on his path and soon vanished into the prison's shadowy outline. He reappeared at the set time in Mr. Lorry's room, where he found the older man pacing in agitated concern. He mentioned his recent time with Lucy and his brief departure to honor his commitment. Lucy's father had been missing since leaving the bank around 4 o'clock. Lucy clung to a sliver of hope that his efforts might free Charles, but it was a fragile hope. Over 5 hours had passed, his whereabouts a mystery. Mr. Lorry waited until 10, but with no sign of Dr. Manette and reluctant to leave Lucy alone any longer, they decided he would return to her and come back to the bank at midnight. Meanwhile, Carton would keep the fire company, awaiting the doctor's return. As the clock chimed 12, Carton's wait continued, but the doctor was nowhere. Mr. Lorry came back with no news. Where could he be? While they pondered this, building frail hopes on his absence, they heard him on the stairs. His entrance signaled all was lost. His activities during his absence remained unknown. His expression revealed all they needed to know without a word. "I can't find it," he lamented, "and it's essential." "Where is it?" He was bareheaded, his coat dropped to the floor as he looked around helplessly. "Where's my bench?" "I've searched everywhere for my bench and my work." "What have they done with it?" "I'm pressed for time. Those shoes must be finished." They exchanged looks, their hearts sinking. "Let me work," he begged pitifully. "I need my work." With no response, he tore at his hair and stamped his feet in a childlike frenzy. "Don't torment me," he cried desperately. "I need my work. What will become of us if those shoes aren't done tonight?" Hope was a distant memory. Realizing it was futile to reason with him or attempt to calm him, they gently coaxed him to sit by the fire, promising his work would come soon. He collapsed into the chair, weeping over the dying embers. He seemed to revert to the man Mr. Lorry remembered from the attic days. Overwhelmed by the sight of his downfall, they had to suppress their emotions. Lucy's dire situation demanded their strength. They exchanged knowing glances, and Carton broke the silence. The final opportunity had slipped away, though it was a slim one to begin with. It seemed best to bring him to her. Yet, before departing, he was implored to focus intently and not question the conditions being set or the promise being sought. There was a valid reason behind them. Mr. Lorry, without a hint of skepticism, urged the explanation to continue. The person seated between them rocked back and forth, moaning in a steady rhythm. Their voices were hushed, as if they were keeping vigil beside a sick bed in the quiet of the night. Carton bent down to retrieve the coat that lay entangled at his feet. As he did so, a small case, normally home to the doctor's daily itinerary, tumbled to the ground. Carton picked it up, discovering a folded paper inside. "We should examine this," he suggested. Mr. Lorry agreed with a nod. Upon opening the paper, Carton couldn't help but express his relief and gratitude. "What is it?" Mr. Lorry inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Just a moment," Carton replied, asking for patience. He retrieved another paper from his coat, this one a certificate allowing him to leave the city. He showed it to Mr. Lorry, who examined it closely, noting the name Sidney Carton, an Englishman, on the document. Carton requested that Mr. Lorry keep the certificate safe until the following day. He was due to see him tomorrow and preferred not to bring the document into the prison. Why not? Mr. Lorry wondered. Carton didn't have a clear answer but insisted on his preference. He then directed Mr. Lorry's attention to the paper he had picked up, another certificate, similar to his own. This one granted passage for the doctor, his daughter, and her child to cross the border whenever necessary. Perhaps he secured it as a final safeguard against potential harm just yesterday. There's no need to check the date. Store it carefully alongside mine and your own, Carton instructed. He revealed his newfound suspicion that until a couple of hours ago, he hadn't believed the doctor possessed such a document. Although it was still valid, he anticipated it might soon be revoked for reasons he believed to be credible. The danger was real. They were at risk of being denounced by Madame Defarge, a fact Carton had learned from her own utterances. He had wasted no time since then and confirmed his fears with the spy. The spy had corroborated that a woodsawyer, under the Defarge's influence, had been primed by Madame Defarge herself. He'd been coached to claim he saw her signaling to the prisoners, a common pretext for a supposed prison conspiracy that could endanger her life, her child's, and possibly her father's, as they had all been seen with her near the prison. Carton urged Mr. Lorry not to be alarmed, assuring him that they would save them all. Carton explained that the new accusation would likely not arise until after tomorrow, perhaps in a few days or even a week. Mourning or showing sympathy for a guillotine victim was a capital offense, and both she and her father could be charged with this crime. Madame Defarge, relentless in her pursuit, would wait to strengthen her case. Carton needed Mr. Lorry to understand the gravity of the situation. He listened so intently and with such conviction that, for a moment, the doctor's chair seemed to be the only thing in the world, even amidst such sorrow. He had the means to travel swiftly to the coast, his preparations to return to England already complete. He was to have his horses ready early the next day, by 2 in the afternoon. He agreed with fervor, his enthusiasm infectious, making Mr. Lorry feel as sprightly as a young man. He praised him, calling him a noble soul, and entrusted him with a critical task. He was to warn her of the danger to her child and her father that night, urging her to leave Paris with them at the appointed hour, as per her husband's last arrangement. The stakes were higher than she could imagine. He was confident that, despite her father's sad state, he would follow her lead. He made arrangements quietly and steadily in the courtyard, even securing his own seat in the carriage. He would wait for a signal, take him in, and then they would dash off to England. He held onto the certificate that would ensure his place, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Mr. Lorry acknowledged that their success didn't hinge on one man alone, but that he would have a young, passionate man by his side. He made a solemn promise that nothing would sway him from their agreed course of action. He was reminded that any change or delay could cost lives, many of which could not be saved otherwise. He committed to his role, promising to remember these words. After the heartfelt goodbye, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he helped rouse the figure slumped before the dying fire, cloaking and hatting it, coaxing it out to search for the bench and work it so desperately sought. He protected it across the courtyard, where the heart, once joyous in revealing its own desolation, now endured a terrible night. Alone for a few moments, he looked up at the light in her window, sending a silent blessing and farewell before departing. You're about to listen to Chapter 43, 52. Within the dark confines of the conciergerie, the condemned awaited their end. 52 souls were to be swept away that afternoon, joining the relentless flow of the city to the vast, eternal ocean. As they left their cells, new prisoners were assigned, and fresh blood was already designated to join yesterday's and tomorrow's. 70 to 20, from a wealthy farmer general to a poor seamstress, none could escape. Just as disease takes anyone, the terrible moral decay from suffering, oppression, and apathy struck all without bias. Charles Darnay, solitary in his cell, harbored no illusions since his trial. The stories he heard spelled out his doom. He knew no one could save him, he was judged by the masses, and individuals had no power to help. Yet, it was hard to accept his fate with the image of his beloved wife in his mind. His grip on life was tight, loosening it was a struggle. When he managed to let go a little, his grip tightened elsewhere. His thoughts rushed, and his heart fought against surrender. When he felt resignation, the thought of his wife and child living on made it feel selfish. But this was only at first. Soon he realized there was no shame in his fate, shared by many innocents daily. The thought that his composure would aid his family's future peace helped him find calm. Gradually, he reached a state of tranquility, lifting his thoughts to find solace. By the evening of his sentencing, he had reached this point in his journey. Having bought writing tools and a light, he wrote until the prison lamps went out. He penned an extensive missive to Lucy, making it clear he was unaware of her father's detainment until she told him, and just as clueless about his father's and uncle's role in the tragedy until the document was read. He had clarified to her that hiding his abandoned name was a condition her father insisted on for their engagement, a promise he still demanded on their wedding morning. He implored Lucy to avoid delving into whether her father remembered the document or if the tale of the tower had jogged his memory. If any memory lingered, he likely thought it perished with the Bastille, as no trace was found when the prison's remnants were uncovered and shown to the world. He urged her to reassure her father that he bore no guilt, having always put them first. He stressed the importance of her maintaining his love and blessings, to find solace in their child, and to bring comfort to her father. In a similar tone, he wrote to her father, entrusting him with the care of his wife and child, hoping to lift him from any gloom or regretful thoughts. He also reached out to Mr. Lorry, entrusting him with their welfare and settling his worldly matters. With heartfelt thanks and affection, he concluded his affairs. Carton never crossed his mind, overshadowed by his concern for the others. Before the lights went out, he completed these letters. As he lay on his straw bed, he believed his ties to this world were severed. Yet his dreams called him back, showing him radiant visions. In his sleep, he was free and joyful, back in the Soho house, lighter in spirit, with Lucy telling him it was all a dream, and he never left. In this dreamy interlude, he even felt he had passed away and returned to her unchanged. Then, waking to a grim morning, he was momentarily lost until he realized, today is the day I die. This realization marked the day when 52 would meet their end. As he faced his fate, a new struggle began within his thoughts, challenging to overcome. He had never laid eyes on the device that would end his existence. Its height from the ground, the number of steps leading up to it, the spot where he would stand, how he would be touched, whether the hands that touched him would be stained red, the direction his face would turn, whether he'd be the first or perhaps the last. These questions and many more flooded his mind repeatedly, beyond his control. These thoughts weren't born from fear, he felt none. Instead, they stemmed from an odd, overwhelming urge to know exactly what to do when his time came, an urge that seemed out of proportion to the brief moments it concerned, more like the curiosity of another soul within him than his own. As he paced back and forth, the hours slipped by and the clocks chimed the numbers he'd never hear again. 9, 10, 11 were gone forever, and 12 was approaching its end. He had struggled with a peculiar pattern of thought that had recently troubled him, but now he had mastered it. He walked softly, repeating names to himself, finding solace in the rhythm. The hardest part of the internal battle was behind him. He could pace with a clear mind, offering prayers for himself and for those dear to him. 12 was gone forever. Knowing the final hour was set for 3, and that he'd be called earlier, as the carts rumbled slowly through the streets, he focused on keeping 2 o'clock at the forefront of his thoughts, fortifying himself so that he might offer strength to others later on. He moved up and down with folded arms, a stark contrast to the man who once walked in the prison of law force. When 1 o'clock struck, he wasn't startled. It was just another hour passing. Filled with gratitude for his regained composure, he thought to himself that only 1 hour remained and resumed his pacing. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the stone corridor outside his door. He halted. The sound of a key turning in the lock reached his ears. Before the door swung open, a man's voice whispered in English, ensuring he had never been seen there before, that he had stayed out of sight. He instructed someone to enter alone while he waited close by, urging haste. As the door opened and closed swiftly, Sidney Carton stood before him, calm and focused, with the hint of a smile and a silent gesture for quiet. For a moment, the prisoner doubted his own senses, wondering if the figure before him was just a figment of his imagination. But then the man spoke with a familiar voice and clasped his hand with a tangible grip. Carton's unexpected presence left the prisoner in disbelief, questioning whether he was seeing a fellow captive. But no, Carton explained he had gained influence over one of the guards and was there on behalf of the prisoner's beloved wife, Lucy. Emotions surged as the prisoner clasped Carton's hand tightly. Carton relayed a request from Lucy, filled with urgency and conveyed in the voice the prisoner held dear and remembered well. The prisoner turned slightly away, knowing there was no time for questions or explanations. He was simply to comply with the request, remove his boots, and put on those offered by Carton. In the small confines of the cell, a chair rested against the wall, its occupant the prisoner. Carton, with a quickness that rivaled lightning, maneuvered him into the seat, towering over him, his feet bare. He urged the prisoner to pull on his boots, to apply both hands and determination to the task, and to do it with haste. Carton dismissed the prisoner's protests about the impossibility of escape and the certainty of death, insisting it wasn't madness. He instructed a swap of their cravats and coats, and even took a ribbon from the prisoner's hair, letting it fall freely like his own. With an almost supernatural will and action, Carton swiftly made these changes. The prisoner was compliant, like a child under his guidance. The prisoner, addressing Carton affectionately, reiterated that the plan was folly, bound to fail as it had before, pleading not to compound his own demise with Carton's. Carton calmly asked if his hand was steady enough to write, to which the prisoner confirmed it was. With his hand to his bewildered head, the prisoner sat and began to write at Carton's command, who stood close with his hand concealed in his breast. Carton instructed him to write without addressing anyone or dating the letter. As the prisoner wrote the words Carton dictated, words about long-ago conversations and the nature of remembrance, Carton's hand lingered near his breast. The prisoner, catching a glimpse of this, hesitated and asked if Carton held a weapon. Carton reassured him he was unarmed and instructed him to continue writing a few final words about gratitude and the opportunity to prove those past words. As Carton spoke, his hand slowly reached toward the prisoner's face, causing the pen to drop. The prisoner, now disoriented, asked about a strange vapor he thought he perceived. Carton, denying any vapor, urged him to finish writing. The prisoner, struggling to focus, resumed writing, but as Carton's hand stealthily moved closer, the pen trailed off, leaving only unintelligible marks. Carton ceased to touch his chest as the prisoner leapt to his feet with a look of protest. Yet, Carton firmly pinched his nostrils shut, encircling him with his left arm around the waist. A brief struggle ensued between the man who was prepared to die in his place and the prisoner, but soon the prisoner lay unconscious on the floor. With precision and determination, Carton donned the prisoner's discarded garments, smoothed his hair, and secured it with the ribbon the prisoner had worn. He then beckoned the spy to enter. Carton, kneeling beside the motionless body and tucking the paper into the breast of the garment, asked the spy about the risk involved. The spy, with a nervous gesture, assured Carton that the true danger lay in fulfilling the entirety of their agreement. Carton vowed to remain faithful until death, to which the spy responded that he would have no fear if Carton kept true to his disguise. Carton reassured him that he would soon be out of harm's way, urging the spy to fetch help and escort him to the coach. The spy, anxious, questioned Carton's identity, but Carton instructed him to take the man he had swapped places with to the courtyard, ensure his placement in the carriage, and to remind Mr. Lorry of the previous night's words and promise, then to drive off without delay. The spy left and returned promptly with 2 men. They looked upon the fallen figure, making a grim joke about the lottery of Saint Guillotine. They lifted the unconscious man onto a stretcher and prepared to depart. The spy warned Carton of the limited time, to which Carton acknowledged and pleaded for careful treatment of his friend. Barsad then commanded his children to carry away the body. Once alone, Carton listened intently for any signs of suspicion or alarm. Hearing none, he sat down, resting his forehead on his hands, and waited until the clock struck 2. He could hear sounds he recognized and wasn't scared of. As doors opened one after another, his own door finally swung open. A jailer peered in, holding a list, and told him to come along. He walked into a vast, gloomy room, shrouded in darkness from both inside and outside. It was hard to see, but he could make out others being brought in to have their arms tied, some standing, some sitting, a few pacing and wailing, but most were quiet, staring down. In a shadowy corner, he watched as more of the 52 prisoners were brought in. One man paused to hug him, recognizing him, sending a shiver of fear through him about being discovered, but the man moved on. Soon after, a young woman with a delicate frame, pale face, and large, patient eyes stood up from where she had been sitting and approached him. She reminded him that she was the little seamstress who had been with him in Law Force prison. He replied, asking what she was charged with. She mentioned plots, though she claimed her innocence, questioning who would conspire with someone as frail as her. Her sad smile brought tears to his eyes. She told him she wasn't scared to die, but she hadn't done anything wrong. She wondered if her death would benefit the republic that was supposed to help the poor. He felt his heart soften to her, the last thing he expected. She had heard he was released and hoped it was true. He confirmed it, but said he was recaptured and condemned again. She asked if she could ride with him and hold his hand for courage. As he looked into her eyes, he saw doubt and then surprise. He held her thin fingers and brought them to his lips. She asked in a whisper if he was dying for another man and his family. He told her to be quiet and confirmed it, offering to let her hold his brave hand until the end. The same shadows that loomed over the prison were also falling on the barrier crowded with people as a coach prepared to leave Paris. The guards checked the passengers' papers. They identified Alexander Manette, a physician, and his daughter Lucy, along with her child, as English. One guard made a remark about Lucy having kissed a good Republican, something new for her family. They also checked for Sidney Carton, an advocate and an Englishman. He finds himself resting in a corner of the carriage, also being pointed out to onlookers. It suggested that the English advocate might have fainted. The hope is that the fresher air will revive him. It's understood that his health isn't robust, having parted from a friend who fell out of favor with the Republic. It's not a significant concern. Many have fallen out of favor and must peer through the small window of their fate. Jarvis Lorry, the banker from England, is identified. He's the one responding to all the inquiries, standing by the coach door, addressing a group of officials. They stroll around the carriage, inspect the luggage on the roof, while the locals crowd closer, eager to see inside. A child reaches out, hoping to touch the wife of an aristocrat who met her end at the guillotine. Jarvis Lorry's papers are checked and approved. He's allowed to depart, and with a salute to the citizens, he acknowledges the first danger has passed. Clasping his hands, he looks skyward, his heart filled with terror. Inside the carriage, there's weeping and the labored breaths of an unconscious traveler. Lucy, clinging to the old man, asks if they can't go faster, but he cautions that it might look suspicious. He reassures her that they aren't being followed. As they pass houses, farms, and various industries, the hard pavement and soft mud beneath them. The discomfort is so intense that they consider running, hiding, anything but stopping. They enter the countryside again, passing the same types of buildings and wondering if they've been deceived. But no, it's a different village. They check again for pursuers and find none, arriving at the posting house. The process of changing horses is slow, the coach standing still, the new horses appearing one by one. The old postilions count their money, dissatisfied with their sums. All the while, their hearts race faster than any horse could gallop. Finally, with new postilions mounted, they leave the old ones behind. They travel through the village, over hills, and across low grounds. Suddenly, the postilions pull the horses to a near halt. Are they being pursued? Mr. Lorry looks out the window to inquire. The question is about the number of people sent to the guillotine today. 52 is the grim answer. He boasted about the number 32, while his peer insisted it was 42. He relished the efficiency of the guillotine, declaring his affection for its swift action. As darkness enveloped them, he showed signs of life, beginning to speak clearly. He mistook his companion for another, asking what was in his hand. They yearned for mercy from above, feeling the urgent need for help. They imagined the wind, clouds, moon, and the tumultuous night all chasing after them, yet, for the moment, nothing else seemed to be in pursuit. You're about to listen to Chapter 44, The Knitting Done. At the same moment when the 52 awaited their verdict, Madame Defarge met with the Vengeance and Jacques III from the Revolutionary jury in a secretive and foreboding gathering. They chose the Woodsawyer's shed for their meeting, avoiding the wine shop. The Woodsawyer, although present, kept his distance, ready to contribute only when asked. Jacques III questioned Madame Defarge about her husband's loyalty to the Republic, to which the Vengeance quickly affirmed there was none better in France. Madame Defarge, however, silenced her with a slight frown, emphasizing her point that while her husband was a staunch Republican and trusted by the Republic, he showed a concerning leniency towards a certain doctor. Jacques III expressed his regret, implying that such mercy was not befitting a good citizen. Madame Defarge, indifferent to the doctor's fate, insisted that the entire Evremond family, including the wife and child, must be destroyed. Jacques III remarked on the attractiveness of the wife and child's blue eyes and golden hair, recalling a gruesome image with a hint of cruel pleasure. Madame Defarge, after a moment of contemplation, agreed that even the child's appearance was noteworthy, a rare sight that was quite pleasing. Madame Defarge admitted her distrust in her husband's involvement in her plans, fearing he might warn the targets and allow them to escape. Jacques III agreed, emphasizing that no one must get away and lamenting the scarcity of their captives. Madame Defarge resolved to rely on herself, as her husband did not share her determination to annihilate the family nor her indifference towards the doctor. She called over the Woodsawyer, who approached with a mix of respect and fear. She questioned him about the signals made to the prisoners, which he confirmed he was ready to testify about, boasting his awareness of the daily signals, regardless of the presence of the child. Jacques III saw the actions as clear evidence of conspiracy. Madame Defarge, with a dark smile, sought reassurance about the jury's reliability, to which Jacques III confidently vouched for his fellow jurymen. Madame Defarge pondered once more, questioning whether she could afford to exempt the doctor from her plans for the sake of her husband, ultimately remaining indifferent to his fate. Jacques III whispered that one more head was needed, feeling it was a shame to waste any. Madame Defarge argued that she couldn't ignore the man's actions with the woman she saw, as she made a strong witness. Both the Vengeance and Jacques III eagerly praised Madame Defarge's skills as a witness, while the little citizen claimed her testimony was heavenly. Madame Defarge decided the man's fate was uncertain, as she couldn't let him go. She then reminded the Woodsawyer of his 3 o'clock appointment to witness the day's executions. The Woodsawyer eagerly agreed, expressing his passion for the Republic and his anticipation for his afternoon pipe while watching the executions. His overenthusiasm made it seem like he might be more concerned for his own safety than he let on. Madame Defarge shared that she too had plans at the same place and instructed the Woodsawyer to meet her later that evening in Saint Antoine to report on the accused. The Woodsawyer felt honored by her request, but became shy under her gaze, hiding among his woodpile. Madame Defarge then quietly shared her strategy with the Vengeance and the juryman. She planned to visit a grieving woman who would be vulnerable to questioning the Republic's justice. Jacques III and the Vengeance were in awe of Madame Defarge's cunning. She handed her knitting to the Vengeance, asking her to save her usual seat and be on time for the day's events. The Vengeance promised to be punctual, kissing Madame Defarge's cheek in agreement. Madame Defarge left for the day's grim events, her figure and moral resolve admired by the Vengeance and the juryman as she walked away. In that era, the harshness of time had marred many women's appearances, but none were more fearsome than this relentless woman now striding through the streets. Her strong, fearless nature, sharp wit, readiness, and formidable determination, coupled with a beauty that seemed to enhance her resolve and command instant recognition from others, would have ensured her rise in these turbulent times regardless. Raised with a deep-seated sense of injustice and a deep-rooted hatred for a particular social class, she had grown into a figure as ferocious as a tigress. Compassion was a trait she lacked entirely. If it had ever been within her, it had long since vanished. The fate of an innocent man condemned to pay for his ancestors' sins was of no concern to her. She saw not the individual but the lineage. The prospect of his wife becoming a widow and his daughter an orphan did not faze her, as she deemed such punishment too lenient for her natural foes, whom she viewed as rightful prey undeserving of life. Her lack of pity was so absolute that not even her own suffering could evoke it. Had she been struck down in the many skirmishes she had been involved in, she would have offered herself no sympathy. Similarly, had she been sent to the guillotine, she would have faced it with nothing but a burning desire to swap places with the man responsible for her demise. Madame Defarge, beneath her coarse robe, bore such a heart. Though worn without care, her attire somehow suited her in an odd way, and her dark hair appeared lustrous beneath her simple red cap. Concealed within her clothing were a loaded pistol nestled against her chest and a sharp dagger secured at her waist. Equipped in this manner and walking with the assured step of someone with her background and the graceful ease of a woman who had often walked barefoot and bare-legged on the brown sea sand in her youth, Madame Defarge made her way through the streets. At that very moment, as a traveling coach awaited its final passengers, Mr. Lorry was preoccupied with the challenge of including Miss Pross without overburdening the vehicle. It was vital to minimize the inspection time of the coach and its passengers, as their very escape could hinge on saving mere seconds. After much thought, he suggested that Miss Pross and Jerry, free to leave the city, depart at 3 o'clock in the lightest wheeled vehicle of the time. Without luggage to slow them down, they would quickly catch up to the coach, and by ordering fresh horses for it along the way, they could significantly speed up its nighttime journey when delays were most dangerous. Miss Pross welcomed this plan with excitement, seeing it as a chance to contribute meaningfully in a critical situation. She and Jerry watched the coach depart, spent about 10 agonizing minutes in suspense, and were now finalizing their own departure, even as Madame Defarge, on her own path through the streets, drew closer to the quiet lodging where they had held their talks. Miss Pross was overwhelmed with emotion, her nerves so frayed that speaking, standing, moving, or even living seemed almost beyond her. She posed a question to Mr. Cruncher, suggesting they avoid leaving from the courtyard to not raise suspicion since another carriage had already departed from there earlier that day. Mr. Cruncher agreed with her, assuring her of his unwavering support, regardless of the situation. Miss Pross, in a state of utter panic, confessed her inability to devise a plan, asking Mr. Cruncher if he could think of one. He expressed hope for the future, but admitted his current inability to use his mind effectively. He then asked Miss Pross to take note of 2 promises he wanted to make during this critical moment. Eager to proceed, Miss Pross urged him to quickly state his vows. Mr. Cruncher, trembling and with a grave expression, promised that once they were safe, he would never return to his questionable activities. Miss Pross assured him she believed he would never return to whatever he was alluding to and asked him not to elaborate further. Jerry Cruncher chose not to name the specifics of his first vow to Miss Pross. His second vow was to never again interfere with his wife's way of doing things, which he referred to as flopping. Miss Pross, trying to regain her composure, expressed her belief that it was best for Mrs. Cruncher to manage their household as she saw fit. Mr. Cruncher, becoming increasingly solemn and slow in his speech, as if delivering a sermon, declared that his views on his wife's flopping had changed and that he sincerely hoped she was engaged in it at that very moment. Miss Pross, caught up in her own distress, hoped the same for Mrs. Cruncher's sake. Mr. Cruncher solemnly hoped that nothing he had ever said or done would negatively impact his earnest wishes for the safety of those in danger. He expressed a fervent desire that everyone would do whatever was necessary to secure their escape from the perilous situation they were in. As Madame Defarge made her way through the streets, drawing ever closer, Miss Pross promised Mr. Cruncher that if they returned to their homeland, she would convey his heartfelt words to Mrs. Cruncher to the best of her ability. She emphasized the importance of his sincerity during this terrifying time and urged them to focus on devising a plan. Madame Defarge continued her approach, and Miss Pross suggested that Mr. Cruncher go ahead to stop the vehicle and horses from arriving at the courtyard, proposing that he wait for her at a designated location. Mr. Cruncher agreed that this might be the best course of action and contemplated where he could wait for her. Mr. Cruncher found himself utterly confused, unable to think of any place but Temple Bar. Unfortunately, Temple Bar was hundreds of miles away, and Madame Defarge was closing in fast. Miss Pross had suggested that Mr. Cruncher pick her up near the Grand Cathedral door, flanked by twin towers. Without hesitation, Mr. Cruncher agreed to her plan. Miss Pross, confident in his abilities, instructed him to make the necessary arrangements at the posting house. Mr. Cruncher, filled with doubt and concern for Miss Pross's safety, hesitated. He knew the unpredictable nature of their situation. Miss Pross reassured him, insisting it was safer for her to be picked up at the cathedral at 3 o'clock or as close to that time as possible. She blessed him for his efforts, emphasizing the importance of their actions for the lives that hung in the balance. Her earnest plea and the clasp of her hands convinced Mr. Cruncher. He nodded in encouragement and promptly set out to change their plans, leaving Miss Pross to prepare to follow as she had suggested. Miss Pross felt a wave of relief knowing that her precaution was already being implemented. She also knew she needed to blend in with the crowd, which meant adjusting her appearance to avoid drawing attention. Checking her watch, she noted it was 20 minutes past 2. Time was of the essence. She had to get ready immediately. Overwhelmed by fear, Miss Pross felt the emptiness of the deserted rooms. Imaginary faces seemed to peek from behind every door. She grabbed a basin of cold water to soothe her swollen red eyes. Yet, her fear made her constantly stop to ensure she was alone. During one of these pauses, she gasped at the sight of a figure in the room. The basin crashed to the floor, water spilling out and reaching the feet of Madame Defarge. Madame Defarge had traversed a path marked by violence to stand before Miss Pross. With a cold stare, Madame Defarge demanded to know the whereabouts of Evremon's wife. Miss Pross, quick to react, shut all the open doors in the room, then positioned herself protectively in front of the chamber that Lucy had been using. Madame Defarge watched Miss Pross's swift movements, her gaze resting on her when she stopped. Miss Pross might not have been conventionally beautiful, with her untamed wildness and stern demeanor, but she was every bit as resolute as Madame Defarge. They measured each other, two formidable women locked in a silent standoff. Miss Pross, with defiance in her breath, declared her identity as an Englishwoman, undeterred by Madame Defarge's scornful look. She recognized the mutual understanding between them. They were both ready for a confrontation. Madame Defarge saw before her a woman as tough and determined as Mr. Lorry had seen years before, a woman with a strong hand. She knew Miss Pross was a loyal friend to the family, just as Miss Pross knew Madame Defarge was a dangerous enemy. Madame Defarge was on her way to a place where her presence was expected, where her seat and knitting awaited her. She intended to pay a visit to a certain lady, expressing her desire to see her in passing. Miss Pross, aware of Madame Defarge's malicious intent, was determined to stand her ground and resist. Neither woman understood the language of the other, but they were both on high alert, trying to decipher the meaning behind each other's indecipherable words through their expressions and demeanor. Madame Defarge insisted that hiding would not benefit the lady at this moment, as loyal patriots would understand the implication. She commanded to be shown to the lady or to be allowed to see her herself. Miss Pross, undeterred by Madame Defarge's piercing gaze, declared herself an equal opponent, not to be unraveled by the likes of her. Madame Defarge, unable to grasp the nuances of Miss Pross's idioms, realized she was being dismissed and ignored. In response, Madame Defarge insulted Miss Pross, demanding either a direct response or for Miss Pross to step aside and allow her to pass. Miss Pross, wishing she could comprehend Madame Defarge's strange language, would have given up everything but the clothes she wore to know if Madame Defarge had any inkling of the truth. Both women maintained intense eye contact, neither looking away. Madame Defarge had not budged from her spot until now, taking a single step forward. Miss Pross proclaimed her British resolve and desperation, valuing her own safety at little, knowing that by delaying Madame Defarge, she could increase the chances of safety for her dear ladybird. She vowed to fiercely protect herself and her friends. Miss Pross, who had never been violent, showed her courage, which was so emotional it brought tears to her eyes, a sign of bravery Madame Defarge mistook for weakness. Madame Defarge mocked Miss Pross's display of emotion, addressing others she deemed more worthy of her attention. She called out loudly for anyone but the miserable fool to respond. Madame Defarge's suspicions grew as she encountered silence. She opened 3 doors quickly, searching for signs of the others' presence. She noted the disarray in the rooms, the signs of hasty packing, and the absence of anyone in the room behind Miss Pross, who refused to let her look. Madame Defarge thought to herself that if the others were not in that room, they had fled and could be chased down and brought back. Miss Pross, determined to keep Madame Defarge in the dark, resolved that as long as there was uncertainty about the others' whereabouts, she would do everything in her power to prevent Madame Defarge from leaving. Madame Defarge had been a relentless force in the streets, undeterred by any obstacle, fiercely determined to get through that door. She was met with equal determination by Miss Pross, who, in a secluded high house within a quiet courtyard, prayed for the physical strength to detain her adversary. Miss Pross knew that every minute Madame Defarge stayed was invaluable, worth a fortune to the one she cherished. In a swift move, Madame Defarge made for the door, but Miss Pross, driven by instinct, wrapped her arms around her, holding her firmly in place. Despite Madame Defarge's struggles and blows, Miss Pross's love-fueled strength proved mightier than hate, as she maintained her grip, even lifting her opponent off the ground during their scuffle. Madame Defarge's hands flailed, striking at Miss Pross's face, but she, with her head bowed, clung on with the desperation of someone fighting for survival. Eventually, Madame Defarge's efforts to strike waned as she felt around her waist, only to be told by Miss Pross, through muffled tones, that she wouldn't be able to draw her weapon. Miss Pross declared her superior strength, a blessing from the heavens, and vowed to hold on until one of them either fainted or died. Madame Defarge reached for her bosom, but Miss Pross, realizing what was hidden there, struck out, causing a blinding flash and a loud crash. When the smoke cleared, Miss Pross stood alone, the lifeless body of Madame Defarge on the ground, her furious spirit seemingly dissipated like smoke into the still air. Shocked and horrified by the turn of events, Miss Pross initially fled from the body, seeking help that would not come. However, she quickly composed herself, realizing the potential consequences, and returned. Re-entering the door was a harrowing task, but she did it, retrieving her bonnet and other items, dressing on the staircase after securing the door and taking the key with her. She sat briefly, overwhelmed by emotion, before hurrying away. Fortuitously, her bonnet's veil allowed her to pass unnoticed through the streets, her unique appearance helping to conceal any signs of the altercation. Her face bore the deep imprints of gripping fingers, her hair was disheveled, and her hastily adjusted dress was disordered in every which way. As she crossed the bridge, she let the door key fall into the river. Arriving at the cathedral ahead of her escort, she was tormented by thoughts of the key being found, the door being opened, the discovery of what lay behind it, and the possibility of being arrested for murder. But her escort arrived, oblivious to her inner turmoil, and whisked her away. Miss Pross questioned him about any unusual street noise, to which Mr. Cruncher, puzzled by her question and appearance, replied that all was as usual. Unable to hear his response, Miss Pross remained in her own world of thoughts, while Mr. Cruncher, baffled, simply nodded, hoping she would notice his gesture. And indeed, she did. Miss Pross inquired once more if the streets were currently filled with noise. Mr. Cruncher responded with a nod, indicating the absence of sound. He wondered aloud about her sudden loss of hearing, his thoughts troubled by the change in her condition. Puzzled by what might have fortified her courage, he noted the sound of the ominous carts drawing near, questioning if she could hear them. Miss Pross, acknowledging his address, confessed to hearing nothing, describing an overwhelming crash followed by a profound silence that she believed would last for the remainder of her life. Mr. Cruncher, looking over his shoulder, speculated that if she couldn't hear those carts now, she might never hear anything again. And as it turned out, she never did. You're about to listen to Chapter 45, The Footsteps Die Out Forever. Death carts echo through the streets of Paris, their sound grim. 6 carts transport the condemned to the guillotine, a symbol of terror that overshadows any monster from the imagination. In France, with its fertile lands, nothing grows as predictably as this instrument of death. Crush people under the same pressures, and they will twist into the same forms of despair. Plant seeds of greed and tyranny, and they will sprout the same bitter harvest. 6 carts make their way across the city. If only time, the powerful magician, could transform them back to their original forms: royal carriages, noble chariots, gaudy outfits of Jezebels, corrupt churches, and the homes of the hungry poor. But time, the executor of divine order, does not reverse its work. Like in the old Arabian tales, what is changed by divine will stay so. The carts, unchanged and without hope, continue their grim journey. The carts carve a path through the crowd, faces turning aside, as they move unrelentingly forward. The locals, accustomed to the sight, barely pause in their activities. Some watch from their windows, pointing out the carts, narrating who rode in them the days before, with the air of an expert. The passengers in the carts face their final journey differently. Some stare blankly, others look around with interest. A few sit with heads bowed in quiet despair. Some try to hold their thoughts together, while others give in to the horror, singing and dancing in delirium. None of them seek compassion from the onlookers with their gazes or gestures. A group of horsemen ride alongside the carts carrying prisoners, with onlookers frequently directing questions at them. The same inquiry seems to be repeated, as a crowd invariably surges toward the third cart. The horsemen by this cart often gesture with their swords to single out one man among the prisoners. Everyone's eager to identify him. He's the one at the cart's rear, his head bowed, engaged in quiet conversation with a young girl who sits beside him, holding his hand. He appears indifferent to the surrounding chaos, focused solely on the girl. Down the long street of Saint Honoré, there are occasional shouts of anger directed at him, but he only responds with a mild smile and a shake of his hair, his arms being bound and unable to reach his face. At the church steps, a man known for his betrayal and deceit waits for the carts. He searches the first 2 without finding the person he's looking for and begins to fear for his own fate. However, his anxiety fades when he spots the man in the third cart. He notices a bystander condemning the aristocrat to the guillotine, but the betrayer quickly urges the man to silence, explaining that the condemned will meet his end soon enough and should be left in peace. Despite this, the shouts continue until the condemned man briefly locks eyes with the betrayer before continuing on his way. As the hour approaches 3, the crowd makes way for the procession toward the execution site. The ground, disturbed by the crowd, settles back in place as the last cart moves on, with everyone following toward the guillotine. Women sit in front, knitting with focus as if at a leisurely gathering. One woman, known for her fervor, searches for her absent friend with increasing frustration. She calls out, urging others to amplify her voice, but it's doubtful they'll find the missing woman, even with their history of dire actions. The woman's irritation grows as she realizes her friend might miss the execution. As the carts begin to empty their human cargo, the executioners prepare, and the knitters count off each fallen head without pause, continuing their grim tally. Descending from the cart, the man presumed to be Evrémonde assists the seamstress out, never letting go of her hand as he had promised. He positions her gently, her back to the relentless engine that surges and drops, while she gazes into his face with gratitude. She confesses how his presence has calmed her, making her feel less fragile, and raised her spirits to a place of hope. She believes he was heaven-sent. In return, he suggests perhaps she was sent for him, urging her to keep her focus on him and nothing else. She assures him she will pay attention to nothing else as long as she holds his hand, and even when she releases it, as long as their departure is swift. He reassures her it will be. Amid the dwindling crowd of doomed individuals, they stand together, connected in this moment. Their unity, despite their differences, is a testament to their shared humanity. They are like two children of the earth, coming together in their darkest hour, seeking solace in unity. She asks him one final question about a cousin she cherishes, who lives in ignorance of her fate. She wonders if the Republic's promise of betterment for the poor will allow her cousin to live a long and less troubled life. She ponders if waiting for her in a better place will feel long. He comforts her, telling her there is no concept of time or distress in that place. At the moment of parting, they exchange a kiss and bless each other. She walks ahead of him, unshaken, her face a portrait of serene constancy. She disappears from view, and the women counting the condemned reach the number 22. The man's thoughts echo the biblical promise of resurrection and everlasting life for those who believe. As the voices and faces of the crowd merge into a single wave, the count rises to 23. That night, the city whispers of the man's peaceful demeanor, his face radiating a sense of prophecy and sublimity. A remarkable woman, once a victim of the same cruel fate, had previously stood at the scaffold's base, yearning to pen her inspiring thoughts. Had he voiced his own, they might have sounded like a prophecy. He envisioned Barsad, Cly, Defarge, the Vengeance, the jurors, and the judge, figures of tyranny birthed from the ruins of former oppressors, meeting their end by the very means they wielded. He foresaw a magnificent city and its vibrant inhabitants emerging from the depths, their fight for true freedom marked by victories and setbacks over many years. He saw the wrongs of his era and the one before, slowly atoning and diminishing. In his mind's eye, he saw the lives he sacrificed his own for peaceful, useful, thriving, and content in an England he would no longer witness. He pictured her, cradling a child bearing his name, and her father, now old and stooped yet at peace, continuing to heal and serve others. He imagined the kind old friend enriching their lives with his wealth and departing this world contentedly after a decade. He felt a sacred place in their hearts, and in the hearts of their descendants for generations. He saw her, now aged, shedding tears for him each year on this day. He envisioned her and her husband, their life's journey complete, resting together eternally, knowing he was cherished in their souls as much as they honored each other. He saw the child from her arms, now a man, forging a path in life that was once his, elevating his name through his own achievements. He watched as the stains he cast upon his name faded in the brilliance of his successor. He saw this man, esteemed among judges and revered figures, introducing a boy with his name and familiar features to this place, now beautiful and unmarred by sorrow, sharing his story with gentle, wavering words. He believed the act he was committing was far greater than any he had done before, and the rest he approached was far more peaceful than any he had ever known. Thanks for tuning into BookyRookie. Together, we're turning pages into possibilities. Let's make learning limitless. Catch you on the next stream.